Hello. Or as I should say, hello again, as always. Starting the stream. Yeah. I love reviewing reviewers because I think some reviewers suck. I feel like maybe a little bit that we should, or rather, I should talk about RunningShine a little bit here before we get too deep into this. Let's see if I can get my webcam up. There it is. Hello, it's me, Hellcry. I have flesh. That's crazy. Let me turn down the music, the fucking Katamari music. What would be some good music for this? I could always do the Deadly Premonition thing. That's always funny. Everybody always loves that, and nobody ever gets tired of hearing that song at all. What is this one? I'm not an alien. Unfortunately. I know everywhere it seems that I have purple skin, but I may not be the purple guy after all. Is this a 3 liter? Liter? What the heck? I gotta learn how to speak sometimes. I got a 2 liter of cola right here. Gonna help me through this. Yeah, 2 liter. Maybe halfway through, I'll probably have to take a break because, oh boy, it's a 2-hour video and I might get hungry in the middle of it. So that's always fun. Oh, hell yeah. I guess I should always be shilling, right? That's what they say in shill school. So we'll do that real quick as soon as this page loads. This page is not loading. Damn. Okay, there we go. It is not showing this. Wait a second. Where's this? There it is. Hey, look at that. Yeah, I got a thing. Look at that. That's a thing. That's a thing I made. You can get that on August 8th. It comes out in 5 days. It'll be $5. But yeah, go on Steam and wishlist my game. Even if you don't plan on buy it, please go wishlist it, I guess. Me back in frame. There we go. Might wait a little bit before I start talking about our guy here, RunningShine, and how I feel about him before I start talking about the video itself. There we go. I'm going to see if linguistics available. Linguistics said that they were interested, but they might be on their way to getting off of work. I just gotta stall a little bit, vamp, while I wait for Discord to update. There we go. I'm in Discord now. So, I'll start a little bit of the spiel. That is a 2-liter bottle right there. So look how big my hands are. I can just grip that whole thing. Isn't that crazy? Make the 2-liter bottle look like one of these tiny little... I probably shouldn't have this just sitting on my desk. I have a trash can right here. I could throw it in. But, I think I had that yesterday and just fell asleep after hanging out drinking that. Yes, finally, Hellcry's talking about RunningShine. Woo! I talk about RunningShine a lot. Actually, outside of this whole thing. So, yeah, I have some opinions. I will say, it's funny. People might know that I did a stream with to Snakerer. Well, it is thanks to Mello of RunningShine for setting that up. This gets a bit funny because I was asking RunningShine if they wanted to also do that at some point. before I even asked to snake her. And they were like, no, I don't know how I feel about streaming. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. I don't care, man. I'll still talk about your video at some point. Then the To Snaker stream ended up being 8 hours long, and I didn't end up getting to the RunningShine video at all. I had initially planned to cover each of them in order of release, and I purposefully put To Snaker's out of order because he's British, and I wanted to be courteous of him. And then I was like, no, well, it's better content for me to talk to you than ever talk about RunningShine's video by myself or with a group of people or anything like that. So I was like, okay, I think that stream went pretty well. Might not have been as smart about it as I would be now with it, but, live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow, as they say. So I had talked with RunningShine a little bit. They were surprised when they found out that I liked The World's Ends with You, because I think it was before Neo was announced, maybe. They had a Joshua plushie. Hold on a second. Let me just pull this over here. I fucking love this motherfucker. This guy is so cool. I love him. He's awesome. Anyways, they had the Joshua plushie come out. And I was like, dude, this face is so me. I relate to this. It's so funny. It's great. And he was like, oh, you like Twooby? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, guys, I don't just play Y2K. My backlog is huge. I could pull it up right now. Actually, Twooby is one of my favorite games. I'm kind of, so here, I'll bring this up real quick. Not that one, this one. I'm kind of, here and there, I'm kind of losing on Paper Mario, but I feel like that game has just a perfect blend of environment and characters. It's very soy now. A lot of people, Nintendo fans are really obsessed with it, and it starts to feels like it's lost its charm because of the environment, where it feels like everything needs to be that rather than their own kind of environment, I guess. New Replicant, it's been my favorite game since 2013 when I played it on the Xbox 360, so that's never changing. But yeah, I'm what does it say here? That I've played 979 games? I'm hoping one day, maybe before the end of the year, to cap that out at 1,000 and feel good about myself, quote unquote. But yeah, just cool. And as you can see here, I do log my times like an insane person. So I did start Disco Elysium recently. That game does seem pretty cool. I'll definitely get back to it. I only kind of started it a little bit, which is generally how I end up playing any game. Is if it's really short, I'll play it all in one sitting, like I did with Ruin and Umurangi Generation, as well. My Friendly Neighborhood took a couple, actually. Viewfinder, I played all in one sitting. There's another one recently. What was it? I don't know. Either way, my desk is a mess right now. There's no desk reveal happening today. But yeah, usually I'll play an hour of it, and then next time I pick it up, and this even happened with Pikmin 4s. I played an hour of it, played through the tutorial, and was like, okay, cool, I'll play this later. And then ended up the next play session playing for 10 hours straight. So, I don't know. I'll definitely get back to Disco Elysium. It looks like a lot of fun. The authority trait sounds really funny. But it's also a weird thing because a lot of Y2K haters say, oh, you only like Y2K because you haven't experienced a game that has done what it's done better. And I don't know how. I don't know how that's the case. When you look at all these games I've played throughout the 27 years of my life or whatever. Maybe there's just some qualities about the game that you don't realize that I've found that make me think it's a pretty good game. I do plan on playing Okage Shadow King sometime soon. I wanted to play that, I think when I was a kid and I first saw, like, the cover art because it looked so cool. Just haven't gotten around to doing it. Look, okay. Dark Cloud's kind of mid, but I fucking love Dark Cloud. Just gotta say that right now. And, like, a lot of these get really weird because, like, Gears of War Judgment, I don't think Gears of War Judgment's better than, like, Gears of War 3, but there's a certain way that the campaign is structured and how, like, the mechanics of the game work. I feel like overall, like, the maps aren't as good, and, like, that's kind of, like, where I end up getting to these different scorings. It's like, the maps in 3 are better, a lot of the gameplay features of 3 are better, but the way Gears of War Judgment feels is a better game. And the way that the story is structured is far more engaging than Gears of War 3 or 2 or 1. And it's like, admittedly, those games are pretty basic in their story structures. So it's like, Hoshi wa miru Tito. YIIK IV wallpaper in my library. Oh, you mean this is on backlogged? There is the YIIK IV slot. I just marked that I've played it and whatever. You know. Damn. Hoshi wa miru Hito. Maybe I need to put it's a science fiction RPG infamous for its difficult gameplay and elements. Well, I'll put this on my backlog now that you mention this. There we go. I will play Hoshi wa miru Hito. That would be a great game to play because I've been trying to learn how to read Japanese. So, cool. But yeah, like, it depends on what you want to ask of, like, what Y2K does. Are you talking about the postmodern writing? Because, hey, here you go. Killer 7, Katana 0, you know, Metal Gear Solid 2, even Braid to an extent, Metal Gear Solid, The Phantom Pain for sure, BioShock Infinite, there's a lot of them that delve into this stuff. Spec Ops The Line. And it seems, while I'm on this tangent about postmodern Britain video games, it seems that lately we've forgot, like, we've been ignorant to what that means for a long time. And, like, even when Spec Ops The Line was coming out, there was a lot of people who pretended to understand what that meant. And it's caused problems, and a lot of people look back at Spec Ops The Line and see it, like, as very pedestrian for how it talks about the thing. And part of the problem comes down to the format of video games, because right now there's a current meta-narrative around video games as though that they are happening to the player themselves. They're like, I'm playing this game, the developer is specifically doing these things to me as I'm playing it, and that is antithetical to how a lot of postmodern stuff is written. Because in BioShock Infinite, for example, it's not about you, the player, it's about Booker DeWitt, the character. And because people have divorced that in a weird way and made it about this other thing instead of this thing over here, it has caused a lot of problems with how people perceive that game, because all of the conversation, it's actually like the worst form of video game criticism and video essays is when they talk about how an experience in a video game is something that happens to them specifically, if they're not talking about like a specific gameplay element. Like if they're talking about functions in the game, like, okay, you know, a boss, the way the boss works and stuff like that, or like status effects, that kind of stuff, it makes sense to talk about that way. But when you're talking about the story elements, you're starting to reach a point of failure unless you're talking about an RPG. And then we get into a huge spiel about RPGs and how a lot of RPGs that exist now are not RPGs. Um, which I could go on about forever. Um, I guess the quick aside is that role playing as a game format, as a role playing game, means something different than what people say as like a JRPG, okay? Or a turn based JRPG, whatever. That is a different thing. For a game to be a role playing game, there has to be an element of role playing in it. Think like Skyrim or even Persona. Persona is a great example. In Persona, you're not necessarily playing as a character. You're not playing as, uh, you know, Booker DeWitt. You aren't playing as him. You aren't, you know, you're playing as a character that you kind of craft in the moment and you make decisions for, and that affects parts of the story. Maybe not the entire story, but parts of it. And in that, it's a role playing game because you're allowed to role play. You're allowed to go, oh, what would I do in this situation? How would I approach this thing? And that's what a role playing game is. That's what role playing is. A lot of people hear the word role playing and they think of it like acting and that you embody Booker DeWitt as an actor and then make decisions on his behalf. And that's not quite the way that role playing actually works. Think back to like D&D and stuff like that, where you kind of craft a character and their story alongside the format. It's a form of kind of improv. And there's a lot of games that lend to this, like Dragon Quest has been great about it. Persona, even Earthbound, the original, or both the original Mother and Mother 2, great at it. Mother 3, terrible at it, because it's all about delivering a story with those mechanics. Um, I plan on making a video about this, specifically talking about why Final Fantasy VII is so great, specifically, with how it handles this task. So it's, there's a lot of weird things about the way gamers talk about games, and especially video essayists and quote unquote critics. So there's my spiel about that over. I saw somebody said reviewers tend to be way too focused on what the game is trying to say. Yeah, they never talk about what the game is saying. We'll see this a lot in the RunningShine video, but there's this thing a lot of video essayists and reviewers do where they summarize the game, but they summarize it in the way that it makes what they're going to say about it sound true. And that makes sense because they can only speak from their perspective. But they tend to end up misrepresenting things doing that. And it becomes really frustrating later on. Mother 1 and 2 have silent protagonists, but they aren't necessarily a character. You're supposed to think as yourself. Exactly. And that is a role-playing game. Whereas Mother 3 is about Lucas and his family, and you're not really thinking as yourself. It's less of a role-playing game. It's a role-playing game in the sense of functions that we all agree on are similar, but not in terms of storytelling and narrative. The song is such a groove. Travis Strikes Again, fantastic game. Most of the reason it's fantastic is the narrative, though. The gameplay is pretty solid, actually. I had a few bugs because I played like the launch version on PC, and I ran into one of the things where one of the boss fights, the camera was just not in the right place, so I couldn't see the boss fight, and so I basically played the whole boss fight blind, which was kind of awesome, actually. Ooh. Well, I think I vamped for long enough. I think I could start talking about who this RunningShine fellow is, and you know, that kind of thing. RunningShine is a content creator on YouTube. Yay! We love those, right? RunningShine does videos about mostly video games. I think almost primarily video games. I'd first seen this Sonic Adventure review. I don't know why it doesn't have my watch time on there. It was probably because it was like 4 years ago when it came out. RunningShine is obviously a name based off of a technique used in Super Smash Brothers, where you can run and then shine with Fox, which is actually his reflector, but they call it a shine because I don't pretend to understand Smashers, and I never will. What's my favorite Pokemon? I really like Mega Gardevoir. I am one of those losers. And I really love Porygon. I think it's Mega Gardevoir, Squirtle specifically because of Project M. I can't remember. I think it's Porygon. And then I know Garbodor. Or no, not Garbodor. Trubbish. Trubbish is in my top 5. Absolutely. I love Trubbish. I'm a Trubbish defender. A fucking dirt bunny that's just garbage is so funny as a design, and especially since the place takes place in New York. So good. Fantastic Pokemon design. It's adorable and disgusting at the same time. It's peak. And I'm tired of people shitting on Trubbish. Like, I'm to the point where if somebody really was like, I would say Trubbish just to fight with people online, because that would be really funny. So RunningShine also, with this Sonic Adventure review, what they did was he posted it a lot on 4chan, and that's where a lot of his following seems to have sprouted from, which kind of is lame, if I'm honest. It has been so long since I've watched the Sonic Adventure review. I have no idea what I think about it or whatever. I love Sonic Adventure. It was a game I played when I was a kid, and immediately thought it was really fun. I think all the different gameplay styles are what makes it such a good game. Even the fishing minigame. When you learn how to play fishing minigames in video games, like even Nier, they're fun. They're a good time. Learn how to play the fishing minigame. I know it's a little difficult and you're impatient, and this is probably why you've never fished in your real life, but fishing minigames are peak. Ooh. But yeah, like Sonic Adventure 1 is such an interesting game because even Sonic Adventure 2 walks back a lot of... Sonic Adventure 2 goes for a streamlined version of the first game, and that works in some aspects, but I think it also takes away a lot of the charm. For example, the Gamma plot is amazing. I think it's one of the best like written stories, definitely in any Sonic game. He's awesome. His theme rocks. Great character design. Love him. 4chan, when playing the same 4 games and listening to the same 4 albums, 110%. And now it's Pizza Tower. No, I'm kidding. And then, like, the Sonic stages are probably the only thing that's really improved in Sonic Adventure 2. But, like, the game design between those two are never experienced again within the series. And it's unfortunate because I think it's great. It's great that there's slower sections that make you, like, walk around and explore some. And it's really cool in a lot of those games, how you, especially Adventure 1, how you re-explore the same areas with different characters, which gives it like a completely different context and gameplay feel. It makes it feel like the areas are really well designed, and it makes them feel a bit more real because it's not just, oh, okay, here's this weird long hallway that you're going through in a different person's stage. Like, no, you're going in the same stage, and you might not have this one section available to you, but like it is all the same area. And that aspect's been completely lost throughout all of the series. So yeah, I really like Sonic Adventure. So of course I'd watch this video just get some other people's perspective on it. I've heard a lot of hate for Sonic Adventure, both games, and I've heard a lot of love and all this. I just like hearing it, seeing what other people think. But I feel like RunningShine's YIIK video is one of the most popular ones. I'm pretty sure. Everybody keeps asking me, when am I going to talk about it? When am I going to talk about it? When am I going to talk about it? And it's not yet, because right now I'm going to talk about the Klonoa video. I may have watched, I think I watched the Mrs. Maker one, and I think I watched the Ocarina of Time one. I don't remember when. I don't remember anything about them. But the Klonoa 2 one, I was listening to when I was working at UPS. I was chucking boxes. And listening to it. And the whole time I was listening to it, I was messaging my friend about it. Because every now and then when I listen to video essays, I get very annoyed at them. And I like having people I can talk to about these things that really bother me a lot. And with Klonoa 2, my whole issue is that RunningShine thinks he's really cool. Like, he is really pretentious. And, like, I just want to hear you talk about the game. I want to hear why you like the game and whatever. But so much of the video is about how cool they are for knowing about this obscure platformer game that just got a re-release. And then I was infuriated by the ending where they just, like, he's talking about how much he loves it. I love this game. It's great. Oh, it just got a re-release. But the re-release kind of fucking sucks, and it's the worst way to experience the game. You should emulate it instead. If you really love that game and you, like, are talking about how you would like to see more of it, you shouldn't tell people to pirate the game. Like, that's a really shitty thing to do. I don't have a problem with piracy. Lord knows I've done it. I've been poor before. I've had to pirate games. But, like, you don't tell people to do that, especially when it's something that you supposedly love. What are you accomplishing there? Killing off the franchise there? Spitting in the face of the people bothering to give the game a re-release? Not to mention it's packaged with a pretty well redone version of Klonoa 1, which Klonoa 1 is one of the greatest games I've ever played. And you get both games for the price of one. I think it's even like one of those games that's like $40, right? You know, it wasn't like it's expensive. You get 2 games for $40. It's $20 each game. And both of these games are fantastic. Like, your first, you shouldn't be going on a huge spiel about how much you hate how certain things are handled and then telling people exactly, oh yeah, just download PSX too and you know, acquire an ISO by yourself. And it's, I think that's really bad, on top of a lot of the, like, I have gone on this huge spiel about this video so many times because it's like extremely self-masturbatory. It is extremely about stroking his own ego and how cool he thinks he is. And I believe that's pretty true for the Y2K review as well, as we will get into here soon. You can buy the game and then emulate it afterwards. Sure. I'm down. I just don't get why you would tell people to probably emulate it instead, especially when you're, you know, a fairly decent sized YouTube channel. And you keep telling me that you're like, oh yeah, I like it. I also have a problem with videos like this. Like, it's an abstract problem because I don't like when they try to condense the story so much and tell you everything that happens and then go like, yeah, that was the thing, because it kind of, as Lobster said here, less like reviews and condensed, feel more like condensed Let's Plays with commentary. And it's like, yeah, you're kind of like taking the game, stripping its whole story out and then summarizing it in like the SparkNotes version, or SparkNotes version, and then going, yeah, here. And I feel like that's like the way that a lot of people wrote their high school like book essays. And I think that's really bad. I appreciate some like actual video essays, like the Nerd Writer, for example. I don't watch a lot of his content, but like they're actually kind of like, hey, this is what I thought about this. Here's the information I found about this. It's not you taking a movie or whatever and then summarizing it and then going, here's the whole thing. So you don't really have to go and experience it yourself. With Y2K, nobody's talking about the game the way that I'm talking about it. We talk about it like this on the YIIK Cord, and there's a couple of cool people like Chella, and Sneeze, and Linguistic who are, invested in talking about the game in the way. And I kind of wanted to bring that culture outside of this, Discord where it's very insulated and bring it out to more people. On top of my whole thing where I'm like, I don't want people to say that this is all stuff that was written after the fact when IV comes out. I want it to be out there and people know about it and like, hey, this came from the original version of the game and wasn't added later. Let's see. Okay. Linguistics says you're getting home at 10. Lamau. Little oof. Oh well. Looks like a no linguistic. That and a lot of my videos, like, I have the FNAF video. Me and Linguistic, like I said before in the FNAF streams, we watched, like, so much FNAF content back to back because I was, like, really invested in how weird it was, the way people were talking about the story, and how quickly the narratives have shifted back and forth, and how, like, one big problem I have with the original FNAF series, like, theories, is how they really decide that Matt Pat wrote the whole story, and like all of them are in this group psychosis where they believe that that's true, and then they obsess over these books when I don't think that the books are saying the things that they think they are. The Mimic is a great example of this, and I do plan on having a whole video about that. I don't want to drown this with FNAF bullshit, but yeah, it's like bizarre. It's unfathomable in some ways, and I just don't like the way they talk about it, and I don't like how they talk shit about Scott. And so I was like, oh well, let me play through the games, and I'll see if I can make a video. That was what I said to Linguistic, and then eventually I was like, oh yeah, I kind of have a different take on this, and it would probably be good to make a video about it. And that's a similar thing with Deadly Premonition and Life is Strange and BioShock Infinite and blah, blah, blah. Every game I plan to cover in the future, and even anime that I'd like to get back to covering some of, like Fooly Cooly. I just have a different perspective about what the story is about than what other people make videos about. And, yeah. We're currently experiencing the YIIK retcon arc. I predicted it. I knew it was going to happen. And so this project of the YIIK analysis series is proving its worth. I just got to start making the videos a little bit faster. Here's a promise I might break, but I will at least have one video every month about Y2K. I'll try to have 2 videos every month, one of them not Y2K related and the other one Y2K related, but I can't promise that, especially with how the end of last month went. Like, I've had like most of this script for the next Y2K video just written. I think even the last stream I did, I read a good section of it. It's been written, and I just didn't finish writing it. Because after I write the main chunk of it, I have to go in and grab, like, the dialogue. And then when I do that, I, like, realize, oh, hey, I need to point out what is being said here, because some people don't share the same psychosis that I have, where I read this line and I go, damn, that means, like, these 5 different things. So I have to explain, like, which ones I want to point out with each one. So that's a whole thing. We're almost done with it. I might hoping I can start working on it next week and maybe have it out at the end of the week. I don't know. Life is this whole month for me is very chaotic and crazy. I was supposed to have a video about my game come out this week, but did not end up writing it at all. So there's that. But yeah, I plan on covering everything like that in that way. I think that it's more fun to here we go. I think it's more fun to do that, to talk about your perspective and try to bring something fresh to the table. Unlike Zyngus, who kind of regurgitates a lot of every one of the other videos. I don't have to talk about the Zyngus video. Mind you, I will in the future, but I don't have to, because everything that Zyngus talks about is in every one of these other streams. And I talk about them in there. And it's really uncanny. And I even approached him at one point in DMs about this, where I was like, hey, like, you might not realize this, but you're kind of making the same video. And it's insane the way that that video has performed pretty well. And whatever. With how, you know, it is a regurgitation of everybody else's videos. Okay, let's get these cool beats out of here. And we'll start to get on to the main content, the reason you're all here.
On the surface, YIIK seems...
Oh, man, on the surface. Should have bring up the subtitles. Deviation perspective. Oh, yeah. Also with that, I do plan on covering the content added to 1.25 and the entire deviation perspective separately. Those are going to be two separate videos after I finish the main series of YIIK videos.
On the surface, YIIK seems like the kind of game that was made directly for me. It's influenced by many games and series that I love. It was heavily advertised for the mother influence, and also...
I wonder if this is the article. There was an article in like 2017. It might have been this one. I don't think so. There was some article in 2017 that I had saw, and that's how I became interested in Y2K. I just saw like, oh, it's an Earthbound inspired game, and I'm like, oh damn, I like Earthbound, cool. And then I saw like this screenshot of Wind Town, you know, the blue one, classic one. And it was like, I have got to play this game. This looks so cool.
Heavily advertised for the mother influence. It also has obvious inspirations taken from the Persona series, along with the battle system being...
What is this text on screen? A lot of them like to do this.
It also
These
has
video essays.
Inspirations taken from
Huge
the
amounts of text
series.
on screen. So ordinary young people in a modern world with fantastical elements. Okay, cool.
Along with the battle system being inspired by Mario RPGs and WarioWare. They all...
Yeah, the battle system is such a difficult thing to talk about because the original battle system was not this minigame thing that it is now, or... Well, I guess it still is that now. We'll talk about, you know, IV. We'll leave IV out of this. But, like, yeah, the minigame system was not planned. Initially, the idea was just a basic turn-based strategy game, and then... Or not strategy game, RPG. And then the main gimmick was being able to take items from the overworld into battle. And you can see this in a very early version of the game. There's some demos of it. I could even play it on sometime. But where you go through the factory hotel and you have to pick up a bomb, and then you take the bomb into the battle to fight Wilhelm, and then you use the bomb on him and instant it kills him. And that was the main mechanic, and you can see bits of it where, like, you see Alex, I think in one trailer, he throws the ladder, and, like, a ladder is obviously an item that you can carry. that was like the main kind of gameplay gimmick. That was the idea of the game, was to kind of blend this overworld stuff into the RPG system. And I think it would have really worked pretty well. I think what they got in IV with the card system is far more compelling, though, than even that. And trying to implement some system like that would have, or at this point, would be way too difficult and way too out there. The minigame system was, geez. The minigame system was recommended after the first wave of playtesting that they had from their publisher. Their publisher hired, that's typically how this works, is a publisher hires a group, there's like a company that'll do playtesting, and they'll have like 100 playtesters that all get probably minimum wage, and they'll playtest the game, and then they give like feedback and bugs and all that shit. And because Undertale had come out, a lot of people say, yeah, this isn't engaging. You should do mini games like Undertale. And they saw that, and they tried to come up with a compelling kind of take on that. And it sucks because it wasn't their intention to begin with. And then on top of it, like the way that the game, like the way that the development of the game went past that point where they had already spent a lot of money trying to make the one version of the game. Hey, now we want you to put in these mini games. And like, this is the problem I have with a lot of video essays. Hey, talking about the actual development history of the game and how it turned from one game into a different game, that would be compelling content, and it would be honest and, actually kind of lean into, hey, maybe this combat doesn't work this way. I shouldn't be here explaining this like this is some new take. This is like well-known information that has been documented, by the actual, sources and like trailers and such, and like playable demos that you could have played at PAX. Like, this is well known. You can look up videos of how this change happened. I don't know. I just get frustrated about the way people write video essays, again, thinking about that things. On the surface, that's great. But yeah, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating because you look at like the development history, and it like starts to make sense how these mini games got into the game and how they ended up not being extremely well polished, and how they ended up being a little bit longer than they should have been, and et cetera, et cetera. Bad feedback led to bad implementation, and then, diminishing money on their side from a development cycle that went way longer than it was supposed to, leads to a not extremely well implemented system. That's why IV is already so much better from what we've seen and the live streams and such. It's because they've had a lot more time and a lot more money to put into it to make it the way it is. It's also something that's very important about the development history of the game, is that the game was supposed to come out from like start of development a year later, essentially. Like, it might have released, a year later or whatever, but like that was the development time. And obviously they went over that, and a lot of it has to do with insane circumstances. But that's never said in any of these videos. At one point, I was hoping to do like a documentary style explaining all of this, and like talking with Andrew and Brian and Bridget and everybody to like explain what happened throughout the development and all that. But it's expensive, and I don't have any money really. So my notes here in this stream is what you're gonna get. I'll fix the audio thing. There we go. Mega Man Legends, yeah. Mega Man Legends as influence of the art style really kind of only goes as far as a lot of flat shaded stuff. Obviously, what Brian wanted to do was like he's mentioned this before, but like when you work with polygons and you just make the thing with polygons, it technically has like infinite resolution. So Y2K looks fantastic at 4K. It looks it looks amazing at 4K. It looks like a great, like, beautiful game. But yeah, that's not really possible when you go for the Mega Man Legends art style, where a lot of it's textures.
Inspired the visuals, and that game is my shit. But unfortunately, I ended up being very mixed on YIIK, and with me being the ideal customer for this game,
Being the ideal customer. So I hate this phrasing already. I know we're only 25 seconds into the video, but I hate this phrasing. When you go and say, I am the ideal customer, you're assuming a lot. It's a sort of phrasing where some people go, oh, this game was made for me. No, that's not quite how things work. Like, when people make art, and they make video games and movies and whatever, and especially RunningShine's YIIK review, when they make this, they aren't making it for other people. Not necessarily. They'll consider it, and they'll try to make it so that you can enjoy it, but the main thing is, I have this idea of something I want to express. I'm making it for myself in a way. I'm making a piece of art I want to exist in the world. And I want other people to enjoy it, and I want other people to appreciate it. But it's not, you're not necessarily the ideal customer, obviously, RunningShine. And nothing is ever made for you unless it quite literally is. Like somebody bakes you a cake, that would be made for you. And hopefully they would make the cake the flavor that you like. Otherwise, they might be a bit of an asshole.
that's really not good. Now, this was
Oh yes, the slowdown and speed up mechanic has been there since 1.0. Some people are confused about that. That makes combat so much more fun. It's great.
made by Western devs and a small team, so it's possible one of them might actually come across this shit.
Y2K developers do not watch these videos. I wouldn't. Except for I would. I have a big ego, and I love hearing people talk about the stuff that I work on. So I would watch these videos just to hear what people say and then ignore them. Because honestly, a lot of the advice that they give from people who are not game developers and never worked on a video game is pretty fucking terrible, to be honest. Especially considering they don't know the development history, as already demonstrated.
Normally, there's no worries. It's not like Miyamoto is ever going to see me talk shit about Star Fox, but I don't want anybody getting the wrong idea here. I have insane amounts of respect for anyone who can work on and get their game shipped. I've known so many devs who are either lazy and never finish fucking anything, or have no commitment and will just drop their project.
I hate the way that this person talks about this stuff.
The fact this game was in development for years and actually got released onto the market so that I could play it and make this video about it is something worthy of praise in and of itself. It's not an easy grind to develop a game, and sometimes finding the right...
So the other reason I hate this thing is it's kind of going, oh, okay, I'm going to punch you in the throat. But before I do that, here, have a piece of candy so that, I'm doing something nice for you before I punch you in the throat. And this is how a lot of people deliver quote-unquote criticism. I'm going to say something really nice about your hair looks great today, but you're kind of an ugly bitch. First off, telling somebody that they're an ugly bitch is not criticism. But by telling, oh yeah, your hair looks nice today, that doesn't make you telling them that they're an ugly bitch any better.
Solution to a problem can be very muddy. So yeah, these are just observations, and really I'm doing this out of a good place in my heart. I hope that the developers of YIIK continue to make games and improve their skills as they do so. The first real problem begins before you even start the game. It's supposed to be Y2K, but instead they put Roman numerals on it. Okay,
so there's a joke at the beginning of the game. Fun fact about that logo, though. This one, right before.
It's supposed to be Y2K, but instead they put...
So, fun fact about this logo, it was designed by the person who designed the Shovel Knight logo. That's cool. Underrated fact there. But if I named anything Y2K, let's do a quick test here. I named my game a little bit insane. I named it My Mundane Life is Threatened by the Tropes of an RPG. I named it that because I'm making fun of like light novel titles, right? If I look up Mundane RPG and I scroll down a little bit, you can find my game. I can even do this on an incognito tab. My Mundane, hold up. Google. Mundane RPG. You scroll down, there it is. Right? So, like, when you're making something like this, you want to be searchable. If I go and search up Y2K, you saw for a moment there was Y2K, but like immediately, okay, yeah, that's great. I think maybe with Y2K at this point, if I look up Y2K game, I might see Y2K, but there's a lot of people. There you go, Y2K fashion dress up game, Y2K era PC game aesthetics. Video games are the leading return of Y2K aesthetic. Like, if Y2K did not get its coverage the way it did, or YIIK, however you want to say this, it probably would not be in the search results like this. There's a very low chance. And on top of that, you wouldn't want search results for your game to be, Y2K the game. And are they talking about Y2K, a postmodern RPG, or Y2K the game? Are they talking about this Y2K fashion? What are they talking about? You don't want that. Doing the funny Roman numeral because it's an RPG and all RPGs have the Roman numeral things. Kingdom Hearts 2 has it. Final Fantasy has it. Dragon Quest has it. Why wouldn't you do that? Like, it makes this term searchable. It makes it really easy to find Y2K things. Or YIIK things. You find the Twitter. You find... It just makes sense. And it's always been a weird criticism of it. And then on top of that, they're going to go here and they're going to go, oh, I call it YIIK. Right? Or YIIK. Or I like saying YIIK. Like it's YILK. Because that's really funny. And they say every single one of these videos does this thing where they're like, yeah, I'm just going to call it YIIK, or yoke, or whatever. Like they're being funny and cute, and like it's some weird slight dig at the game, or it's some kind of like interesting way to see that this thing is spelled, when literally all of them do it. And even in fact that the developers during development called it that. Just ends up being really weird.
Roman numerals on it, but the Y and the
And then on top of that, there's a joke at the immediate beginning of the game where they make fun of this fact.
K make me read it as either I's, so it's YIIK, or YIIK, or L's, so it's like yoke.
They're going mental with the L.
Either way, the title sounds disgusting to say, and then you turn the game on and find out the studio name is Did they come up with these names while vomiting? Like, hey, I drank too much, write this down. Perfect. Oh God. Oh God. Yay! Perfect. I'm sure the next game is going to be called and the one after that is going to be The first Earthbound comparison starts right away when the game gives us a small survey of questions before starting up. Earthbound did this by letting you name the characters and Ness's special move and favorite food. But the difference here is that Earthbound had no bullshit. The prompts were simple and commanding. Name her too. Name your friend. Name your dog. But instead, YIIK decides it wants to be all cute and fills up the entire text box with stupid shit.
Okay, so the issue I have with this is like every single one of those text box, like the thing, ends up being relevant about the characters and about a certain character's perspective on the characters. So it's not needless dialogue. It's something that is a bit esoteric and hard to immediately parse. But I also think it gives you a better preparation for the game ahead because Alex does talk a lot. So, I don't know.
Did Anthony Birch write this? When starting the game proper, we get introduced to the main character, Alex. He's a liberal arts graduate back from college, and as you can already tell by the way...
I feel like when you get introduced to a character in a video game and they're a liberal arts graduate from college, barely graduate on top of that, that should probably tell you a lot about their character. Something that people seem to critically underlook or overlook.
The way he looks, there's a big problem.
I don't understand how this is a problem. I think this is exactly what they were going for. I think that's the exact joke, my guy.
My mother.
That he's supposed to be the most soy guy you've ever seen.
A 49-year-old, short, red-headed woman was an information systems programmer analyst for Pacific Chime, the West Coast's leading telecommunications provider. Her job, ironically located on the East Coast, worked her harder in 1 year than most jobs work people in a decade. This job paid well. Without it, my sister and I would have never gotten through college.
It's nice to see a non-silent protagonist in an RPG, but this is like going way too hard in the other direction. And really, I'd rather not with this guy. He speaks in these really strange monologues which are often long-winded and bloated. But it's not just him, it's everybody. It's one of the big problems with the game. Characters kind of just dump huge amounts of text into the box and it's...
Matt Hawkins is a real person. He's pretty funny.
Way too much. There's a reason why they ban you for this on some forums. It's bullshit to read. In older RPGs, there's a limitation due to the size of the resolution, so text boxes had to be snappy and be rich with important information.
Redditor.
But with a 1080p
right.
resolution, you can just fucking fill the box with so much...
So, part of this thing with it filling the box is due to how some people in the programming of this game set things up. I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh yeah, YIIK doesn't have that much dialogue, but it's like, why, like, I played Pikmin 4 recently. Pikmin 4 has too much fucking dialogue. I mean, you just keep going on and on about nothing. About absolutely nothing. Y2K, it's actually like about something. It's actually like character dialogue. The characters have personalities, unlike Pikmin 4. I love Pikmin 4. That game's fantastic, but the writing in that game is pretty bad. And I don't know. There are other games where characters just talk and talk and talk and talk, and it seems to be even a bigger problem recently. With like God of War and all that, where characters just keep talking and talking and talking. The aspect of it in this game is related to what it was inspired by, which was Murakami novels, and how this character is telling you a story that's not exactly, well, you know, a lot of people say it's just unreliable, but it's like, it's him telling you a specific story that you're supposed to dissect. Which is where we'll see that RunningShine fails along all of his peers. But that's the thing, is he's supposed to be telling you this long story about how self-important he is, and you're supposed to dissect it and try to understand what might be going on.
Crap without thinking.
Also, it's all, like, almost, 90% of the game is fully voice acted? Like, come on, you don't have to read it, you get to listen to it.
I don't mean to sound like a dumbass that hates reading. It's fine if it's something like a visual novel where that's the name of the game I'm signing up.
Okay. So, like, Persona doesn't count? Because Persona's got a lot of dialogue. And you said that it was Persona-inspired. I think we're already getting into a little bit of a contradiction. Yeah. Why are you going to play an RPG if you want to complain having to read? I don't know. Every RPG I've played has so much dialogue. And in recent Final Fantasy games, like, what, 10? Yeah, about 10 onwards, just cutscenes instead, which I guess is a little bit better, but still.
Up for. But with an RPG, I'd like to get to exploring and fighting and other things besides just the reading. Maybe give the guy a journal and have him write down his inner...
Some people have, like, recommended this as, like, a fix to the game. It is so fucking terrible. Nobody will read the journal. Nobody reads Onism. Why the fuck would they put this in a journal when it's like a core part of the story?
Thoughts, and if I want to suck...
Especially when they've already paid, you know, thousands of dollars for voice acting.
His cock so bad, I'll read that. It'd break up the gameplay less and make it an optional thing. Also lets the player get caught up with the story in case they pick the game up after a hiatus. It even fits his character. I mean, he's a liberal arts guy. He's probably into writing and trying to articulate himself. It's a nice way of showing a character is introspective without it being shoved in your face. Also, the text boxes just aren't ergonomic at all. There's a real art in making a good text box, and they didn't even try. You should be trying to keep the player's eyes from moving when they don't have to. And when you do, make sure that the movement is natural and simple and not zigzaggy. Text box doesn't seem like it would cause any strain, but it starts to when playing a long, drawn-out RPG.
I guess this is a problem if you're just reading the text, you know? But it's also just voice acted. You don't have to read it.
My eyes have to travel from the left side of the screen all the way to the right. Now, I eat lots of carrots, so my eyes are healthy, but after a while of doing this box after box, it becomes exhausting, and it starts to become...
Maybe it was because I played on the Nintendo Switch and it's got like a smaller screen, you know? The first time I played it, yeah, I did not have this problem. If you're playing on like a 4K TV, I guess.
Become very tempting to skip dialogue.
Final Fantasy 12 had a lot of
right up
dialogue.
next to the box, which looks amateur.
Most
Offset
RPGs
that
have a lot of
shit,
time.
Give it some space to breathe, and also go to new lines pretty early on, so the player can manageably read the text with their eyes.
Part of the issue with this is how the text box were programmed by Ian, and then on top of that, how the dialogue was cut up by Jose. Any amount of development history would make sense. Yeah, I think that, like, he sells it in a way. He sells this journal idea. He goes, oh, yeah, like, this makes sense for his character. RunningShine doesn't understand Alex's character. And it gets extremely funny later on because, you know, he's like, oh, I'm not like Alex. When, like, throughout this video, he kind of proves that he is like Alex.
Focused on the middle of the screen. It makes things much more comfortable. Fucking, you know, Earthbound has it, Chrono Trigger has it, Paper Mario, Fire Emblem, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 3, fucking Super Turbo has it. This shit has been solved. You don't have to be stressing out over it. Just do what everyone else does. You should put thought into everything in your game, even something like a text box, especially if your game is heavily based in dialogue.
So, like, a problem I have about this is, like, some of the people that were helping Andrew and Brian during early development, this was like one of the first actual projects that they had been working on, you know? And with that, you're going, oh yeah, you should just copy other people and do what they did for your first project and not at all, like, I'm not going to be at all sympathetic or empathetic about this is the first time you've tried to put something together like this. I'm going to say that you should have done what teams of people have done and what, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I don't think that the Y2K text box is as offensive as a 2-minute segment of this video needs. I think it's amateurish, but then again, it's a fucking indie game. What do you expect, dude? I've seen other games that have terrible text box formatting. Hell, a lot of JRPGs have terrible text box formatting because they came from Japanese language text to having to be hacked in to have English text. I've played fucking fan translations that have these problems because, again, text boxes are not as simple as you think they are. Fucking half the shit in a video game is not as simple as you think it is. They changed the font entirely in IV.
Why this walk cycle? If this was an NES throwback game, I could understand just having the extremes.
This is really funny, given that Spider-Verse kind of copied this idea and became, a huge phenomenon that people were like, "Oh, I love this limited animation style," and then you start seeing it in so many other things. There are some examples of it earlier. I will point out. I've been doing a little bit of research, not a whole lot, but Sanizin, who I think did a lot of the 3D animation on early Trigger works, such as Kill to Kill, and I think they did the 3D animation in Black Rock Shooter TV, started doing this kind of stuff pretty early on. I'm not as deep into it as I'd like to be. I was watching Woozer's Hand to Mouth Life or whatever. Enjoyed it. It's really funny. The first episode, I think, makes a joke about Black Rock Shooter, which I'm just immediately endeared by. But it's an example of a 3D anime that does those things that have become really popular. That was pretty early on. I think it was like 2011, I want to think. I think there may be some examples of stuff like that earlier, but I haven't done enough research yet, frankly.
And keys for the animation, but early 3D games on the PS1 animated smoothly. Rock here is moving just fine. Hell, even Virtua Fighter animated has smooth frame rate. I got over it after a bit, but it breaks the aesthetic the game is going for.
How does it break the aesthetic when it's an intentional piece of the aesthetic and Brian had to write a whole script to make it work? How does it break the aesthetic when it is an element of it? I think when I was starting to grab high-resolution screenshots of characters for the wiki, I realized why Brian did a lot of these things. And he explained it once as they were supposed to be like high-resolution sprites. Like what he was mentioning before with the Rockman thing. It's supposed to be this kind of video gamey aesthetic. It's supposed to be that. And when you look at the enemy designs and the way that they're animated, they look, and you look at them at different resolutions, they start to really feel like classic, like Pokemon portrait sprites. So insane take here. It breaks the aesthetic. No, that is the aesthetic.
And in the trailers, it wasn't there at all.
The trailers here and very early versions of the game used a lot of pre-mocap. So like you see it a lot with like Unity games and Unreal games where they have mocap animation that's pre-done, and you'll see a lot of it recycled over and over again. That's what they used here before Brian wrote the animation script. This does not look better. You are ignorant to animation if you think this looks better. I will fight you in the streets if you tell me this shit looks better. No, it does not. This is an animation that is, a prefab that has existed and people have used it before, and it looks fucking terrible. The characters, like, the way that the characters are modeled does not work with this kind of animation style. And on top of that, the way it deforms the bodies on these characters looks terrible. On top of that, being a reused animation from, like, a library does not look as good as the bespoke animations that Brian put together. You're smoking crack if you think that this looks better than what the game has. You might like it because it has more frames. And okay, cool. I'm down with it. But it does not look better.
And it looked a lot better. I don't know why they changed it. Towns and RPGs are a great way of immersing you into the world.
As I said, the reason they changed it was to establish the aesthetic of the game.
And I like that I get to take some time to explore this first one before starting it proper. But I was immediately disappointed because I see a house and I try to enter it, but get this wonderful piece of dialogue instead. I get it. I'm playing a video game. Isn't that so weird? Isn't video game logic just so fucking goofy? How does Link carry all that stuff? A lot of the NPCs just tell you jokes and other nonsense. I don't get any insight into this character I'm playing as, or the town, or the culture. It's just the writer making jokes that he thinks other people will think are funny.
This is insane. Mostly because there's a couple of NPCs in this area that have the wildest dialogue over chapter by chapter. There's the guy, the punk with the mohawk, who talks about your sister and then suddenly says that Alex is an only child. And then there's a lot of other little storytelling things with the NPCs throughout this area, throughout the game, that are really cool. It's just not any of them are in the houses, and it doesn't, come across immediately.
And this is how it is the whole game. You find items and money in this game through trash cans and treasure chests, which just look out of place in this modern setting. The trash cans are more appropriate and obviously an Earthbound reference, but in Earthbound there was this really cute realism to it. A lot of the time nothing would be in the trash, which is almost a joke in and of itself. And later in the game, trash cans are usually a sign that you're going to find a broken item for Jeff. And YIIK, there's no theming really. There's really no difference between the stuff you find in treasure chests and the stuff you find in the dump. And it just makes Alex look like the luckiest cunt in the world. Every time he looks in the trash, he gets like $5. You know what I get when I look in the trash? Somebody coming up to me and giving me 10 because they feel bad for me. I want to bring up this camera before I continue. It's a dynamic camera, and I think the main reason that these guys made the game in 3D. It allows for really cool camera angles at times. It gives the game a unique feel compared to a lot of other indie games I've seen.
That's just a weird thing. The main reason I think they made this in 3D. What?
But it's janky at times, especially when it's in the mode where it follows my character. The camera will shift to this bird's eye view so I can see around houses, but if I quickly leave before the animation finishes, the camera angle will stay like that for a bit after I've left. It seems like it mainly happens when exiting in the middle of a transition state, which is a common bug I see in a lot of amateur games since transitionary states aren't tested as much. This isn't a real problem with the game though, obviously. The game has some logic in it to fix the camera by checking every once in a while if it's in the appropriate place. It's just something I noticed right off the bat and I want to get it out of the way. We get the first bit of story
Okay, thanks.
progression from going into Alex's house, but he really doesn't make the best impression at the beginning because the first thing he does is complain about his mom like he's 10.
Not even home 5 minutes and she's already barking orders at me.
Mom forgot to put the fucking dishes away. Fucking left 2 pieces of toast in the toaster. Fucking stupid cunt. Details in the house are really nice. Whoever's responsible.
Let's go. This is one of my favorite bits.
For the layout of the interiors did a great job.
The interior is the Full House interior. I plan on going over why that is the case inside my YIIK video that'll be coming out hopefully next week. Hey, plugging myself.
I just wish the writing could be better for when I inspect things, like this piano. I was thinking maybe the inspect would be something like, Mom used to play this all the time when I was younger. I always tried, but I can never play it properly. Or hey, even do something special, you know, like maybe have a chord play. I always play a chord or two when I walk past my piano. An out of tune piano. Boom.
Yes, an out of tune piano. Oh, I love the out of tune piano line. Oh, yes, the out of tune piano line. I cannot express to you how much I love that he complains about this line specifically in this area. Because like any of the other ones, it'd be like, okay, yeah, whatever. It is kind of whatever lines. The out of tune piano line is a perfect illustration of something later in the game. You do not get the payoff to the out of tune piano line until you go to Vela's Mine Dungeon. Vela tells you 3 things that she dislikes. It's she doesn't like, or she likes baby-faced men. Alex is not a baby-faced man. What's the other one? She is afraid of getting fat, and Alex being fat is a reoccurring gag throughout the game. And one thing she hates. What is that? A fucking out of tune piano. Damn. Isn't that crazy? All 3 things directly related in this scene right here, right in front of you. Perfectly illustrating how she's not interested in Alex at all. That out of tune piano line is one of the only lines that has a huge story reason later. But you just complain about it because you don't remember. You didn't remember that later in the game when that happens. When the game literally asks you, what does Vela not like? An out of tune piano. And this is what ends up being very annoying about a lot of these reviews as well, is because, like, I edit videos, right? I have to hear myself talk again. I've gotten over it. You hear yourself talk about this, you get the scenes of the thing playing, and it's like, damn, isn't that other thing? This got brought up later, didn't it? No mention of it. We're sticking with that. The out-of-tune piano line was the worst. And it's that easy to start to dissect the story and understand it. You compare two scenes. At any point in the game. You could pick any scene where they say something happens and then something happens in the scene. You compare them. You compare the scene of where Alex is like, oh yeah, 2 soul survivors took away Sammy. You look at the scene, 3 soul survivors are there. And a lot of them go, oh, well, you know, these contradictions, whatever. But you look at it, you keep comparing them, and you go, oh, no, this is all intentional. This is all a part of the story. This is what they're trying to get at you. And this is where everyone fails media literacy. They complain, well, out-of-tune piano, well, this doesn't tell me anything about the character. No, wait, it does. It actually did tell you something about the character. You just didn't realize it because, you know, you're stupid, I guess. Zachary Allison pointed out in the chat a great thing. Maybe it's nitpicky, but I'm just noticing how he says amateur games instead of indie. Feels like a little purposefully denigrating. Yeah. It's a lot of people like to do things like this. They are independent developers. That's what you call them.
Ooh, inspecting things should give me extra information about it, not just tell me what I'm looking at. You're not making a game for the blind. Come on, I got a pog. Yeah, I might not have mentioned this. This game is very nostalgic for the 90s. I'm not saying there's
This game is very nostalgic for the 90s. Yeah, okay.
anything wrong with nostalgia, but 90s fucks might be the most obnoxious about it. It's always the same shit. Hey, you gonna watch the new episode?
So this is really funny, because he's talking about 90s fucks are really obsessive about it. Alex is that motherfucker. He's talking about Alex, but he doesn't realize it right now.
Sort of cat dog? Oh.
So, you know, Foray Fizber, or Cyber, said, it's more so that people are naive and don't expect a protagonist to be a deep shit that lies to them. But wasn't that what Cloud was, in a way? And that's the greatest RPG of all time, or JRPG of all time, right? Cloud literally didn't know who he was and invented a whole new persona of himself. I don't think, like, I get this, I get this idea of unreliable protagonist and also lying protagonist, whatever. But, like, even that, even just Cloud's perception being fucked up is the same as Alex here. And this is considered the greatest JRPG of all time, right? And it does the same kind of story trope as what Alex is doing here. Just Alex's is a little bit different, obviously. It colors the perspective for the entire game because it's postmodern. Whereas, you know, Cloud's is something I'll get into another video, really about, like, the kind of perception of role-playing games. And it's this beautiful commentary on itself. But, you know, it's odd. It's odd how, you know, I guess I've played too many, you know, I played Phoenix Wright too much. I played, you know, I read a lot of detective novels, and I pick up everything characters say and, like, really think about it. Played 999, love that game. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's not that I think that my main characters are going to be untrustworthy, and I personally hate the, like, untrustworthy, unreliable thing, because, like, when you get deep enough into, like, character analysis and understanding writing, they are extremely reliable. They're very consistent about certain things, unless it's, you know, poorly written or it's a bit, you know, characters have some kind of psychosis going on. And, like, so when you say that they're unreliable, it's like, well, they're not unreliable. You just have to find out what their perspective is. And when you see when you see things from their perspective, you understand the entire story a lot more. You understand what's going on. It's like a bit of empathy that you put towards a fictional character to understand why they're doing a thing. And it's a skill. It's a skill to do this, and it's a huge piece of media literacy.
Oh, whoops. I dropped my Green Day CD. There's Eric and Dylan again, the little rascals. After complaining about his mom, Alex comes across a cat, and Jesus, he loves this thing.
My fictional friend would reply, "You talk things over."
Sorry, what? Alex, I can't hear you over the music. Now, I love cats, but man, he never shuts up about it.
This is a huge character moment. Like, yeah, Machine Pixie, you are right. It kind of sucks, but I think people are just so used to most stuff being in your face and leaving the details to theorists when it comes to subtle details. That's true. I think that that's been the metagame for a little too long. I think a long time ago, I don't even mean like a long time ago, PS2 generation, this whole thing was like a lot more acceptable. As we were starting to leave the Xbox 360 generation, when, we started getting games that were popular off of YouTubers, that's where I think a lot of that like really hard hits into there. Because I've played so many of these like older games like that, and even some older 360 generation games that like they don't expect you to understand everything, and they are fantastic. It's one of the reasons The Witness is one of my favorite games ever, even though it's just line puzzles. There's so much that's beautiful about that game and the way it works specifically. Cat dialogue. We're talking about the cat dialogue. He's talking about how he's going on about this cat. This cat dialogue tells you so much about Alex's character. How he makes up an entire narrative about this cat. He's telling you right here, I'd nod, been together a long time, so we could read each other's moods. He doesn't know this cat. He literally just came across this cat. He knows nothing about the cat. Even in a line later, I think before, kneeling down to pet the cat, not knowing if cats like to be pet. He doesn't even understand cats. Like, the cat is the most foreign object to this guy. And as soon as he gets an opportunity to talk about it, he starts crafting this whole narrative about this whole life that he's living with this cat. And this tells you, like, so much about Alex's character and who he is.
Sam makes the cat tick. The cat knows what makes me tick. It was a funny-looking cat with a funny resting face and a Salvador Dali mustache. I picture what it would be like to be the owner, and I imagine describing him to a friend.
You know what the appropriate response is for seeing a cat? Oh, cool, a cat, and you go to pet it. In fact, that could work.
So this is funny. Earlier he's talking about all the dialogue and the overworld and how it's like not telling him a lot about this character and the world that they're in. This is a piece of, like, a section of dialogue that is exclusively telling you who the fuck Alex is. This gives you everything you need to know to understand what the game is. Like, everything. He comes across a cat, says he doesn't know anything about cats. Doesn't know anything about cats, makes up a whole story about a life that he's lived with this cat. And then the cat leaves. Oh, I don't want you to have this dialogue. What do you mean? You don't want to understand who the character is that you're playing the game as? Like, yeah, it's pretentious and dumb because Alex is pretentious and dumb, but it's showing you the character. It's showing you who Alex is. Wow. The dialogue has purpose. It's written to tell you about the character and who he is. Wow. Wow.
All of this talk, all of this shit.
He's LARPing constantly, even when looking at a cat. Great comment.
Just so the cat can steal his shit, so he has to chase after it. In video game stories, it's all about trying to figure out how to get to the...
Petting the cat and him getting the paper solid. There's so much unneeded dialogue. I just told you how it's not unneeded. Literally explains to you who the fuck the character is.
destination in a satisfying and timely fashion. You don't need to be changing the world with a story of how a cat steals something from the MC. Just do it. Get it done with. I'm also bummed out that Alex has no agency as of yet. It's fine if the setup...
No agency as of yet. Damn. Damn. Like, this is so difficult. Like, how does he not have agency? Like, he's, you know, oh, this is the starting event, quote unquote, where he's supposed to, oh yeah, now I have to go get this grocery list, or my mom's gonna be upset. Maybe, you know, he doesn't give a shit, but that's the idea. And the idea is he's meandering. He's trying to invent a journey for him to have, even though his life is utterly pointless. And, you know, he's a 20-something who is in his quarter life crisis and attempting to find meaning. I would notice that the cat has a weird mustache looking like a famous artist. You probably would. But Alex is the kind of motherfucker who tells you. That's the important part about his character, is you would notice this. But he's the kind of guy that goes, yo, isn't that cool? That's just like an Ultraman when... That's the kind of guy he is. Anything that makes him sound cool, much like our YouTube essayist friends, they're going to point that out because it makes him sound cool. Actually, you know, this is quite a Freudian narrative here that's being spun. That's the kind of guy Alex is. That's important for his character. Seems like it's unneeded, but it tells you so much. It is so important. It's kind of, yeah, sneeze. That's great. It's kind of everything that's funny about Alex distilled in one scene. It seems ridiculous and unbelievable. It is. I'm not sure what bird means here. I'd like to figure out why Big Snake is telling me to set myself on fire a lot more than having that bird, fat guy, fish, and tall women repeating me telling me that the guy did the thing to the guy. Literally pointing at the screen right now. Oh. Hey, do you remember that episode in Serial Experiments Lane when... Yeah. I don't know if I should talk about it, but I cut that together. That was really fun to do. I had a great time picking lines of dialogue.
At the beginning has them being a little bit aimless, but I feel it works best if the character themselves starts the ball rolling on their story. I mean, this is a supernatural world. Maybe this weird entrance to the forest wasn't there before Alex went to...
Maybe this weird entrance to the forest wasn't there before he went to college? Isn't that literally what he says in the dialogue? Roll that back. It goes... As I was walking by, I stopped to notice a clearing I hadn't, or whatever, before. Made a mental note to explore it later when I heard a cat meow at my feet. RunningShine, you just wrote down exactly what the dialogue was.
To college, and knowing this town well, he feels very strange not remembering it and enters. That would even establish some character for the guy. He likes his town and knows it well, and he can spot when something...
It can establish character? Motherfucker, that dialogue establishes the character.
Isn't right. Anything is better than, this cat stole my shit. Oh, whoops. I fell into the plot. Give the guy some agency. You know, I want to like him. On our way to the hotel, we're introduced to the overworld that lets you move from town to town. And it's clearly a reference to Dragon Quest, but they just had to shove it in your face. The guy
they had to shove it? I'm not sure what's shoving it in your face about that. Like, it's just a reference, bro. Calm down. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Like, gamers take everything that's done by an artist in a video game as if it's some sort of personal attack towards them. Like, it's something that's happening to them. Oh, here you go. Fago, boys. Fago. You guys like Fago? No. That's not what's happening there. They just made a reference, oh, we have an overworld. Let's make a fucking chibi Alex and, like, have you walk across this. That looks better than the full model sprite walking around, which was what happened before. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, fun little RPG overworld, like every fucking one has. And they have chibi sprites, but, like, I will recognize Dragon Quest is the one who did it first, but
The overworld
whatever.
music is like... You don't have to spoon feed it to me, I get it. This is also where we get introduced to our first taste of combat.
I love that, like, this is like people do stuff like this and then illustrate it like it's something bad. You're just waiting on the menu. You are choosing to wait and draw this out. Defend. Why are you defending first turn? Minigame. Makes it slower. Cool.
At this point, I'm starting to feel like I'm on fucking Newgrounds. Aw, motherfucker. This game was $20. It looks free. It looks like some shit you'd play in Pakistan. There's a lot going on in this battle system.
I don't know
A
what
lot
the
of
fuck he's talking
crap.
about.
People...
Alex sees himself as a hero in a Dragon Quest game. Yep. You don't have to spoon feed it to me. Says, well, not Alex's character because... Not getting Alex's character because it's not spoon fed to him. Yep. I'm no longer pointing at the screen. I saw Chibi Alex on the map and now literally frowned bow. The reference was to my shoved in face. I believe Alex can find his true strength. Play Tekken in Pakistan. Thanks. Yeah.
People always praise the Mario RPGs for their reaction commands, but a lot is happening to pull the whole thing together. Paper Mario's battle system isn't good just because you can time a button press to have some agency over the damage output.
Paper Mario's battle system is extremely basic. There's no complexity to it. The whole reason Paper Mario is good is the environment, to be honest. The environmental puzzles that you get from the characters that you meet and the worlds that they live in and how interesting that is, that's why Paper Mario is great. The battle system is not why Paper Mario is great.
It's good because the system perfectly integrates the animations with the mechanics in an intuitive way, so much so that even a little kid could figure it out. When you press the A button at the right time during a jump attack, it really fucking feels like you're burying your foot in the little bastard's face and teaching him who's boss. This
Yeah, okay. A game made with an entire team.
is helped even more by the great sound
I
effects
hate
and
doing
particles
that,
make
but,
these
you know.
hits feel extra meaty and satisfying. Now ask yourself, how does pressing A on the yellow parts of a record make it extra sharp? How the fuck
It's a reference to Shadow Hearts and its Judgment Ring.
does playing red light, green
Badge
light
system
make
in
this
Paper Mario is
chick
fun,
swing
yeah.
the keyboard harder? It's super disconnected. These minigames are also long as fuck. It's easy to cherry pick, but let's compare Mario's jump to Alex doing whatever the fuck he does with his record.
Damn, that is some bad gameplay right there. He has time energy, did not even use it. You could have gotten like 25 hits on that record and dealt so much more damage. But okay, cool. And yeah, I will say, by the time I got to this point in the game during my first playthrough, I did know that.
It starts off with a bit of novelty to it, but it gets annoying really fast, like by the end of the first chapter. And they try to remedy this by giving different weapons slightly different attributes to the minigames, which I like, but it doesn't solve the fundamental problem here. The issue isn't that the novelty isn't lasting, the issue is that the novelty isn't even worth it in the first place. It's clear they're attempting to capture the magic of the...
So, like, the issue I have with a lot of these complaints about the original battle system is that the original battle system is relatively inoffensive. Like, it's not good, right? I'm not going to pretend that it's amazing. I'm not going to pretend that it's good. There's a lot of merit to it that is not ever explained in any of these videos, and I will go over that after we get through RunningShine's bit about the combat. But I've played other indie RPGs. A lot of them don't have good combat systems. I hate to break it to you, but a lot of them don't. So I find YIIK's combat system, even in 1.0, inoffensive. I'm just like, oh, you know, it's all right. The time energy barely ever triggered. Every time I launched the game, it was like a coin toss whether it would work or not. I didn't run into that issue when I was playing the game, personally. I don't think I've ever run into that issue, actually. I will say there is a bit of clunkiness in the way that it works, because like sometimes it'll take a second to initiate, or it will, there's something else I've encountered. Because of the way it drains, it might fuck you up because as soon as it drains, it doesn't give you any kind of alert. Like there probably should have been a sound effect or something as you're starting to get out of time energy, because then you're just immediately dropped into it going like full speed. So I can give that, but if you're paying attention, it's not that bad.
Mario RPG games, just lacking the immediate visual and audio feedback that my inputs have in those games. You also don't do any damage if you miss the command, which is terrible. Like you play these dumb QuickTime events made in the Philippines and you're so bored, but you just have to keep focusing on it or the game doesn't let you continue. And no matter what, you always have to listen to Alex go,
I had a lot of fun during my first playthrough trying to get more and more hits on that record minigame, just to be completely honest. I'm not going to say it was entirely engaging, but like that's a lot of what I was focusing on throughout the playthrough. I was trying to find the way to deal the most damage with Alex, with his basic attack. I did use other stuff, but I don't know. There's a fun to high score games. Why do you think people like playing Neon White?
when he misses, it's exhausting. At least in Paper Mario, if I miss the command, Mario still does some damage, instead of just telling me to eat ass. The perspective of the battle also makes interesting defensive reactions impossible, which means that every enemy gives you the same experience as the last.
So, what I want to say about the dodge minigame is there is this aspect of the combat, there's this huge bit of nuance that nobody understands. And that is, you don't get more time energy unless you take damage. And it scales based on how much damage you've taken. I think there's like a little bit, and then like there's like two different tiers of it. So what happens is eventually you go, oh, I have a lot of healing items. I have Chandra in my party. And Chandra can do this thing where she spreads an item and it heals everyone. And it's free. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use all of my time energy to get more hits on Alex's beatdown and just tank damage so I can deal more damage. And the game becomes so much more fun after that point, because then you're dealing more damage. You're starting to play the game. You're taking advantage of the systems. You're thinking, okay, this next turn, can I take this hit? Do I have enough health to take this hit so I can deal more damage the next turn and then kill this monster before the battle, before he gets another turn and gets to hit me? You start playing a risk versus reward game here, and nobody talks about that in any of these videos, because I guess I played a different game than them, and I engaged with the systems that were there. And every time I explain this to somebody, they're like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that sounds way more fun. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. The game isn't, like, this old design of the game isn't great, but it has its merits. It has interesting gameplay to it. It's just, you have to actually use the systems that are there. And every time I watch a streamer start to play this game, nobody even pays attention to any of it. I barely see them use skills. There's a clip recently of a streamer screaming because they just realized that they had skills in the middle of the first boss fight. And it's like, yeah, you didn't engage with the systems. You didn't use anything. That's like playing Persona, not using weaknesses, not using once more. You're going to have a bad time. It's going to be slow. You're just not doing things. You're not acknowledging the gameplay. You're not engaging with the game. You're not finding optimal strategies or anything. And until you do, and you find out that LP toss is busted, and then everybody gets confused on how LP toss is busted because they don't understand how that game works. It's just insane. Let's see here. In my experience, people who don't bother understanding how a turn-based combat system work tend to be the most vocal about how they suck. 100% Amuro. Milkthroat, I love how people complain about enemies dealing too much damage and they don't strategize with the defend command. They also say Rory is useless. Yes, and there's also Panda. Panda, like, I will recognize Panda Barrier had a bug in the earlier version of the game. Panda Barrier would come out for one turn and then disappear. But after that one turn, if you used Panda Barrier again, it would stay out for like 3 turns. You could use that. I wouldn't personally, but you could have used that. I think that fixed that. Was it Altrive? It's every streamer, every VTuber, anybody I see play this game. They do just ignore the skills, and it's so frustrating because like that's part of the game design. Like literally, Wilhelm dies in 2 turns with Sammy's beatdown in 1.25. He dies in 2 turns with Sammy's beatdown. It is that easy to beat that character, and I've seen random streamers struggle. You can even use Panda Barrier. You can do so many different things to make it to where it's easier than 2 turns of one thing and one of the easiest minigames in the entire game. 2 turns, and you still struggle with it? And you're telling me that the combat's bad. And you're complaining about how long it's taking. 2 turns with Sammy's beatdown. I don't know how much more I need to explain this. It is unfathomable. It is insane, actually.
There are only 3 different defense reactions throughout all of YIIK. One where you press a button at the right time, one where you press 2 buttons at the right time, and one where you press a button at the right time 3 times in a row. Doing this over and over gets very annoying, and in the case of these 2, the UI isn't even functional. The little thing indicating where I am is horizontal, but the areas indicating where to press the button are at an angle, which means I never have a good idea of where I'm supposed to press it. They did it right with this one, why not the other 2? With Paper Mario, the static perspective serves a very important function because it lets the animators go nuts with how they make the startups for
Most
attacks.
RPGs, JRPGs use skills, so that's weird. It is.
But it also lets them put some personality into the enemies. In fact, the animations are communicated so well that you can get a successful block on your first time just from reaction.
Those people are the type to spam at basic attacks in SMT games and then they say it's too hard. Yeah.
Characters close up at different angles to add some
a very important thing about me and who I am as a person. This is very important. I play games in really stupid ways. For example, I played through Katana Zero recently. Like you might have saw it when I was going through my backlog. I only used the slowdown mechanic like towards the end, like maybe 3 times. Maybe a bit more with the boss fight at the end. I don't remember, but like as far as the main stages, I'd like never used it because I was just so engaged with the way the game worked. I was so entertained by it without that mechanic. And it's a huge mechanic. It's like hugely story relevant and makes it probably a lot easier for a lot of people. I just didn't use it. I played through Killer is Dead not too long ago, and I didn't get any of the like alternate weapons because I was just having a fun time playing with the basic weapons that you get at the beginning. I thought it was so fun and engaging, and I was like, yeah, those other weapons sound cool, but like I want to get through this game, and I'm having a great time. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, I beat the game like 20 levels under what like the final bosses are, and that game is so much more fun when you do that, because what I like in these instances is trying to come up with a strategy to like still win, be at odds against an enemy. Make it a little bit more difficult, but I'm also like doing it because it's like a bit faster than grinding and all that shit. So it's like I play these games in a way where I'm trying to like understand the systems as well as I can so I can use those systems to do runs that are dumb. When we were testing publicly in the YIIK Discord, 1.25, I literally was like, oh, so you get to level 5. Like, that's the only thing the game ever asks you to. It like asks you to get to level 5. I played through the game like twice at level 5 throughout the entire game just to see if it was possible. And it is. You can do it. It gets pretty difficult at certain parts, but it's really entertaining. And like, you have to understand the systems and fully engage with them to even try that. You have to understand what's happening and what things do and how they work exactly to even attempt a level 5 run of Y2K. And when you do, you're like, damn, that was really fun. These systems work in certain ways at this level that they don't, at other levels you get to ignore it because you're so strong. So that's how I engage with like all video games. I try to understand what I have. What are my tools from the very beginning? And if I have any adversity throughout the game, I want to be able to solve it with these tools. Yeah, there might be some later I get that I use because they're cool, but like the core gameplay, what am I doing here? And it seems like these reviewers and video essayists fail to do that.
Attention and mood to the fights, and not to play mini games in them. Not to say.
Also, Milk Throw about Pokemon again. When I played, this is great. Manga Common, that stupid fucker. He made a Pokemon video where he complained that, oh, you can't really go through and do Scarlet and Violet's like areas in any order that you want. No, you absolutely can. You just have to be good. You have to go and pick type advantages, and you have to go pre-plan ahead for some stuff. But you can absolutely do the content in whatever order you want to do them. I started doing lucky egg runs, where I would specifically go to the gyms in an order as fast as I could, just to get a lucky egg so I can give them to my friends and we can have more of them for training Pokemon. And that's so fun. Like, you have to find out how under-leveled you can be to fight everything. And that game is so much more fun when you try to approach it like that rather than going, oh, so it seems they want me to go this way with the game. And you can't really deviate from the path that they want you to do. No, you can. Just do it. It's way more fun if you do. I have fun grinding. Yeah, grinding can be a lot of fun. It's been a while since playing 1.25, but what I remember, I just didn't like how long the minigames took compared to the damage feedback. Yeah, I get that. It's definitely something that could have been improved, but it was always better to just replace it with a different combat system. The minigame combat system was never a well thought out idea. It was never their intention, so why make a game that isn't the game that you want it to be?
It couldn't work, but you'd have to mess around with it a lot, which they didn't do. I have many problems with Undertale, but I can at least say that Toby did a great job at integrating these shmup sections into what's essentially just Earthbound's battle UI. There's clearly a lot of care put into the system to make sure its additions would work and feel fun and exciting. And those are like the last two words I'd use to describe YIIK's battle system. Makes me think they didn't plan this out at all. Like, they just kind of threw whatever they liked from different games into the system and thought it'd work out. But there needs to be a cohesion between these mechanics and the UI and the camera and all that, because they all communicate with each other. And if they don't speak the same language, your system's going to be fucked. Why even bother with these mini games? It could have just been a normal RPG and been fine. I don't know why indie devs have this idea that traditional RPGs are outdated.
Because their playtesters told them, and their publisher said minigames should be in the game, and you would know this if you did any bit of research. Good job, RunningShine. Great job.
It's totally ridiculous. The reason NES RPGs tend to be a pain to play through has nothing to do with their battle system. It's everything outside of them, really. The game isn't balanced well, so you're forced to grind regularly, and people in the overworld are
forced to
cryptic due to
grind.
bad localization, which makes it really easy to get lost. And random encounters happen just way too often. But the actual battle systems in games like Phantasy Star and Final Fantasy and Mother are great. Like, they're simple, but they work really well. You don't have to force innovation. Something more traditional but really polished can be just as valuable.
Really
At least when
Polish.
I'm attacking a normal RPG, my guy just attacks attacks the enemy and it's fast. Every time I attack with this minigame shit, a whole new game has to take place with its own rules that only really affects the main gameplay after it's concluded. It's the most disconnected feeling in the world, like the game is pausing itself for 10 seconds. I just don't get it. Why do they make it shitty? Imagine if you press the A button and...
Why do they make it shitty? Do some fucking research.
Mario, and he was just like, ugh, I'm too tired. Not a single one of these minigames is even fun. It's like Simon Says and Red Light, Green Light, Bop It. It's the most gimmicky shit I've ever seen. But there is a whole RPG system here under the
He's clearly never played Shadow Hearts.
minigames, and despite YIIK's advertising as an Earthbound-inspired game and the game's multiple references to Final Fantasy, its system is actually much more like Persona, where speed determines priority over who attacks, and whoever is next gets to immediately execute what they choose without waiting. In fact, the game in general reminds me of Persona 4 with the modern setting and the Scooby-Doo Mystery Gang bullshit, except Persona 4 had challenging fights where you have to think through your next move carefully, an elemental system with...
I would not say Persona 4 had challenging anything. Challenging my patience, maybe. With that fucking intro. God damn. I'm never going to give... I'm a Persona 4 hater. I'm going to admit it. I think it's a fine game. I think it's a great game. I just hate so many things about it. I will never get over how that game has an hour-long intro segment before you even get to play, do a single fight.
With weaknesses and strengths, this Persona fusion thing, the ability to attack enemies from behind...
But also, saying Persona 4 has a difficulty or challenge to it is like saying a Pokemon game has a difficulty or a challenge to it. It's pretty sad.
Which not only gives you an extra hit on them, but has your team actually physically surround them in the battle system. A UI and HUD that manages to be beautiful, but also incredibly functional. And girls, I can shove my penis.
I've never played Persona or SMT. You've played Pokemon. That's what Persona is. Solved it for you. Persona is a lot like a step up from Pokemon in its combat system. It has some stuff that makes it a lot more fun than Pokemon, like the once more mechanic and you know, the way that it works between it and its main story and the all-out attacks, and then also your the way that you do encounters is a little bit earthboundy, where you can you know, you could be at advantage if you approach the enemy correctly, or they could run up to you and you could be at disadvantage. Yeah, nobody's going to recognize that that's a thing that came or that Earthbound did specifically, but it is, and that's one reason I fucking love Earthbound. On top of the auto kill mechanic, something else that people never talk about with Earthbound. That auto kill mechanic, so fucking cool, and the fact that enemies run away from you when you're going to auto kill them is beautiful. But no, nobody talks about that.
Penis into. By the way, we're in the hotel factory now, and that cat is not letting up. I really like this first dungeon. I like that we get to it fairly quickly. I like the unique area.
A lot of my problem with Persona 4 has to do with the fact that I like Persona 3 a lot, and they took out so many mechanics from Persona 3, and they also... In Persona 3, there's a certain atmosphere to it, and the way that social links work, and the way that your party works, even the way that the characters interact with you, is so meaningful in the way that Persona 3 is designed. Characters can be busy. They could not have time to crawl the dungeon with you. They could be tired from doing it before the other night. You know, there's a lot of depth to the characters the way it works. Persona 4 has none of that. And it makes them all feel flat and, you know, kind of boring. Yeah, it does have a great story, and the characters are fun and have fun personalities. But, like, man, so much depth is lost in the combat system. So much depth is lost in, like, the way that the characters are presented and how the overall game is. And I'm just, I don't like it. And then everybody tells me that it's better than Persona 3, and I'm just like, no, it's not. It's not better than Persona 3. Alarm. It's 8 o'clock. If any of you guys do any live service games, I think all your timers have reset. Your dailies. You probably have new dailies right now.
Gets in, and the atmosphere is great.
Persona also doesn't have
unlike in the
struggles. That's
overworld,
true.
the enemies
But
are-
they do have Mara. Mara is Mara's a good enough replacement for Trudge. The press turn system in SMT is probably the most fun mechanic I've seen in a turn-based RPG. Yeah, it's also great because enemies can do it. People underestimate how important it is for enemies to be able to fuck you over with the same systems that you're able to fuck them over with. It's really important. It keeps you on your toes, and it makes it better. Honestly, it makes it feel like you're both playing the same game. You're both, equally challenged. You're not the guy that's overpowered and I'm just gonna kill you all. It's like, oh, we have equal footing here. Okay.
are represented by these little black things that chase you, but I kind of wonder why they even bothered.
With the black guys, the little blob guys, in the tutorial dungeon that was cut because people didn't like it in playtesting, it explains the different roles of them. The small ones are supposed to be weaker encounters, the medium ones are supposed to be stronger encounters, and then the ones with the shields are supposed to indicate that, hey, this is a thing that's blocking something important, basically.
In Earthbound, the enemy sprites on the overworld breathe a lot of life into the game for many reasons. They're representative of what you fight. You get an auto win against them at a high enough level. How you approach them influences how the fight starts, and surrounding enemies will run to join in during the transition. They'll even run away from you if you've beaten the dungeon they're associated with. But in YIIK, the enemies don't have any creative properties like this. The only thing you can do is stun them with some abilities. These encounters have multiple enemies in them also, which means it's impossible for one model to represent what you're going to fight in this game. Even if it was possible, I imagine they didn't want to do running animations for every enemy. It's a shame though, when you have all these things implemented, there's so much you can do with them that don't require all that much work or programming. But
wow. Wow. What a statement. RunningShine, you fucking program video games? Because that's a bold statement to say that it wouldn't require too much more programming to do this thing that is not the way the game is programmed at all.
they kind of just did the bare minimum. Speaking of those abilities, this dungeon has our first one, this panda. It's mostly used to hit switches, but he gets used for some clever things in later dungeons. He also acts as a meat shield when you summon him in battle, which is really nice. Although none of the other abilities you get ever give you special moves, which could have been very cool. I hate his voice though, with this weird accent. I feel like the director wanted this tone to be like, "Whoa, a panda!"
It's me, Panda. My primary use is as a...
I shouldn't have to tell you, but the main thing is that he's supposed to be a goofy little dude, right? But it's also just Alex.
barrier. I can block oncoming enemy attacks and create barriers between you and many other
The
objects.
puzzles are pretty good in this dungeon. They're not insultingly easy, and it's enough for me to feel satisfied in myself when I figure it out. I'd say the puzzles are one of the game's best assets, especially when they get creative with how they use the abilities.
I do agree. I love puzzle games, and that's one of the reasons I really fell in love with the YIIK.
Crazy. I don't really understand the Freemason pyramid imagery everywhere, but whatever. They probably just thought it looked cool. Who the fuck?
I don't understand this thing. Oh, they probably don't know what they're doing. They have no reason to understand what they were doing here. Yeah? That's the take you're going to go with. Okay. And this is what I meant earlier about a lot of this is kind of just to stroke his own ego. Really self-masturbatory, telling you how cool he is, how awesome he is.
Fuck has 550 and is like, oh, I don't want this. While making our way through here, we meet this girl. Alex and her then proceed to talk about that stupid fucking cat some more.
Is that the cat who looks like Salvador Dali?
My cat just looks like Dolly herself.
Saw a cat earlier. He had a funny mustache and crazy eyes.
My cat has a beautiful mustache and perfect eyes.
I told her I wouldn't mind helping her find her cat.
Jesus, if the cat is so great, make him the main character instead. They decide they're going to go back and look for it together and hopefully get out of this place.
I'm Semi, but please call me Sammy.
I'm semi-hard.
I don't know why
Oh, we're getting into the sex jokes. Let's go.
I'm trusting you. I guess
My
I
penis. Get it? I like this puzzle where the door leads you down an infinite loop and you have to solve it by opening both of them before inspecting the painting. It kind of hints to you by having the eye open up a bit after the door is opened. It's cool. But the issue is that 85,000 children still died in Yemen. This is where
Yeah, that joke's great. That's actually one of my favorite jokes from this video.
Find her cat, and she goes from being overjoyed to giving us a cold explanation as to how to use it in the overworld.
I'm so happy to have you back. Oh, who's a good cat? You are. You are. Oh, I should probably tell you about Dolly. Dolly is a tool.
It's an alright ability. It gets used for getting things out of reach, but it's nothing special. We learned that Sammy is actually the perfect
It's the boomerang shell from Paper Mario.
soulmate for Alex.
Nothing
since they both
special.
can't resist bitching
Thanks.
about their parents. Mom makes me take my shoes off in the kitchen. Dumb fucking bitch. They're about to leave the factory together when something goes bump in the elevator. And it wants me to get all freaked out with them, but instead I'm just kind of thinking, why the hell did they render every individual tooth in Alex's mouth? It looks stupid. Rock doesn't have that shit. His face is just a texture. They should have just done that, honestly.
Because it's funny. It's not that complex, my guy. It's just funny.
Especially if they want to capture that PS1 vibe.
No, they're trying to have their own vibe to it. Okay, next question.
Sammy gets sucked out of the elevator by interdimensional demons, and Alex just kind of raises his arm and looks sad, like someone knocked over his cereal. Such bitch shit. And then he puts his hands on his head, like, oh, what a bummer. Back at home, they put a cool shader on the town, and we're greeted by one of the stupidest prompts I've ever seen. Reflect isn't necessarily bad in isolation, but this fucking guy has been reflecting since she got stolen. He immediately self-monologues,
At that moment, I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe.
and then does it more after he leaves on his way home.
As if the curtain had lifted on reality and exposed.
You've done enough reflecting, Alex. Calm down. Maybe hang out on the computer for a bit. Man, they really went hard with the 90s aesthetic here, with him using Netscape and everything looking like GeoCities.
In the dark room, the monitors. I rubbed them and waited for the file to load. While the video loaded, I thought of all the girls I had gone to school with. When the file had finished downloading, I waited with fading patience for my computer to open it in QuickTime.
Game sponsored by Apple? What the fuck is this? Hey, hold on a second. I know this shit. This is Elisa Lamb. She fucking died IRL. Why is she in a video game? If you don't know the case, Elisa Lamb.
Yay! Yay! Elisa Lamb! Dipshit, no. Let's see what RunningShine has to say about Elisa Lamb.
Was last seen entering an elevator and was recorded doing all kinds of weird contortions and shit. And then 3 days later, she was found dead on the roof in a water tank. And people aren't sure if it was a suicide, a murder, or an accident. And there's all these weird things that seem impossible. Again,
Already wrong. Elisa Lamb. Yeah, we know what it was. She had mental illnesses and was not taking her pills at the time. They were not found in her bloodstream. And she had, her internet history supports this. Because even at the time, 2013, it was pretty popular to suggest that pills affected you and made you not like yourself. And on her Tumblr, she had reblogged a bunch of stuff like that. So when she got away from her family, she stopped taking her medication and, something bad happened. It was an accident. It's pretty cut and dry. We know what the fuck happened. You don't need to add mystery to it, Alex. And then the things that seem impossible were completely conjecture from people online. None of it's factual. That's not at all what happened. The water tower was not locked from the outside. That is not true at all. That is stuff people made up online and then got spread as facts. So your entire interpretation of what happened with this case, not at all true. Congratulations.
it's a fascinating case. But I don't know. It's kind of distasteful to put her in the game because she was like a real person.
Yeah, okay. So a Korean girl is this Chinese Canadian woman. That's racist. What do they have that is similar? There's elevator footage of them. Okay. There's elevator footage of a lot of Asian girls.
Well, actually, even that's fucking debated.
Supposedly, this is a Chinese man.
And on top of that, it's like not like other games, especially indie games, haven't done this where they reference real life tragedies. There's a character in Skullgirls called Black Dahlia. And I'm not going to do this whole bullshit, just to be honest. This whole bullshit of going, here's all these other things that also reference real life tragedies. No, you fucking know this. This isn't new. This isn't disgusting. It's disgusting what you're doing right now. It is not this person's life. This isn't literally Elisa Lam in the video game, you fucking idiot. It is disgusting for you to boil down this person's tragedy into, oh, hey, funny trivia, but video game. Did you know, gaming, that you're a fucking asshole? That is a terrible, disgusting fucking thing for you to do. To belittle this person to a trivia point about something you don't like about this video game. And I'm sick of pretending like it isn't. I'm sick of pretending like this isn't some disgusting thing that these people keep engaging in and keep saying to this fucking day. There was people on Twitter that were saying this shit today. It is disgusting how this narrative gets perpetuated and how it overshadows the person's real life tragedy and the same lies that people have spread since 2013, 10 fucking years, get perpetuated again. And not for the case of like actually trying to figure out what happens. No, it's to talk shit about a video game. You are pathetic. If you say this shit about Elisa Lam and you compare it to this video game and say that it's a bad and morally unjust thing, you are pathetic. You are a sad individual and you are disgusting.
She had like a Tumblr and like Crash Bandicoot. Seems kind of weird to put her in the game, especially as a love interest for this main character who looks like Louis C.K. The shit is starting to feel like Jeff Mangum wrote it. I don't have anything wrong with romance, but come on, he only knew this chick for like an hour, and she was more concerned about her cat than anything.
Hey, I wonder if that's like some kind of character trait thing. Oh, weird.
With him, I feel it'd be more appropriate if he like felt some moral.
This weird sense of ignorance that he keeps having, like, hey, here's a character trait. Here's a thing that's telling you about this character. Oh, what? Why are they doing this? Are you this stupid? Are you this illiterate?
Responsibility to help since he was slightly involved, and I think they try to do that, but this shit just muddies things. Alex wants to meet up with his old friend Michael so they can get some pictures of the hotel factory to post on the internet. They haven't seen each other since Alex went to college, so we get to see them catch up a bit.
Guessing you didn't major in exercise science.
Liberal arts.
Great! What do you do with that?
You know, for a liberal arts guy, Alex doesn't really convince me. Whenever he waxes poetic, it always feels so forced.
Sighed as the elevator began to shake, vibrating with motion.
It's padded out and full of synonyms, which just makes the character sound like what the writer, Andrew Allenson, thinks is academic. And it makes it seem like he wrote Alex in a snarky and disingenuous way.
In that moment, I was a child finding a magazine.
Makes it seem like he did that.
Because liberal arts guys aren't really like this. I mean, some of them are. But the guys who take writing and philosophy seriously can articulate themselves real well.
Oh, well, some of them are. Okay, this is a story about that kind of guy. Like, the level of ignorance going on here. To specifically illustrate this as bad writing. You recognize that there are people that wax poetic about this and are really bad at it. You go, yeah, that's a thing. And then you go, yeah, but some of them aren't like this. Clearly, this is a situation where the guy is like that. Where's the fucking confusion, my guy?
Alex doesn't do. His other likes aren't any more genuine, like his love of music. He never really gets excited about it in any real way. At one point, he's shown to know a little bit about audiophile stuff, but even here, it feels like Andrew's trying to mock these people.
Dude!
Because he is. He's a fucking hipster. It's on the fucking website.
You get it!
It's on the fucking website. Let me pull this shit up. Are you so fucking dense that you don't get this? Where the fuck is the character section? I know this website's been changed recently. Cast. Character. Alex Eggleston, voiced by Chris Neosi. Choreographer. Class. Hipster scum. Does a hipster give a fuck about music? No. They give a fuck about music to go, yeah, you know, like, fucking Midwest emo is cool and all, but like I really like the classics like Mineral and American Football, but not American Football's second or third album. I really like LP1. Well, really, my favorite songs are on their original EP before LP1. I really like the one with the trumpet. That's like peak American Football. It's the greatest. Let me tell you about this local band that I heard of. We can go to the local coffee shop and that's a fucking hipster. You're complaining that he's a fucking hipster. That is literally, if you look in the fucking menu, it says it. He's a fucking hipster. What is there to be confused about here? You're purposefully misreading the game here. Or you're stupid. I'm going to take, maybe the higher road and say, you're purposefully misreading the game here. Because this is clearly the character. Clearly, like, I don't understand how anybody can't understand this. I think even a surface level interpretation of the game goes, yeah, this guy's a hipster asshole. I think that's like the baseline interpretation of his character. So why are you pretending that he's not a hipster? We know he's a hipster. He goes, oh yeah, like you're talking about the classic RPGs. Have you ever heard of this indie game, Two Brothers? You probably never heard of it. Even though he's only played like the beginning of it. What are we complaining about here? What is the poor writing here? I don't understand. It's in character. It's correct. Not even just the website. Under his character info, in game. Pulling out the evidence and then coming to the worst conclusions possible. Yeah. Even characters call him a hipster at points. Yep. I feel so bad for all the people who worked on this and got torn down for it. Told Yuri to win. I loved his portrayal and Rory this while back. Yeah, that's great. He actually did a phenomenal job as Rory, especially for somebody who's not like a trained voice actor or ever have done it before. I also think he's just funny. People have picked up this weird cope somewhere that the game isn't written funny. It's funny to laugh at how dumb and annoying it is. Meanwhile, they're laughing and reacting to Alex, the character. Yeah, that's the same thing. This is also true for Neo Yokio. Like, people want to pretend that Neo Yokio isn't funny. Like, it's not intentionally written to be funny. It is. Like, the character being this absurd asshole is the joke. This is the same thing with any fucking 2000 sitcom. The Office, Arrested Development, fucking Seinfeld, etc. They say stupid shit all the time. Fucking Michael Scott in The Office is a great example of this. That character is stupid. That's the joke. He's the incompetent boss. We all get the joke. There's no confusion here. When we see him, we go, oh yeah, that's the guy. Alex, same thing. He's the hipster who's self-obsessed, and it's apparent to everyone he meets. Makes sense. Neo Yokio's based, yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm confused, RunningShine. What's the problem with Alex being a hipster? It's clearly expressed to you. That's clearly what's going on here. He's an idiot hipster. Tell me more about how the writing isn't done well.
And it's like, oh, well, Alex likes to collect records. He loves music. Well, if he really likes records so much, he's definitely not a fan of this one.
Haha.
Hey, have you ever heard of urban exploration?
Comedy.
There's this great website called www.onism1999.com. I think you'd really get a kick out of it.
Hey, I want you to check out this website. Go to www.nfl.com and just check it out. www.nfl.com.
Alex,
This is a great opportunity to tell you about www.onism.com. Let me go there real quick. Onism1999.com. Guess what? Me and Linguistic Spaceship, mostly Linguistic Spaceship, worked pretty hard to actually bring up Onism into the real world. You can go there and actually read posts from the game if you didn't want to boot up the game and read the posts yourself. Yeah, there you go. They're all there. Even ones that are like kind of hidden and secret ones. They're also there at the bottom. But this also leads you directly to the Onism Wiki. Hey, there's the Y2K Wiki. Do. Everybody's been looking for it. There it is. You have articles such as characters where we can see Alex is a hipster scum. You know, some people complain about that he says the whole www.onism1999.com. I think it's just funny.
Michael halt their plans so they can hang out at the arcade because they're 7. It doesn't help that it looks like a fucking Chuck E. Cheese. Have these guys ever been in a real arcade? Like the ones where fights break out over KOF matches? They should make this place look a little gross and dingy. There should be lots of black guys and Asians hanging out. And the DDR should be loud as shit and make it impossible to talk without yelling.
Whatever!
There's something killing me about this music playing with the camera angle changing every half second. This guy from Weezer just running around.
I've been scared before. Everyone has, but those past memories of fright were nothing compared to what we had just experienced. As if a black hole incarnate had come to exist and it wanted us gone. As if consuming us was its only purpose. And with all this in mind, Sammy's vanishing was starting to feel like the least supernatural thing I would experience.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. We were just coming in an arcade like in public a second ago. And now he's just crying about blacks. And Linkin Park is playing for some reason.
There's a fun reason for this. This is something that's really esoteric and is definitely something that the developers did for themselves, kind of. Like, this is a joke on their this is a joke for themselves. The music being here is because this scene mirrors a scene in the original prototype of the game, and it's the same song at the same point. And it's kind of like an inside joke for them to play the song here, because it's like the same moment. That's why it's there. Nothing really complex about it, but it's cool, and it becomes a very important story detail. Who would have guessed it? It's just like the Jeffrey thing if you watch my videos.
Let's just take these photos and get out of here. You guys gonna talk about it? No? You'll spend an hour talking about that cat, but not this shit, huh?
What the hell? What?
Oh, okay, I guess they just need to catch their breath. When crazy stuff starts to happen in the game, they always make sure to immediately go on in dialogue about how scary it is and how freaked out they are. I think they do this because Andrew is worried that people will think it's unrealistic if, like, Alex has a poker face, but well, it's terrible because the game is basically telling me directly how I should feel about what just happened, and...
No, it is not. It is telling you how Alex feels. Are you Alex? Well, maybe you are a little bit, but, you know.
I'm just not buying it. It's like the horror version of a laugh track. It's like a scare track. In Earthbound, Moonside might be more strange than almost anything in YIIK. The music is bizarre and enemies are really dangerous. You never really have a sense of security in this place. And when you escape, you end up in the back room of the department store and a witness says you were basically having a seizure there the whole time. Ness and Jeff don't say shit about this. And I kind of like that because the game gave me an experience.
Because they're silent protagonists. Well, I guess Jeff isn't, but... Also, it would be weird for him to interrupt you with dialogue about this when a lot of the dialogue in Earthbound are at set sequences.
It let me feel how I wanted about it. It didn't need Jeff chiming in to go, that was fucking scary, wasn't it, Ness? You can have the characters talk about things, but just have a little...
Because in Earthbound, you are role-playing as Ness. In Y2K, you're role-playing as the postmodernist.
Bit of subtlety.
We'll get into that
unlike
later.
This.
Apparently, she told my cousin that when she looked into the mirror, she was smiling. But that she knew she wasn't smiling.
Reflection smiled at her? That's really creepy.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You didn't need to reinstate it, and you didn't need to tell me how to feel.
You saw her yesterday, right? So you saw her after she went missing? That's actually a good thing, Alex. This means she was.
Oh, this is a great moment where Michael says something about what Alex said, and there's a conflict here. This is kind of telling you how Alex is saying a story that might not be entirely true to some regards, or how he's fabricating details. Oh, no.
Wasn't taken by some serial killer or a rapist.
This is a wonderful conversation to be having while this Disney orchestral soundtrack plays. I know my favorite part in the Goofy movies when they were going downstream, and Max and Goofy took some time to have a heart-to-heart about serial
Basically,
killers and
he's
rape.
complaining
Call that the Me Too, right,
There we go.
Max?
We uploaded the photos to
Basically, he's complaining about the game not using the narrative device he'd prefer while conveniently ignoring the narrative device the game is using. That's true. That's exactly what's happening. You're role-playing as yourself, the player? No. Let me see what video I have that planned. I think that's the... I guess I can do it now. It wouldn't hurt to. This is a segment for, I think, the next video. Like I said, the 7th video is almost done. I thought about something that I want to say in the next one and wrote 2 pages about it. This is like almost disconnected from a lot of the other stuff. But I can read it off now because it is relevant. This goes back to what I was saying about role-playing games. In a role-playing game such as Skyrim, Earthbound, etc., you are creating a character alongside the story. This is a vessel for storytelling. You're kind of improvising and you're kind of experience the thing as yourself or your character that you're playing as. Adventure novel or adventure games kind of do this as well sometimes. Like Disco Elysium, because you could play that game, you know, you could play the character in a different way. It's like an RPG. It's a role-playing game. Think about Dungeons and Dragons. That's the role-playing aspect of the game. In YIIK, it's not an RPG. It's not just a normal RPG. It's a postmodern RPG. So this comes to be very important because postmodern narratives do this thing. And this is hard to explain without giving an example, because it's really story dependent. So I'll give an example of a game that nobody really cares that much about, so I don't spoil it for you. But this is a huge element in all of these games, and you should play them, like Skiller 7, Metal Gear Solid, BioShock Infinite, Metal Gear Solid 5, and Metal Gear Solid 2. So, in Spec Ops The Line, you're playing as a soldier, right? And how the game is told to you and how it's experienced is through the soldier's perspective. His goal, the reason he's sent to the place that he's sent to is to rescue anybody that's still there in the middle of this storm. And he's supposed to just bring them out, and so they can fly in with a helicopter and pull them out. That's his explicit, told reason for doing this. But he gets there, and he sees a place that's raged, or, destroyed by combat. And then first thing he gets to is one of the locals that immediately sees that he's like an American soldier and attacks him. And he takes this, and it becomes a justification for what he does later. He goes, oh, the locals are aggressive towards me. Why is that? And then he decides a reason. And this is where we start getting into the realm of postmodernism. He decides a reason. And he tells us it. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's like, oh, maybe they're at war with the American soldiers or whatever. They're fighting back for some reason. And then you start, you get further into the game, and then you find a location, and you see that like all the Americans have, there's this encampment where everybody's at, and you see a lot of American soldiers walking around, yelling at the guys. And he goes, they're going to kill these people because they're obviously at war. When in reality, what's happening, like, This is the postmodern narrative. This is what's going on. He's saying they're at war. They're going to kill these people. We need to save them. And then he immediately does an action. And then later in the game, it's told to you, no, what happened was there was a divide in the people, the local people, who saw what was happening here and saw it as a problem because the Americans just came in and caused a problem. And there's some people there that were trying to be cooperative and trying to be saved from them. And because of, like, you know, hoarding of resources or whatever, some of them got aggressive to try and attack them to try to, like, whatever. There's a lot of nuance to the situation. But instead, the character's reaction throughout the game is to go, I'm the hero. I'm here to save these people. I'm going to do what I need to do to save these people. They're going to get killed. I have to kill all these people that are going to kill them. And then being told later, oh, and realizing it. Okay. So, in this, where you're the postmodernist, you're role-playing as the postmodernist, you are, like, Alex. If this was one of the narratives, like Spec Ops: The Line, you would, at the end of the game, Alex would be shown all of his issues, and he would realize them, and he would look back, and you would see, like, a few key moments where he fucked up and had the wrong narrative, right? It would be like, oh, I can't believe that, like, Vela didn't actually like me, or whatever, something like that. Oh, I wasn't actually ever going to save Sammy. I never met her, actually. You know, he would realize that. But he doesn't realize that. Because he's not the postmodernist. You are. You're role-playing the postmodernist, and it's your job to dissect his narrative. You're supposed to be the person who looks at his narrative and realizes what issues he's had. That's the whole point of the game. That's why it's a postmodern RPG. You're role-playing as the guy that realizes, you know, all of the faults that he's done, the meta narratives he's established and how they're false. So yeah, that's what it means to be the postmodern RPG, which is fun because it's not a storytelling device that anybody has done. But Y2K does, and people do not understand this. They don't understand postmodernism to begin with, where it's a story about the character, the main character, and the narratives that they adopt and how that leads them to the decisions they make. And they definitely don't understand when you're supposed to be the person that realizes what those meta narratives are and how you're supposed to dissect them. A detective, sort of.
On ISM 1999, we had our doubters.
Put your glasses back on, dipshit. It didn't make you that shocked. Then you had to touch your face with your stupid hand. Oh, I don't like his friend. Relax, Alex. Look at the bright side. Can we get rid of 90s Michael already? I'm sick of him. While looking at pornography together, Alex and Michael come across this page on Onism about a girl who can create portals with her brain. They recognize her from the arcade and decide to go back. Is that the only reason we went into the arcade? Just so we could establish that that's where she is? Come on, let me discover this stuff on my own. If you establish she's in Frankton, it wouldn't take me that long to look around for her. And if I found her before in the arcade, it would feel rewarding. Like, oh, I remember her from that arcade I visited earlier. At the arcade, Michael tries to get Alex to talk to her since they're of a similar age, but Alex just pussies out.
Say something to her.
It'd be, Forget the bitches. Don't forget this shit. If they don't go out with you, who gives a motherfuck? Place is so full of bitches. If they don't want your time, they don't fuck.
Oh, I'm not going to necessarily pretend like I understood that meaning of it being a postmodern RPG. I just knew what a postmodern narrative was to begin with, and just, you know, looked at it through that lens, and then later down the line was like, oh, it really does play with the idea of postmodernism and role-playing game.
Fucking deserve it.
Yes, that's true.
Listen here, boys. We have a zero creeping on women policy here. If you'd like to ogle some women, I'm sure your mothers would love it if you were home in time for supper.
Oh, okay. She's like one of those girls who, like, fires back. What the fuck? And now she's fighting us? With the way we look, all we have to do is, like, start jerking off in front of her until she writes a blog. What the hell? She followed them back to Alex's house? Alone? Without knowing these guys? That was interesting.
Alone?
They give her some backstory to her psychic abilities, but I don't really think that needs to be explained. You just say she's a psychic and I'll buy it. Earthbound didn't explain why Ness and Paula have psychic powers. It's just a phenomena, and really just an excuse as to why they can do magic, basically. As of right now, I really just want to know how these powers might affect her, or what it allows her to do, and how it'll be able to help our protagonist here.
I dated a girl in college who was a women and gender studies major. She told me that she believed men and women were all the same at their core.
That's not true. One has penises, and the other has something you can put your penis into and fuck.
Metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that includes the first principles, includes ontology and cosmology, and is intimately connected with epistemology. Epistemology is, of course, a branch of philosophy that investigates the origin, nature, method. Call me if you see any.
They're going to think I'm so fucking smart, holy shit. When the joke is... when the joke is that she's overly explaining something because she doesn't fucking care. Like, because Alex is a pretentious douche, and she's making fun of him.
Of course, a branch of philosophy that investigates the origin, nature, method. Call me if you...
And it's also funny because I could take that image, put RunningShine's face on it. You know, he hasn't shown his fucking face, but like, that is this whole fucking video. Even though in the first 10 minutes, it's, you know, him being an idiot.
See any more interesting comments on my photos or have a run-in with the entities?
Wait, I have one more question before you go.
Uh-oh, here it comes. Want to watch me jerk off? Watch me jerk off? Watch me jerk off in front of you?
Here's one last note.
So, one thing that I find funny about this is, like, he's characterizing Alex like this throughout this video, but he, like, does that in all of his videos. And it's like, are you just saying that you are Alex?
Call it if you ever want to open your mind and expand your battle abilities.
Hey! Just calling to see if you figured it out.
Nope.
Leveling up is great in RPGs. It's so instant, it's simple, and something that just works great. There's never been an RPG where it says you gain strength, and I didn't. It's one of the most rock-solid mechanics in games. But these guys thought, leveling up, I know how to make it better. And that's how you get the Mind Dungeon.
Have you guys ever played Dungeons and Dragons? Because this is a huge problem that that I have with the way that people talk about leveling up. If you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, when you level up, you have to assign your stats on your character sheet. Oh, you got so many stat points. Okay, well, I got to decide where I'm putting these. Okay. Yeah, the Mind Dungeon as it is, it's a thing. It kind of sucks, but it's not that bad.
At first, you don't even get to go in and level up your character right away. First, you need to listen to this long-winded monologue from this crow.
Lastly, in my pseudo-philosophical rantings,
How self-aware. Let me level up already. Fuck. So here's how you level up. First, you go through the door. Then you're presented with 4 doors from here, with a different amount of increase to your stats above every one. You then must walk to the door.
Let me give you a tip on this. What you do is you go, you know, I really want my speed stat to be 3. Like in D&D when I played it last, you have to spend a week in game training for the next level, Lamau. So like most of the ones aren't like this where there's, you know, 2 big stats. But I go, oh, I want 3. I want that in my speed stat. Okay, cool. And I go, I don't care. I don't care what my other stats are. Let me go talk to Crow.
Inspect it. Then choose which stat to level up.
There's also, you don't have to go into the door after this point. You can literally assign it here, assign it for each one, and then talk to Crow, and he'll just open all of them. 1.0, you can't do that with the item doors. You have to actually go inside of them. But that's it. That's all you have to do.
Then you have to go to the next door, but you can't choose the stat that you previously chose, which means that you can level up 4 different stats for every level. You then must trigger dialogue and enter the door. Then you get 2
don't have
more
to enter the
dialogue
door.
boxes. Neither
Ever.
of them have any value. Then you wait for Alex to come back out, and then you do the same for the other 3 doors. Finally, you enter this last door, and congrats, you've leveled up. That's really not good. In order to level up my character, I have to get depressed. Why is it done like this? At first...
So, like, I'm not disagreeing that it's, like, not great. It's just not as offensive as people say it is my only claim to it. It's just okay.
I thought that waiting around was bad, but if it was done by the menu with no loading, it could have been, good, because you could really distribute the stats to what you think.
It's especially not we thought we had a better idea, like people always say. The number of times I've heard game made by people who hate RPGs. Yeah. It's not that. In fact, in a way, this system is more like an RPG. This system is more like Dungeons and Dragons, the original or classic RPG. So,
think are important, but it doesn't give you enough options. I can't min-max at all since you can only choose one of the stats per door and you can't repeat. It has to be distributed, which ruins the whole point of this. It just means I ended up equally distributing Alex's stats the whole game.
Not true.
And when I found out that talking to the crow just did all that for you automatically, I did that every level from then on just because it saved time. Which at that point, how about you just level me up automatically after a battle when I get enough experience like in a real...
There's also story reasons why you go into every fucking door.
Okay,
but,
imagine you got the fire flower in Mario, but before you could shoot fireballs, you had to go...
Yeah. Just, false things. I've only played D&D once. I don't have a favorite class.
File your taxes. Let's look at Paper Mario again. That game gives you a choice on which stats to level up too. Here's how long that takes. And in Paper Mario, I actually...
So I don't understand this aspect of it. Like, but this isn't how Final Fantasy VII does it. The only RPG that exists. That's true. I never understand this, like, necessary, like, this isn't me defending the thing and saying it's good, but I don't understand this thing where it's like, yeah, everything needs to be fast. Everything needs to be instant. I don't agree, just in general. I don't need every level up screen to be like the Paper Mario one where I just click, 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 click. No. I don't think that that's peak game design. I think it's better to make something that's appropriate for your game and the story that you're telling and the experience that you want, rather than, yeah, just do the thing other games have done and just let me level up immediately.
Actually have more features than you because I can actually min-max Mario.
Hey, Michael.
Why compare it to a game that's completely different?
From this guy
because they're a
Warren,
YouTube reviewer.
Also has disappeared recently.
What else are they going to do? Talk about like how actual game design matters? No, they've never made a fucking game in their life. Why would they?
Connection between the disappearances of both his sister
and even then, when a lot of YouTubers have made games, it ends up being a ripoff of somebody else's game where they just go, "Oh yeah, that's cool. You spent years developing this. Let me copy that, but change it up a little bit."
Sounds good enough to me. Let's call it Bella.
So here, let me complain about somebody that tried to do something different but didn't do it the best way possible. Okay, cool. Oh yes.
Before we leave Frankton, though,
dialogue.
Talk about these NPCs hanging out. I think that giving NPCs some details can really help with making them feel more alive. And YIIK, they just kind of stand around not doing anything. And sometimes it's nonsensical. Like these two are just kind of staring at a wall in a parking lot. So if two people are parked here, I guess whoever wants to park here can eat shit. Naomi.
Yeah, that whole thing makes it a lot more sense. If you realize that this takes place in New Jersey and they don't give a fuck. Because that's a very New Jersey thing to do. And then we end up with 7 million farming games being announced at once. Yep.
Exists so that they can say a quip or something to Alex, but the characters as game objects are even more lifeless. Like if you want to have them be stationary, give them something to do. Have them do a looping animation and they can turn their heads towards you depending on where you talk to them. The game likes animation in general and I really feel it here. Like no one paces around or moves at all, because they don't want to make walk cycles. In fact, I think Alex is one of the only characters aside from the enemies with actual animations as opposed to just moving around the game world with a static pose. They only ever put the effort in if it's something that they can reuse, like the kids with guns. There's nothing wrong with repurposing, but making some specialized assets makes things more memorable in your game and adds a lot of polish.
Yeah, let me know how many times you do that. You spend days working on something that only goes in one place. Yeah. Tell me how that's a efficient use of your time. Budget. Something you're never gonna use again. Something that only happens here. Really smart. Really, really effective.
Hey, look! We're in Chicago!
Did you just laugh?
People
God,
would
fucking
never
damn it.
stand in
I
the
was
parking
thinking,
lot
oh,
in front of
interesting, you know,
7-7.
she's enjoying herself
right?
a bit. It's
Yeah.
cool. But then the game, felt.
They're also only known Vela for a little bit. Isn't it a little bit early to pointing out when she acts out of character? We barely know her so far. Hey, maybe if you understood the character of Alex, that he builds this entire narrative of a person he's just met, like he did with the cat at the beginning of the game, which you failed to understand, you would know that he's probably already built up an entire narrative in life that he lived with Vela by this point. Damn. Really kind of failed media literacy on that one, huh?
Belta had to spoon feed it to me because it thinks I'm retarded. My favorite part of RPGs is going to different towns and being out of your element. And I have to say, the game isn't doing a bad job. Like, I'm actually getting into these guys, and I'm actually interested about where things will go from here. I really don't like this cemetery. This is obviously a personal thing, and maybe I'm just an old-fashioned stick in the mud, but I feel like a cemetery is an almost sacred place, and putting jokes on tombstones.
So, from what I understand, Andrew had said that a lot of these tombstones, outside of maybe the one with their, it was literally that it was like they had people who had lost family members along the way, and they asked them, hey, do you want me to just put something in this tombstone? Cool. That was it. And then the one of them working themselves to death was after they had falling out with some of the other developers and ended up having to make the game by themselves. So that's why they put that one there. And then the Iwata one is obviously a tribute to Hitor.
It just kind of feels wrong. There was a bit of controversy about this one in particular. They not only put a grave for Iwata in this town, they put it next to the stupid joke one with the developers. Oh, we worked ourselves to death. Did ya? Like, if you want to pay tribute to the guy, just keep it safe and put him in the game, not his corpse. And why did he die here? Iwata didn't live in America. He didn't die in the 90s either. That shit was like...
Oh... 90s.
Yesterday. It's obviously all goodwill, though. Iwata was a great programmer. You know, he put baseball on his calculator, and I'm sure they were inspired a lot by that. So paying tribute was a sweet thing for them to do. It's just a little clumsy. Fuck, man. I have a keyboard and a camera. This fucking kid has a gun. God damn, those sound effects are intense. I don't think I like this place. We eventually get to Rory's house, and this should be a good introduction to the guy, but because we met him over the internet, Andrew thinks it's hilarious to fill the dialogue with stupid internet jokes instead.
Hey, I invented lying on the internet, so no need...
Fuck you.
I'm Alex. I come from the internet.
Oh, fuck. Rory decides to show us stuff relating to the case around town, but he ends up going on weird rants about nonsense.
Water is 11% hydrogen by mass, but 67% if you count atoms. What we love to forget is the soul. You ever imagine what it would be like if we successfully performed a brain transplant?
When are we looking for your sister?
Whatever. But
I love that scene because, like, okay, this gets complex. They made two brothers, and they kind of the inspiration for it was like Full Metal Alchemist, where these guys are like these atheist scientists that are really stuck up. And in Full Metal Alchemist, you know, Edward Elric goes on this long spiel about like what the composition of the human body is, and he kind of uses this to explain some way that he's above God. And this is something that's like kind of written into the way that Roy and Biv, the two brothers of two brothers, are. Alex is also this kind of atheist character who doesn't believe in God, and this is shown in a scene later after this. And like Rory says the same thing. He says like the same thing Edward Elric does in Full Metal Alchemist. But then he points out the soul part and like really focuses on it. And this is an important part of Rory's character throughout this dungeon here, is that he kind of believes in this sort of mysticism that Alex does not. So there you go. It's a pretty cool moment, actually.
I know it's her.
His faces are a little too intense for what he's saying. Is he going through meth psychosis? Michael should put his arm around Rory. tell him to relax. For some reason, Rory is convinced that his sister's spirit is in the sewer, but really this is just an excuse for us to do this dungeon, and it makes me hate him, because this dungeon stinks.
Have you played a video game before? Have you played a video game before? What is this complaint? Like, yeah. That's how they work.
The first issue comes with the enemies. They just have way too much health, and our offense is garbage. I had no idea you could do more damage with Alex by mashing in the yellow sections of Alex's minigame. It's something I had to learn by going on their website, which, I mean, come the fuck on. Special feature.
You had to go to the website to learn that? I'm pretty sure it's in the fucking game. Pretty sure there's a text box that tells you that. On top of maybe going and experimenting with it a little bit and go, okay, so I'm supposed to press A during the yellow sections and the red sections makes it repeat, right? What if there's this one that's awkwardly really long? Is that just supposed to be easier? Maybe I can press, I can press twice during those. Oh, and I have the slowdown mechanic where I can press a lot more. Really fucking, like, I'm not good at video games. I need to stress this a lot. I'm really not good at video games. But damn, skill issue.
My ass. He's straight garbage at fighting without knowing this trick. And Rory, he doesn't even fight at all. He can only protect other characters, so the only ones doing actual damage to these guys are Michael and Vela. It's also a pain that many of the enemies in the dungeon have moves that hit 3 party members, are hard to dodge, and do
Still
a lot
not
of
using
damage.
time energy.
Normally, I'd be happy about
That is one of the that's one of the things that makes the level 5 run possible, is time energy, because you unlock that around somewhere in between levels 1 through 5.
Much needed challenge, but then we run into yet another problem. The scaling of recovery items means it's impossible for this game's fights to have any real stakes. In most games, magic is a scarce resource because the recovery items for it are usually expensive and don't heal that much, which makes it so you can't abuse magic in fights.
I activate my Pot of Greed magic card. That lets me draw 5 cards.
YIIK doesn't have this though. PP recovery items are just as common as HP ones. Many of them can heal massive percentages and are barely more expensive. But hell, even if they were more expensive, the scaling of money in the game is awful. There's no scarcity at all. You can stockpile as many HP, PP, and even revival items as you want, and it's like a small dent in your money. It turns fights like these that would otherwise be challenging into just dumb tests of patience. An RPG with a good economy incentivizes the player to play more of the game.
I feel like if you had managed to actually play the video game and understand the systems that are there and use them to your advantage, you probably wouldn't be complaining about the combat as much, but what do I know?
To do a couple of the random battles you encounter on your way to locations instead of just running for them, and to do side quests, and to take some time exploring the world. But granted, it is very hard to get a good economy. Even games with decent economies at the start can end up falling apart in the late game. Earthbound starts off fine with some scarcity, but by the time you're ready to fight Gygas, Ness is a fucking millionaire ready to put a down payment on a Vancouver crack shack. You get 2 new abilities in this dungeon. Vela gives us an amp that destroys rocks and can stun enemies in the overworld, and Rory gives us a hair flip that lets us get past these trees. This should be real exciting and open up the door for more puzzles, but the issue is that Vela's amp is an obstacle remover.
People hate this room. This room is obviously a joke.
And Rory's hair flip is an obstacle remover. You get them at almost the exact same time, so there's no reason every hair flip obstacle in the overworld.
And you know, the development history explains why this happened. These rooms were set up by somebody that wasn't Andrew and Brian, where it was supposed to be, or, you know, roughly speaking, it was like, a lot of this stuff was set up into the game without really a lot of rhyme or reason as to where stuff needs to be. And then it was found out, you know, as you're starting to play through the game, oh, yeah, you need both of these items here. Oof. And it just ends up being a problem.
Roll couldn't have been replaced with the amp, which means that the hair flip was only really put in to block off points in the dungeon until we reach a certain amount of progress. I don't get it. There's so many better ways to accomplish this design goal that don't take up a slot that I have to go past every time I want to change abilities. I'm in a sewer, for fuck's sake. Have it so I have to drain the water with a switch or some shit, and it accomplishes.
It's not really funny or comical. It's just a joke because that's how some games used to be, and I think it's funny. I think it's really funny.
into a more interesting dungeon that takes advantage of the environment. It'd definitely be better than what it is right now, where I just kind of use these two redundant abilities and unlock doors occasionally. There's none of the interesting puzzles or visual aesthetics that the Factory Hotel offered also. It's just bland. The one thing this dungeon does have, though, is the first boss of the game. The gang is met with an entity, which Rory sees as his sister.
That's my sister. That's Carrie.
Rory. That's not Carrie. Rory.
Rory.
That's you.
It looks nothing like him.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
Whoever voices Rory should really get a grip. Turns out Rory was actually lying. His sister didn't disappear. She killed herself. And I'm supposed to take this seriously, but the phone is just making me think, man, I haven't saved in a while.
Yeah, I get why people would like it, but it's also like, it's just funny. Like, it's just the joke, you know? Here's an obstacle clear. And, like, I get it being, like, at the end of the day, it's not offensive. It's a mild annoyance for the most part. But outside of that, it's like, okay.
I wonder when this dumb cutscene will end so I can save my game before confronting the boss.
You left your body when you
I
surrendered
think that is
yourself to
funny.
your misery. You abandoned this physical form, and your soul was about to enter the soul space.
Okay, so what's going on here? So in YIIK, multiple realities exist, parallel universes and that kind of shit, and they all kind of meet in this area called the soul space.
This is one that I had designed by this guy Craig Hoffler.
So Rory had grief from his sister killing herself, and he went through disassociation. And through that, he was able to get close.
Can you please explain what's going on here?
Shut your fuck up! I'm trying to do
Yeah,
that right
pick her behind
now,
this line.
Alex! So, through all that, Rory got close to the soul space, but didn't enter. So this guy is like Rory from another reality, who did manage to enter it, and made its way into this reality that the game takes place in. Why? Why this alternate reality shit? Why this soul space shit? What does this add to the story? Nothing. Why not just...
Why? Why does the story have a plot? What does this add to the plot? Nothing! I don't know what to say. Honestly. I don't even know what to say to that. What does the story add to the story? Nothing. What?
Oh, when you experience major mental trauma, a psychic ghost is created that fucks with you for fun. It doesn't need to be that exactly, but if you can get to the same result in a less convoluted...
If you can get to the same result... RunningShine is such a shitty writer. That's all I gotta say. Source me no liking.
Choose that.
Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional.
You get that from your Instagram feed from some Indian on a mountain? God damn. Roy should have taken Vela and pushed her into the sewage for that shit.
It's okay. You can tell me. I'm not judging anything you say.
Why is
here.
Fireman here just standing around? Doesn't he have anything to say on this episode of Cuckamy Street? Like, you know, because he's on fire.
Damn it! Guys, we need to run!
Bella, will you tell me what the hell is going on?
I think it's a golden alpaca. Damn it, we need to run! Come on, let's get out of here!
I bet you guys thought we were gonna fight the entity and that Rory would have to confront his demons in a dramatic boss fight. Maybe you might have taken the character seriously for a second. Remember, this game is way too cool and ironic to actually care about anything. Look, guys, it's an alpaca. What a random and wacky animal to be fighting in a sewer. And when it attacks, it goes lemonade, which is really funny, you know, because alpacas can't talk normally, and yeah, it's just funny, you know, because what if one could? It'd be so silly for it to like fruit beverages. This is the worst tonal shift in the game, and I have no idea
What a pretentious fuck.
what they were thinking with this. You go from getting lore and having a character make a big discovery about themselves to fighting some goofy fucking thing out of nowhere.
Oh, I don't understand what this could mean. Huh. It's funny that the Only Plays guys understood what it meant. but hey, you know,
Where
live
with
and learn.
music comprised of groans and grunts and farts. And by the way, right after this stupid boss, it tries to go right back into being serious.
A soul that has escaped from its body.
And then right after, the game has the gall to shit on anime writing.
Don't act like I'm some anime character.
As if the writing in this game is somehow better and less on the nose than the mountains of shonen shit that gets released every season.
Is that what it's doing? Is that what it's doing? It's weird to assign this thing to the moment. Say that's what it's doing.
Right after this, Vela goes on another rant about entities and how they come from the separation of the mind and body and how the soul is shared not just by you, but all the alternate...
Oh yeah, guys, I like anime. Fuck new anime though. All the new shonen shit is garbage. Oh, I'm so cool for doing that. Okay.
alternate reality versions of you. And, you know, I really like that. I love when a game gives me no room to speculate for myself and instead spoon feeds me.
Spoon feeds you? Apparently it spoon feeding you shit earlier didn't work, but now you're saying it's spoon feeding you? It's really inconsistent of you, RunningShine. I think you might need a little bit more spoon feeding. Here, eat up, buddy. Here it is. Here it is.
Every single bit of its universe for 10 minutes. And if you were maybe interested in Vela because, you know, she had a bit of mystery to her and some actually interesting characterization, well, no need to worry because Alex is going to egg her on to explain literally every single aspect of her backstory and how she works.
But how do you know all this?
All this is done in this one place in a sewer where nobody moves and it's a one-sided conversation with Alex and Vela while Michael jerks off in the back. Yeah, totally not like anime. And despite looking like everybody in my MySpace top 8, Rory is the only one making sense here because he's not putting up with her shit.
This is all fine and shit, but it doesn't bring my sister back. Soul space, minds, realities, all that shit. Who even cares?
Alex.
After leaving the door, there's this great segment where you have to find your way around these halls. The entities act in a bit of an unsettling way, and the camera does some really cool stuff. I really like this moment where it starts out with a straight red line, and as you move on it, the angle slowly changes to give it more depth. It's really awesome. You know, I'm feeling pretty good, I gotta say. At least to be done with the dungeon.
My 12-year-old sister killed herself. She died right here. Right where we're standing.
Roy, relax. You don't have to go down there anymore. Don't have to blow up rocks every couple centimeters. Don't have to whip your hair at trees anymore.
Cool it with that! No one cares about your sister right now. We almost just died ourselves.
Oh, don't worry about it, Alex. Because of the abundance of money in the game that I addressed earlier, we had so many recovery items that there was no chance of any of us getting seriously hurt. Alex is mad because he doesn't really care. He just wanted to get his dick wet with Sammy.
You acted like this was connected to Sammy!
And Rory basically had us do a whole 4-hour segment of gameplay for nothing. You know, it's a little harsh, but I think I'm feeling the same. When did this whole...
Rory had us do this? Like, it wasn't Alex, you know, hearing Rory's story and extrapolating that this might be connected to Sammy, even though Rory didn't ever imply that it was connected. He just said that it was similar. It was another person who went missing. Yeah? Okay.
Whole thing accomplished in the story. Not a damn thing. It
Not
only
a damn
introduced us
thing.
to Rory, an ultimately worthless character that only exists to fill a slot in the RPG and let us know when the next All-American Rejects album is coming out. Why should I care about Rory and his personality? All he's done in the time we've spent with him is spout pseudo-philosophical bullshit and complain. He's given nothing interesting about him as a character. So when Alex, standing there, you know, like he normally does, adjusted his glasses and went, "You know what, Rory? I don't give a shit about you or your stupid, dumb, dead..."
It is 4 hours long if you're not using time, energy, or any meaningful combat strategy like RunningShine was. Man, I could see it being 4 hours long if you're this idiot.
Dumb fuck cunt sister. I felt happiness that I hadn't
Alex
felt
is
yet in this
gaslighting
game. And what
RunningShine
happens
so
next?
hard, real.
The game spends 2 hours trying to make me feel bad about it.
Right, Alex. Now look what you did.
Dude!
Oh, hi, Michael. Oh, you finally want to contribute now that Rory is gone.
Yeah, is he so bad that he spent 4 hours in that dungeon? This is something I'm thinking about. Like, every time I watch these YIIK videos, every time I watch a stream where somebody's playing it, I'm like, is it really just a matter that it's a skill issue? Like, are they just getting filtered that hard? Like, not even to go into the story details. Are they getting filtered by like the most basic fucking RPG bullshit? This hard? Really? And then they're talking about how awful it is when they're just bad at it?
Fine. Dude, imagine the level of bitch you have to be to not be able to get a word in edgewise while Rory is around.
Try not to be such a jerk to your friends.
People really didn't like Alex. He was a constant complaint in many reviews, and I'm really not the biggest fan of him either. It's a big problem if your protagonist is almost universally disliked in your character.
This does not bode well for RunningShine.
Focused
Does he know he could speed up time? Probably not. Most people don't, apparently.
We're actually in a very interesting situation since Andrew Allenson actually responded to many of the issues people...
It's part of what made me want to play the game myself. I asked myself, is the gameplay that bad or are they bad? Turns out it's the latter. It's true. I'm not trying to be rude. That's something you can miss easily. It is, I guess. Like, I don't disagree that you can miss it, but like, yeah, I've watched, not RunningShine specifically, but I've watched many streamers just not use skills. And RunningShine even admitted that he didn't use you watch the gameplay, he does not use time energy, like, at all. Not even the slowdown that you have to deal more damage. He didn't realize that the, record mechanic where you see the yellow sections, that you could hit them multiple times until way later in the game because he looked it up on the website, even though the game does tell you this. And I feel like it's something that you kind of like try. So, anyways.
We're actually in a very interesting situation since Andrew Allenson actually responded to many of the issues people had with Alex on the Dick Show podcast. In the early stages of this interview, it's clear to me that the host, Dick Masterson, was friends with Andrew and wanted to have him on after launch to congratulate his friend on releasing his game. But what should have been a really fun celebration of their friend's success was quickly...
This motherfucker has never watched the Dick Show. If this is what he's saying, he's never watched the Dick Show. The Dick Show is a comedy podcast, and the main aspect of it is just them complaining about things. The main aspect of the Dick Show is what makes you a rage? What pisses you off in the world?
He turned into an airing of the grievances by Andrew, where he would shit on just about every aspect of the gaming industry for the lukewarm reception YIIK had gotten by American critics.
Yeah, I don't remember this part of the Dick Show interview, actually.
And consumers. Now, granted,
I remember Dick being pretty hard on them, but I don't remember Andrew doing it. And RunningShine making up narratives of people he's never met. Maybe you might be onto something, Machine Pixie.
Granted, this was an interview done on the spot with no preparation, so it's possible that he misspoke and his head obviously wasn't in the best place after the bad news, but I think that it's still interesting and worth responding to. Here's his response to the issues people had with Alex.
But too many gamers, when they play a game, they're so used to having to identify with the character that if they play a game where the main character is unlikable or has to do some bad stuff, they immediately get triggered by it. But it turns out
Have you proven him wrong yet, RunningShine? Throughout the whole bit of this video, has what he said been wrong so far?
everyone just wants like Ayn Randian written characters where like the main villain is like Wesley Mooch. The thing was like when you make an unlikable character, people expect Sherlock Holmes or Dr. House. They want flawed heroes, but only to the extent that they're beautiful and intelligent and slightly Aspergery.
Alex doesn't have Asperger's.
Are you Korean?
No. Do I look Korean?
It's hard to say. You look vague.
He didn't say that Alex didn't have Asperger's. That's a huge leap in logic there for you, RunningShine.
Ethnic?
Maybe it'd be best if you just didn't mention race again. Somehow.
War game where, oh no, you nuke people bad. That was Spec Ops The Line, and it wasn't nuking people. It was using white phosphorus. Which is also another postmodern game.
It comes off so awkward when you do.
I just meant, like, you know, exotic. None of the other girls around here look like...
Stop. Please, just stop. This is seriously uncomfortable now.
Man, I love this section of dialogue so much. By the way, hello. I'm half Japanese. I'm Asian. Okinawan specifically, so my skin tone is usually pretty brown. You can't tell because there's all kinds of funny color stuff going on here. But yeah. I often get asked about my race, even when I was a young kid. So I've experienced this goofy shit. It's real. And even the first time I played this game, I was like, that's hilarious. Like, that is so real. These white liberal people like Alex, who are trying to be like politically correct, but also are trying to ask a very politically incorrect question, quote unquote politically incorrect question. They stumble over themselves like this constantly, and it is really funny. So I don't know. First time I saw this, I was like, damn, that's hilarious. Every time I watch it, I fucking quote this to like my other Asian friends. I tell them about this scene, and they're like, that's hilarious. And, you know, constantly quoting the vaguely ethnic because it's like, it's so good. It's so real.
Alex.
What are you talking about?
They manage to be dicks to everyone, and they get away with it because they bring some sort of savantism that saves the world.
Yeah.
So if you make a character who's just like some hipster obsessed with the paranormal, hasn't.
Oh, even in this interview that RunningShine has listened to and put into this video, it says that he's a hipster. Somehow it still doesn't get into his brain that Alex is a hipster. That is his character trait. That is who he is. And how that colors the entire narrative. Wasn't this something that somebody said to Andrew's wife at Taco Bell? Yeah, because it is something people say.
Grown up yet and treats his friends like shit. People immediately feel they don't know how to process this.
Maybe for a select group of people, this might be true. I mean, there are definitely people who always need to self-insert, but it's clearly not universal. There's a lot of games out there with unidealistic protagonists. Here's a couple of my favorites. And
okay, Metal Gear Solid 2, which is a postmodern game. You'd think you'd get that. Cloud. I mean, I don't see why he's not idealistic. No More Heroes, sure. Hotel Dusk, all right. And Lisa, I always got to bring up Lisa. Hello, it's one of the, 20 games that everybody on 4chan has played. Congratulations. I don't understand how you can't look at these games. These games right here, specifically Final Fantasy VII, No More Heroes, and Metal Gear Solid 2. You look at those games, and it would like perfectly illustrate who Alex is. Alex thinks that he's Cloud Strife, but really he's kind of Travis Touchdown, but with like none of the cool factor. He's a fucking loser. And the way that the entire narrative is postmodern is kind of like it is in Metal Gear Solid 2.
Successful enough to get sequels. There's also Ryo, who's not really an asshole, but he's definitely on some
Also,
kind
let's
of
go over those sequels because haha, funny.
Successful enough to get sequel.
Sequel, Final Fantasy, the one that's about the character that Cloud pretends to be. Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance. Hi, it's one of the 10 games everybody plays and doesn't shut up about. Even though when that game came out, people heavily criticized it. Hey, Hotel Dusk, the game that nobody fucking knows about, but also the sequel that nobody knows about as well. Cool, nice hipster grab there. No More Heroes 2, the game not designed by or directed by Suda51 that kind of sucks, to be fucking honest, and is rehashing a lot of shit. Cool. Yeah, great. And then Lisa the Joyful. Cool. Travis Touchdown canonically likes YIIK, which is funny. Yeah.
There's also Ryo, who's not really an asshole, but he's definitely on some kind of spectrum.
Excuse me. Yes?
So, like, even, let's go back to these characters.
Here's a couple of my
favorites. Cloud is cool. Like, he's comparing Alex to these characters. Cloud is cool. Like, he's badass. Wielding a fucking giant sword. You know? Great. Travis Touchdown. He's a fucking loser. But, He's kind of a badass. He just fucking kills people. Morally questionable, but like, Andrew's just describing how he's supposed to be unlikable. Here you go. Here's examples of morally questionable characters. They're all likable. Alex is likable, but in a different way.
These were all successful enough to get sequels. There's also Rio, who's not really an asshole, but he's definitely on some kind of spectrum.
Excuse me. Yes? I'm looking for someone who knows about Chinese people.
The thing is that most of these characters still manage to have an appeal because they have concrete goals that people can get behind and understand. They're also interesting, and that's the main problem here. Alex isn't a bad character because he does offensive things or is a bad person. He's a bad character because he's just boring. Take away Alex's flowery liberal arts language, which at most is a quirk of his, and what is...
Yeah, the guy who completely failed to understand Alex's character at all throughout this video tells me how Alex's character isn't very good. Very, very interesting. Thanks.
What does he have left? Nothing. His character is soft, and in this moment where they try to put in front of your face that Alex is really not a cool guy,
would it be cooler if Alex said, "The job, killer is dead," every time he went to go fight a boss or something? Would that make you like him more? If he had more quirks? If he was a meme of a character, you know? Is that what writing you want here? Really?
Falls completely flat because what did he do really? Did they seriously want me to think this outburst was uncalled for? Because it wasn't. Like, it's rude to bring the sister into there, sure. But is he really wrong? Like, think about it.
Yes! Yes, he is really wrong. He is factually wrong from the events that he says. The story and what is said between each scene, he is wrong. Rory said nothing about it being connected to Sammy. He didn't act like at all that it was connected to Sammy. It was explicitly about his sister. It was explicitly about him trying to find somebody to sympathize with the trauma that he's going through. It was nothing about Sammy. Yes, he is fucking wrong. Are you really this illiterate and dense?
For a second. Imagine you're some guy with glasses and a Brental Floss shirt, and you really want to fuck this girl and jerk off in front of her with consent. Then this guy sends you a message asking for help to find his sister, and says there's a connection to the girl you want to fuck. So you and your weirdo friends get on a bus to the middle of nowhere where you walk your asses off to this town, and on your way to this guy you get shot at by some Elliot Roger and beat up by some fat fuck. And when you finally get there, he has this stupid voice.
So hey, yeah, I'm Rory.
And starts making you run all over the town while cold wind is blowing in your face, and he goes on about crap. Then he makes you go into a stinky sewer and tells you his sister...
We get it, you're antisocial and you hate people. Why the fuck are you, like... This whole situation is like the least contrived of a video game, but he's acting like it's the most. I've seen video games where it's like, there's no logic as to why you're going to do this next thing, but you're going to do the thing, and you go... Yeah, okay, cool.
Is down there.
I think my sister's soul is down here.
Only for there to be nothing, and it turns out he's just a delusional retard.
Alex should, after he kills everybody, goes, "You got yicked on! Oh, be careful. I'm gonna turn you... I'm gonna squash this Y2K bug."
And this has nothing to do with your goal of getting pussy. What would you say to this fucking guy?
Goal of getting pussy? You almost understand Alex's character.
Oh, sorry it didn't work out, pal. Let's try again some other day. No! You'd be furious. You'd want to kill him. Alex is not some terrible asshole like they want him to be. What do you...
So again, failing to understand the postmodern meta-narratives that Alex is adopting. He's adopting this whole idea that Rory is lying to him. He's framing it that he's lying to him when Rory didn't lie to him. And they go... Oh, yeah, he's kind of just being an asshole. Yeah, he's totally right for being an asshole from his perspective. Yeah, sure, but he's not right for being an asshole from, like, what he did. Why? The actual real events of the thing, he's not right for being an asshole. And you would understand this if you had any bit of literacy.
He is instead is annoying. All Alex ever does in the dialogue 90% of the time is make some sarcastic remark or go,
"What just happened? What about one of the others? Holy shit!
shit! How the fuck is this possible? Why did we have to kill it? You guys see that? Ignoring my question. How could you lie to me?
He's not even one-dimensional because that at least implies a gradient, which he doesn't have. You know, if he was an actual character, maybe after a certain point, he'd become a little bit numb to the crazy shit he sees. And maybe he'd be getting tired of it. But no, he's just always being an H-box about it until the end. He never changes. He's static shock. Like Andrew says, Alex.
A lot like this video. It's like a lot like all of your videos where they're all just ego trips about how smart and cool you are for being the hipster. Good job, RunningShine.
Alex is supposed to grow, but I don't see any of that.
Supposed to grow. He doesn't say he does. Reading comprehension fail. Congratulations, RunningShine.
Wrong with him in the first place. He misspeaks a case.
I don't see anything that's wrong with him. Congratulations, reading comprehension fail.
Occasionally, what is that weak shit? He has no issues with his friends, really. Like, it's like, oh man, they all hate Alex now because he was
You don't
rude to
even need
Rory.
literacy
Well, yeah.
there. All you need is a
Why
handful
don't
of empathy.
You guys go
Sure.
hang out with Rory.
It's also like, I hate to be this guy where I'm just like stopping every time and going, man, you're fucking stupid. Man, you're fucking stupid, dude. You don't get this and you're just being an asshole. But like, this is what I think about this video. And people keep asking me, what's your opinion on the... Oh, I like the RunningShine video. It's funny, but like, oh, I don't know, whatever. It's fucking garbage. It's ego-stroking, self-masturbatory garbage. He's just being a fucking hipster.
He's such a cool...
I feel like too many people expect Alex to change, so when he doesn't, they think it's bad writing. Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying about you're supposed to be role-playing the postmodernist, you know? You're the guy that you're supposed to dissect it and understand it, not Alex, because Alex refuses to.
Cool guy. Yeah, didn't think so. They all forgive him before this next chapter is even done anyways. In fact, he even meets two upstanding citizens and lets them spend the night in his Airbnb. Maybe
Funny
the game could go into him
racism
being
joke.
obsessed with this girl, and maybe in his chase for this one person, he ruins relationships with people who aren't.
That is what the plot is about. Why are you acting like it isn't? Like, this is either ignorance or you're feigning ignorance? Reading comprehension failure again? Because that is what's happening.
In his life. It would even have interesting parallels to our own world because there's a lot of people who get involved in conspiracy theories who end up ruining their own lives with that shit.
That is what the story is about. What do you mean? That is literally like the summary of the events of the game are that. Oh, guys, I have this great new fan fiction. About Y2K. Wouldn't it be cool if like the main character was like a hipster? I don't know. The writer wasn't smart enough to do this. He really sucks at writing. But like, what if he was a hipster? Wouldn't that be cool? Oh, yeah. I think, man, it would make so much things make more sense. What if he was like trapped in nostalgia for the 1990s? And like, he wasn't really taking place in the 90s, but it was like all about his nostalgia for it, a time where everything was better for him, before his dad left and everything got really weird. What my headcanon would be great. It would be like, his father left. You're not smarter than the writer, dumbass. That is literally what the story is about. What the fuck are you on about?
And completely disconnecting from their friends and family and society as a whole. But instead, Alex is not very different from the kinds of characters Allenson shits on. He's the leader of a group of wacky side characters with personality quirks all on a quest to get his dick wet with some Asian bitch. And what's even worse is the way he looks. It's excruciating. You just know he does open mic nights at some trendy bar in SoCal about his weird Uber experiences and his wacky roommate. Alex fails because the game pretends he's some interesting flawed character who he needs to change when he's really just a charisma vacuum with nothing to him. Chapter 3 starts in a very exciting way with Alex's mom making him get a job. Why does he need to get a job? All he needs to do is look in the fucking garbage and he can make rent.
Time for filler.
I really don't like...
What do you mean filler? So like the whole joke, you know, the character moment here is Alex's mom goes, look, motherfucker, I spent so much fucking money on you going to college. I spent even more money than I was supposed to for you to go to college. Can you go get a job and help pay for rent or something? Can you do something with your fucking life? And Alex is like, yeah, but I'm like destined for something greater. I'm supposed to be like the protagonist. I'm supposed to be the hero of the story. I'm going to save this Asian girl that I saw in a video online. And I'm gonna do this. This is what my story is. My story isn't working at Burger Joint. So when he goes to find a job, he doesn't try at all. That is the story of the character, because he's a pathetic loser. So how is this filler?
Like going into these stores because I know I have to deal with 2 loading screens going in and out. Like, come on, if I'm going into an area, have all these stores and houses I can enter as part of the same map, so it can all just be loaded at once. Loading is a big problem with this game in general, and actually one of the areas I think random encounters would have been better than these little guys that chase you, because it allows for you to do more things under the hood without the player noticing, like preloading the fight before transitioning into it. It's also important to not trash the overworld when going into these, because it means that you have to load it all over again. Taking time to optimize this stuff is seriously worth it, because no one wants to deal with loading screens. Even when looking at them, it sucks. Most games at least mask it with like a cutscene or art at least, but YIIK is just a black screen with goofy tips. Video games aren't a waste of time. Yeah? Well, sitting through this shit definitely is, but it's fine because in between these loading screens, we get to apply for really exciting jobs at places like sports and the logo of a camera. I thought Alex might want to work at the record place, but the guy doesn't want us. In fact, nobody wants us. Maybe Vela? Well, fuck. Is he fucking serious? Yeah, I make good progress today, which is none. After such a hard day's work, Alex tries to get some sleep, but is awoken due to a strange, reoccurring dream he keeps having about a sleeping girl. Be careful, Alex. Now you're fantasizing about sleeping women. You don't want to be upgrading from a CK to a Cosby. Alex decides to go downstairs and finds an entity on his couch. This might be one of my favorite moments in the game. This bit where I go to Alex's room and it's right behind me actually gave me a fucking spook, and I was so excited. The game hard cuts to different angles, kind of like Resident Evil, and I thought they would take advantage of this. The game already has the supernatural thing going on. Why not ramp up the strange shit and create a spookier atmosphere?
There was a figure in my house. It followed me around.
This game has zero confidence in itself.
Something told me the figure wasn't bad.
Why? Because this one's white? Alex, come on.
Get out! I don't want you here! Do you understand what I'm saying? Leave! Be gone!
Leave the fucking guy alone. He's just trying to get some Captain Crunch. Quit screaming at him.
This isn't even a real TV show! Do you even speak English?
Alex, this is getting out of hand. There's no reason to be xenophobic. Not everybody is going to watch the same TV shows or speak the same language you do. For something that he supposedly thinks is friendly, he's so fucking mean to this thing. The entity guides Alex outside towards a sort of mini dungeon. Aside from Alex's racist, xenophobic screaming, I'm really liking the atmosphere going on with the little theremin radio sounds in the back. God damn it, I'm trying to get into this atmospheric supernatural shit, and then it just gets ruined with the stupid... It's an RPG! Guys, Earthbound! Like, why didn't they set the music up so it could easily override tracks for situations like this? It's like when Minna gets AIDS in Twilight Princess, and you have to carry her on your back because she's tired and has AIDS, and this beautiful piano piece is playing. But then some enemy shows up and the music goes right back to I'm an evil enemy. The actual dungeon is alright. I mean, I'm a sucker for any...
Damn, a game with the whole team made the same mistake as Y2K, but you know. Fucking cares.
Thing at night, and it's pretty quick. It's linear, but it tries to do these little maze things that are too small for them to be real obstacles. One thing I noticed is that these enemies seem to react to me even when they shouldn't be able to see me. That's always one of those...
So I don't understand what the problem is with this. Because like, that kind of seems to be the point. The point is that if you want to avoid this enemy outside of just stunning them, that you have to like move around this maze. Okay? For someone who got up in arms about real-life tragedies for entertainment, he makes a lot of dark jokes about real-life murder and rape. Hey.
Those things you want to prevent if possible, not because it's annoying. The game is actually pretty good with its camera. Enemies don't just appear out of nowhere to attack you. But having their view blocked by the walls of the maze would allow for the maze sections to be a little bit more interesting. But it's fine, and it's nice to play through a dungeon where Alex and his buddies don't stop the flow to talk about flotation tanks and DMT. One thing to note is that this track was actually done by Toby Fox. It's a good track, one of the better ones in the game. It's definitely a Toby Fox.
Toby Fox. Oh, soy.
Song though, it's got the chiptune sounds with the reverb on them.
Damn, that's what it takes to be a Toby Fox guy. You gotta write that down. Write that down. Make a Toby Fox song. Chiptune with the reverb.
But it's refreshing to hear a song in this game, you know, with a pulse to it and any energy. A lot of the tracks in YIIK just have nothing to offer.
Constantly modulating and changing, which makes it jarring to listen to them in the background.
Which is weird. Andrew's a musician, so you think it'd be one of the strongest aspects of the game. Toby actually advertised the game before release, but removed it when the controversy started. So the lesson here is that when shit goes down, Toby's not gonna have your back. The entity guides us to a radio tower where we find a jacket sleeve for a record. Unfortunately, the jacket doesn't have anything in it, so we have to figure out where we can find the actual record. I don't know why this entity wants to hear it so bad, but might as well help him out. I mean, it's not like we have anything important to do.
So you just followed the entity to a radio...
It's like you're almost understanding who the character is. Wow.
tower a few miles from town? What is wrong with you?
I'm so tired of his panda. I feel like this is all he ever does. Oh, you did that? Why would you go do that? Because the game told me to. It's not...
Wait, you're Alex?
Like I could just choose to hang out with the entity and watch static with him. I couldn't go back to sleep or hang out in Frankton. I could only go out the back. Even Alex's imaginary friends, man. He can't get a fucking break. Let's go over to Michael's house, see if he wants to come along and find the album. Uh-oh, Alex!
Why don't you have a seat right over there, please?
I was actually rewatching The Catch a Predator the other day. And you know who I always feel the worst for in that show? Mike. Not Mike the pedophile, but Mike from Mike's Hard Lemonade. More like Mike's Hard Penisade. For kids. Well, it turns out Michael was sick, so it looks like we're going to the first record shop alone. Before starting a chapter, though, I always like stocking up on items, and I think it's worth talking about how the shops and menus are in this game. This is important stuff in an RPG. You want menus feeling good to use, and being seamless, and maybe even having some visual flair to them if you can...
And, like, this section I don't disagree with, but it's also just, like, inoffensive. Cool.
It. I know it's a bit silly to focus on menus, but a lot of devs, especially indie devs, really don't put enough attention into these, and it does detract from the game when you have to use them so often for shopping, healing, and equipping. In YIIK's shopping system, there's a noble attempt to make things more efficient by minimizing button inputs. The goal is that you just press to the right or left to increase the amount of items you want to buy, and repeat this for all the items you want, and then pay at the end. This in theory is great. When I shop in RPGs, I hoard up on so much shit like I'm at Costco, so not having to deal with the confirmation menus as much is a really nice idea, but visually it's just not communicated very well. Like in this quadrant, the position of the number that shows how much of an item I have selected are relative to the size of the name, which makes it disorientating to review what you plan on buying. This shit should be evened out on the right margin, and there should always be 2 digits for consistency. I'd also often catch myself just pressing a button to buy an item like I was playing Pokemon or something. I think there should be some arrows here to indicate a bit that I should press to the left or right. In fact, what the fuck? You even have sprites for arrows in the menu. Just slap that shit on and replace the parentheses. Also, I get that he uses less button presses to not have this...
Yeah, I think that was actually in the earlier versions of the game as well.
Prompt for the amount after you select an item, but it's by no means faster. It takes forever to go through this thing. Meanwhile, most games that have me select the item at least let me add 10 within a single input, and you can't do that here because pressing up will take me to a slice of deep dish pizza. But you can still have this feature, just have the run button make it so I can hold it down and press right and it'll increase by 10. Or at least make the value go up twice or 3 times as fast because man, it takes a bit and it destroys the whole point of the menu. This last thing is a stupid gripe, but I don't need Mickey Mouse to point to the item I have selected. The selected item is already highlighted, and it looks tacky spilling out of the menu. Next up, this quadrant is fucking gigantic with tons of blank space, and the space that is used up isn't even useful. Like, you don't need to tell me that this is spaghetti. I know that because it tastes great, but also it's what I'm highlighting. In fact, it even tells me again in the description. I'm not retarded. Come on. In fact, you could take these attributes and put them down here in place of the name. I don't have so much room to write about water bottles, but it's got some useful info in there too. The only reason for this wasted space is so they could display stats on equipable items.
If you're not, can you explain some of the things that I've been asking? No.
But even these can still go in the bottom with the other info. Maybe it could have its own dedicated row just to guarantee nothing spills over to the next line. And you still have 3 lines to write about the item, which is plenty. Next up is the money. In most games, they make the money in your wallet huge. It's the first thing your eyes look at, and that's important because it's variable and always relevant to what you should buy. But in YIIK, it's in the most discreet place possible, so I moved all the item shit to the right. What the fuck? The basically empty quadrant is bigger than the one with the items in it. Anyways, I put the money on...
So what I find funny about this is the way he's doing this is like all with like a video editing or a picture editing program, not understanding like what is actually going on with the menu and how it, like, programming literally works. If you pay attention to the way menus work, they're reused a lot, and the idea is to not have a whole bunch of shit you have to load or whatever. And the whole point is like, okay, so the way that this menu works is the same as some other menu later on. And when you go to change it like this and make it all bespoke for every single thing, it's like, yeah, well, this menu should be this and this. Man, the amount of development time you're asking for is ridiculous.
On the left, since I'm not Japanese and my eyes naturally read in the right direction. I also put their total cost function under it so we can have like a subtraction thing with the total amount after spending being here. It doesn't look great visually at the moment, but I think it could with a better position and appropriate styling to fit with everything else.
It could if somebody did all the work for me. Cool. His critiques makes more sense when you realize how better the new ones look. Yeah, sure. But it's also a matter of like, man, the new ones are so far and beyond what the fuck he's talking about here. Bro, I can make sounds with my mouth. It can't be that hard to use an instrument. True.
Normally this isn't necessary, but I think it's a useful function for this grocery checkout system they have going on. And now you have tons of extra room, which lets you make this quadrant bigger if you want. You can also use this for some stylistic stuff. Maybe zoom in on the shop owner. It would make this menu feel a little bit less sterile. The colors are just awful. Like, I don't mind the pure black, but this weird mix of this like harsh blue and green just look horrible. There's nothing stylistic or...
That's funny because you chose the color scheme. Okay, cool, whatever.
Fun about any of it. Like, I'll never look at this and go, the good old YIIK menu. And even when you buy something, let's just compare sound.
That's how many... Like, maybe other than Persona, do you really think, man, oh, yeah, the Pokemon menu system. Oh, yeah, I love menus in Pokemon.
What a joke. Well, the worst part of all comes after leaving a shop. I look that way too. Do ya? I don't like when cashiers comment on my purchases. If anybody watching this is a clerk, stop doing that shit. The worst time was when I went to Walgreens and the cashier was loading my groceries and I heard him say under his breath, oh, okay.
Why are you buying groceries at Walgreens? The YIIK menu is a little bland. I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm saying it's just not nearly as offensive as, 5 minutes of a video.
Okay, we got breakfast here. Mind your own fucking business.
I will say, I do appreciate him explaining exactly what he thinks the flaws are of the menu. Like, that's nice, that's cool. But, like, man, the way he's talking about menus is so pretentious and so ridiculous.
Or when I went to GameStop and I bought The World Ends With You on the DS, and the clerk said, oh, I've never played this game. Like, me neither. That's why I'm buying it. The normal menu is pretty inoffensive and standard, but I have an issue.
Hey, you know what's cool about that? You antisocial fuck? The point is you're supposed to go, oh yeah, I heard about it this. They're trying to have a conversation with you. I mean, you could say you don't want to, but there's no reason to be upset about it. Oh, yeah, I heard, when I bought it when I was a kid, I just was like, this game looks cool as fuck. I want to play this game. And it was one of the greatest games I've ever played. But, like, somebody asked me, oh, I've never played this one. Yeah, I don't know. It looks fucking sick. Looks like an awesome game. Do you know anything about it? No. Well, me neither. I'll let you know how it was next time I come in to buy something else. It's not that hard. It's not that complex. They're just trying to be a little sociable.
with how it segregates items, which is that it doesn't at all. Key items are mixed in with equipables, which are mixed in with recovery items. If they were emulated...
You can press a button and it sorts it. I'm not going to pretend that it's great, but you can press a button to sort it.
The mother system with this, it doesn't work because I have infinite items. The mother games limit you to 14 items per character, which is frustrating at times, but it wants you managing the menu well, so having all the different items in one place serves a purpose. Also, these games help you a bit because when you buy an equipable from a vendor, they offer to let you sell your weaker stuff, a feature YIIK doesn't have. And having infinite items is more of a hindrance than anything because the game gives you so many different kinds of items that going through the menu to find what you need is a nightmare, even with the sorting. This isn't a problem other games have because it's one slot per item, so having lots of different kinds of items doesn't inconvenience you like it does here. Everything else is fine though. The hints are fine, equipping is easy, and the statuses
Learn your
are
place
seamless.
way
He's
easy.
just like
a little
you,
bit.
only from an alternate reality. Whoa, man, that's really cool. Getting back to finding that record, let's check
Maybe
our
that's
store.
relevant to the
I'm looking
story.
for this record.
No, never.
You've probably
Maybe
never
too much plot for the plot. I get it. You're right.
heard of it, but
Yeah,
it's
that joke is like 10 years too old now. The guy who runs this place is awful. What is this portrait? Oh, yeah, I got you covered, hot shot. After this, he's gonna go work his part-time shift at the Shore Shack so he can hang out with Otto and Squid.
We don't have it. It's like, yeah, I think it's like sold out, dude.
He doesn't have shit, so we have to go all the way to Windtown to check their store, but Bella doesn't want to come with us.
One day, Alex, when you finally get a job, you'll understand.
Oh, and she goes, everything's can't be about conspiracies and missing girls. Hey, look, there's that thing that you said that the story should be about. There you go. There it is. There it is right there. Did you miss that? You edited this video and you included that line specifically. That's the thing you were talking about.
Okay. But it turns out Michael wasn't sick after all, and it's down with going as long as we check in on Rory. Sounds good to me. What I love is that when we get to his house, we knock on the door and go, maybe let's try the other door. But then when we go there, we just decide to invite ourselves in like we're Kramer.
Oh, you guys. Yeah. Mom, I'm gonna take them.
Sorry, Rory, I can't hear you over the Sonic the Hedgehog casino music.
Wow, Rory. Your mom is all legs.
Dude, shut up.
But that's one leg.
Dude, shut up.
I heard you the first time, Rory. Was that intentional? So many audio
It's so
problems
funny.
in the scene. Maybe I am playing Sonic Adventure.
Alex has something he wants to say to you.
I don't get it. If Alex isn't supposed to be a self-insert for the player, dialogue selection doesn't really make sense.
Man. Like, man. Like, hey, this is the first time you're given an option like this, right? Maybe you're supposed to consider for a second maybe why that is. You know? Maybe there's a reason to it. Like, I get it. You're like, oh, we're not supposed to self-insert as Alex. Whatever. And you fail to recognize that this is a character and like actions are happening to him and that like there's a story based on him and all this shit, right? Throughout this video. And you failed there. But now it's a problem. And you don't question at all why you might have a dialogue choice here. If you've seen my second video on Y2K, on the analysis series, I point out that it's like, this sort of option you're given here seems like wish fulfillment for Alex. That he acted one way and he wishes he could go back in time and do something different. So, you know, I don't know. That makes sense. That's narratively in line with the character. 2 seconds. 2 fucking seconds it takes you to think this, and there's an answer that recognizes it as part of the story.
sense. It's also only done with stuff involving Rory because there's this weird value in the game determining if Rory will kill himself or not.
Weird value in the
I
game.
don't give a shit about.
I wonder what that could be. I wonder what the story relevance is of that. Telltale games? Sort of. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, but the problem with Telltale games is that there's no... Telltale games go, you have two options, and the result is the same. And that's the problem. You're not actually able to roleplay or insert yourself meaningfully at all. Two options. But we're still going to do the same thing anyway. This time you're angry about the thing going on. Or this time you're happy about the thing going on. It's the failure of Telltale games. It's a bastardization of the adventure genre. Wait, I want to see something. Most of the people who hate on YIIK have never played it. We all defend it. So do me a favor, type A or B if you didn't. Yeah, there we go. It's a great thing. Yeah, Milk Throw, have a great time. I'm glad that you've enjoyed this so far, hearing me yell over silly guy. Sometimes, if you're lucky, character A will survive for an extra scene than character B. That's 100% true about Telltale games. They all do that. I think Tales from the Borderlands is just really fun. Like, it's written in a really fun way. I haven't played the sequel at all yet, but that one was really fun. And the Minecraft game is really funny. I don't know that I like the Minecraft one, but it has a lot of really funny scenes in it. Yeah, inserting your options, but I never saw someone like Lee as me. He had too much of a character for you to role play as him, but it feels like in other adventure games like that, especially text adventure games, is what I'm getting at specifically, and even like Disco Elysium to an extent, from what little I've played of it, it feels like the character kind of has a little bit of a trait, but like a lot of what you're choosing to do and like where the story goes is based off of the actions that you decide, rather than it being, okay, here's this character in this story, but like, what would you want to do in this situation? Okay, you did this, but in the result, we're still going with this story. Pig dying and turning to a raw pork chop with sad music. That scene goes so hard. It's one of the greatest scenes in video games. It feels more as a story experience than a gameplay experience. It's something that, yeah, like if you're watching a lot of videos about it before you experience it yourself, you're gonna get that. And there's a lot of nuance to like the way some scenes are and the way some gameplay is. Like I'm pointing out here, you know, this choice actually does matter, and it has a lot of story relevance. And there's a lot of really good puzzles. I love the puzzles in Y2K. Just like environmental puzzles are great. I thought they were really strong and really fun, even though they are a bit simple. A lot of the environment design is beautiful, and it's good. The gameplay as it is now with the combat in 1.25, it's okay. Like ultimately, it's not great. It's good. It's fine. It's okay. It's a lot better than 1.0, but it still isn't amazing by any means. There's a lot of fun to be had with it if you explore all the options you actually have. But IV's combat is so much better, and it's definitely kind of worth waiting for. Yeah. Okay, continue on.
Rory, as if he contributes anything to the party in the first place. It's also really silly. The determining factor for if he kills himself is how this fucking guy treats him. Why would you give a shit about any...
Oh, maybe you don't understand the character. Maybe it's because this is Alex's view on the world, and he wishes he could have said the right things and make it so Rory didn't die. Because, I don't know, RunningShine, if you've ever had a friend commit suicide. But the first thought you have in your mind when you find out about it is you're like, maybe there was something I could have done so that wouldn't have happened. And that's kind of just Alex's, perspective on this.
Anything a guy like this says to you,
Turns out when he has control over the narrative, he can make it so you could do something about it.
grip, Rory. Everybody in this game is like a quarter of a person. Now that we got Rory back, let's go to the record store.
Hey, we're looking for this record. I've got the record jacket, but not the record. Any idea if it's in stock?
Mystical Ultima LP Legend. That has to be by far one of the greatest records ever recorded.
That's not what I was asking, Nardwar. I'm asking if it's in stock.
It's otherworldly.
What is it? Is there reverb on it?
Any idea where we can get it?
Let me check the record catalog. Does it have to be on vinyl?
I don't really care. I suppose I'd prefer it'd be more of an authentic sound, you know?
Yeah, but only if you're playing from a tube.
Okay, I can tell Mark Maron here is just wanting to do a 2-hour podcast with us, so let's skip ahead a bit. He doesn't have the fucking record.
You guys want to hit up the other two stores?
Yeah, I guess. Sounds like it could be fun.
Yes, I am down. Let's do this.
Rory should be the one saying like, yeah, I guess it could be fine. And Michael should be all excited, because he's like the childhood friend. Rory has just been getting verbally abused by us all week. Why is he so eager? On our way to the third record shop, we're treated to 2 scenes of the characters sitting around and talking to each other so we can learn more about Rory.
I'm a scene kid with a dead sister.
No one has ever said either of those 2 things, let alone in a compound. Also, this game is supposed to take place in the 90s, but scenesters weren't a fucking thing until the mid-2000s. The game's setting is a total lie. It keeps telling me it's the 90s, but nothing indicates that. Everybody in the game dresses really generically, and Alex listens to vinyl and
No, they totally retconned this. This definitely wasn't intentional at all. I wonder why.
Period when vinyl was at its lowest point. Like he should be listening to CDs and downloading things illegally off of Napster. Now, I know the reason. Brian Allenson, the artist, probably just really liked vinyl and just wanted to put it in the game.
Brian Allenson,
the
artist.
I'm not shitting on it all. I like it also.
Who is funny Japanese man?
There definitely isn't a story reason as to why this is a thing. It's gotta be just because they liked the thing. They didn't have any, There's definitely no reason, no deeper reason. It's just because they don't give a shit about their thing. They just like vinyls and they think it's cool. So they just want to put it in their video game. What a pretentious fuck.
Hell, I even have the Earthbound vinyl.
That's right. I got cassettes too, bitch.
The only really 90s things in the game are the couple goth people, the GeoCities forum, and the stupid pogs. So, I get freaked out when Alex, who clearly looks like a late 2000s hipster out of Scott Pilgrim, goes, "Oh man, I sure am in the 90s. Get over here. Let's listen to the
Who
new
would have
Foster the
fucking
People
thought?"
album and post about it on Tumblr." In the 90s, the boys decide to talk about their future and what they'll do for college. Rory, of course, goes, "I don't know what I'm gonna do." And then they shit on Alex for being unemployed, like friends do. But then Alex decides to give me his life story in between the wait for the next train.
I got to college, made friends with people I never thought I'd hang out with, got interested in poetry, started listening to Dylan.
What the fuck? I didn't know Alex was 70 years old. I don't like that he refers to him on a one-name basis, like he's really in with the in crowd.
It's because he's a hipster. Hello. You just recognize that he was, and then you act like there's a problem with this. That's how a hipster speaks. That's the character. You dipshit.
All this just amounts to saying that Alex is a poser, which I already knew. I knew that the second he got off the bus with his non-prescription glasses at the beginning of the game. They get back on the
I don't have a
train and Rory
white
asks
sheet
Michael
big
when
enough for all the projection. Damn, Salty Bit. That's a good ass fucking one. I had
Do you know what you want to go for?
Rory, look at Michael, okay? What do you think he wants to fucking major in? Right, pornography. Why are you even asking this?
Computers, probably. Maybe I'll make computer games.
Why does he fight with a camera then? If he loves games, he should be like fighting with a power glove or something. Oh man, I feel bad for Alex. No one wants to sit with him. Not even his supposed best friend.
Really seems like the world is going to shit, doesn't it? First Alex loses Sammy, I lose Carrie, the economy is tanking. Future looks bleak in 1999, boys.
Must be Y2K.
Okay, this is the worst bit of dialogue in the whole game. I physically reacted to this shit when I played it for the first time. Like as if the economy fucking up is even remotely related to your stupid shit. Michael and Alex don't even have jobs. What Rory says here is so awful it doesn't even deserve a response.
Future looks bleak in 1999, boy.
But then Michael comes in and goes, must be the blacks. Leaning back with this self-satisfied look on his face, arms out like he's hot shit. The only thing that can make this worse is if they high-fived each other after. Alex interjects as if a tragedy didn't just happen to go.
What's Y2K?
Alex knows what Y2K is. He goes on the same shit these two do. There's no sense in him being oblivious to this. He's only ignorant so that the game can sit here and tell me about what Y2K is in case you missed out IRL.
This is crazy. How have I never heard of this before? Probably because you live under a posh little rock and only hear about the things your mommy wants you to hear about.
Michael is being such a huge dick out of nowhere. Friends don't talk to each other like this.
Maybe that's why everything is going to shit.
Because you don't know.
Friends don't talk to each other like this? Motherfucker, you don't have friends. And you kind of straight up revealed that earlier with how fucking antisocial you are. What the fuck do you mean friends don't talk to each other like that?
Oh shit, Alex. I've had enough of this verbal abuse. I'm gonna go get my record.
No, we don't have it. We have another store nearby. If you wait for the bus outside, the first stop is our flagship store.
I love anything beach or ocean related, so as far as I'm concerned, this is the best town in the game. But the music doesn't fit at all. When I think of a beach, you know, I think of like Brazilian bossa nova, or like Southern Californian bands with white girls singing about how alternative they are, or steel drums, or danger, you know, because of sharks. But this shit sounds like I'm...
Okay, so like, Hellcry lore time. Best Coast, like him bringing up Best Coast was the funniest thing to me when I first watched this, because I don't really like Best Coast, but I had a friend who really didn't care for Best Coast, and so that made me just want to fuck with him with it a lot. And then I found out that the singer from Best Coast, and I think also like both of them, both the singer and the guy that does guitar, I think he also sings. They were in a different band. I think it was it Light This City? Hold on, it was just like a metalcore band. Melodic death metal band. And yeah. Oh, they got back together and started making music again. Fuck yeah. I liked a couple songs from them. But is that the person in Best Coast? Because I thought that was funny. No. Who is it then? Best Coast, somebody else. It might have been a different group that I'm thinking about then. I remembered that friend didn't like Best Coast, and I thought that was always funny. I don't know. What the fuck was this person in? What am I thinking of here? Damn, doesn't matter. Moving on.
Going to talk to Mickey Mouse. Speaking of music, let's head into the record shop we came here for. Oh, God. Okay. Black guy. Whew. Alex, be careful. I'm worried about you. Every time race comes up in this game, you really drop the ball. You have to watch what you say with this guy.
It's called Mystical Ultimate LP Legend. I have the jacket, but I'm missing the record.
Do you come from the internet? Are you from Onism 1999?
Do you come from Africa, Claudio? Alex! Come on, it's not that hard.
I'm guessing it wasn't you who posted that, was it? Haven't you checked the forums
today?
today?
What is this face, Alex? That's a racist face. You have a computer with internet connection? No, Alex, they don't. They use Wi-Fi hotspots from their phones to get on the internet. It turns out Claudio also lurks the forums and has become curious about the album himself.
So you're looking for Mystical LP, huh? Sorry, we don't got it. But I do know where you can get it. It's gonna sound a bit odd. There's this old guy. He's on a mountain south of here. He's a real chill guy, a bit out there, but he's got the biggest record collection on the East Coast. He's bound to
It's technically
we really are
north.
just getting strung along, aren't we? It's been the same shit for the past 2 hours.
Is
Hey,
he
man,
casually
you have this
being
record?
racist and
No,
basking
man,
off
but
his
this
humor?
guy
Yes.
probably has it. Hey, I'm looking for this record. Do you have it? Alex, welcome to
I do love-
Vancouver, British.
I do love this bit. This bit, actually good.
Probably has it. Hey, I'm looking for this record. Do you have it? Alex, welcome to Vancouver, British Columbia. I don't have it. But wait, before you go, I have a gift for you. It's all the way from Sunnyvale, California. It's a bottle of Soylent. That's right. I understand you're a big fan. Yeah, we're looking for this record. Do you have it? No, but this black guy I know probably has it. Do you have this fucking record? Oh no, not me. I must find the lost pieces of the Master Emerald. Oh, I don't have it, man. But this random guy I know out in the mountains conveniently located above the next dungeon probably does. Jesus, I hope Alex gets this album and it's just okay.
You know what? I'll come with you. I own this stupid place. I can take a break whenever I want.
You own this place? You know, back in the day, that wouldn't have happened. Fucking Jesus. Claudio decides to ignore Alex and gets his sister to come with us also.
What's up, Claudio?
I'm gonna run the mocks for a bit. Wanna come with us?
Yeah.
I don't. He didn't use the line of Claudio yelling, "Hey, Chandra!" Because that line is so fucking funny. Like, why wouldn't you use that?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get James to watch the front.
That's not a black person. Wait, I'll show you. See? I was right. You know, I don't mind normally. A good actor is a good actor. But Claudio and Chandra are from the East Coast, and these are clearly more southern inflections. And neither of them sound very natural. Claudio is voiced by Anthony Sardina, an actual black guy and fish. And even though he can do a lot of accents, it still feels a little off because it's clearly something exaggerated and put on. I don't get it. All the other characters sound like they're actual voice actors except these two. I think it would have been better if they just had Anthony and Michella Amanda do the lines in their normal speaking voices and accents. Alex is voiced by Kerbofer, like the Newgrounds Kerbofer, like the Brawl Taunts guy. What about Rory? Oh no, he looks just like his actor. That's not good. Let's just get to this mountain already. This isn't realistic. There's no chibi police car chasing after us. We're still fighting smiley faces. We should be fighting like 50 cops with nightsticks and tasers. Man, I didn't know they have wheelchair ramps all the way out here. Man, this is fun. I'm zigzagging everywhere. I'm gonna come back here later with my mom's rascal scooter. Lazy fucking bitch. The cave is fairly linear, and I like the idea of NPCs just kind of hanging out in the dungeon. That doesn't normally happen, and it's cool. It makes it a little bit less lonely. The cave's linearity ends up causing a problem, though, because of these two keys. If you end up forgetting one of them, you can end up making making your way to almost the very end of the dungeon before realizing you need to go all the way back to get the key. It's very clumsy. I think this dungeon would have benefited from a new ability being introduced also. We got 2 in the last dungeon and 2 in the first, but nothing here. It just makes it feel like a retread of the kinds of stuff we've already done, except now with pink acid that hurts us when we walk on it. To give an update on the combat a bit, our 2 new characters are great because they have this really cool ability, which is to take up party slots and make Rory fuck off.
Yeah, because he didn't know that Andrew Fayad is Yuri of Wen. His research is only very surface level. It is an insult to call it research.
For the rest of the game. I also realize now that the characters don't have any archetypes to them. You know, like healers, tanks, wizards, assassins, that kind of shit, which is fine. I like trying to do your own thing, but
no kind of archetypes to them. Oh, well, you know, Chandra has an ability called Spread Item. Rory literally tanks damage for characters. Yeah, okay.
Nothing really differentiates characters in YIIK except for their mini games, which aren't interesting in the first place. Because of
Claudio,
this,
when you do his mini game right, he does an AoE. I don't know, nothing to distinguish characters though. Okay,
the strategies
got it.
don't expand at all or change in any way. The only characters I saw who were actually interesting are Vela, who can banish enemies to the mine dungeon, and Chandra, who can give herself buffs. Every other character is just brainless. In fact, there's almost nothing done here with stat buffs or nerfs.
Oh yeah, actually, Rory, Michael has a whole bunch of abilities to inflict status effects. So we just lie, okay? Yeah, sounds good.
Or status effects. It's just a back and forth of hit the enemy, then the enemy hits you. Maybe they poison you very rarely and you just have to heal. Is Chandra using a fucking hula hoop? I'm drawing the line here. Everybody in this game uses stupid things for weapons. But I mean, you could realistically fuck somebody up
Hello,
with a
who's
simple
joining
camera,
me?
But $1.
Oh, is that Void? Damn. Here, let me do this so you can see it in case you want to say some stuff about RunningShine.
I'm a hula hoop? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You'll get your ass kicked. I haven't talked about it much, but it's really dumb. It's supposed to be cute, you know, like Earthbound, where Ness fought with a bat and Paula had a frying pan and stuff. But weapons made physical sense. You can kill somebody with a bat. And a frying pan is a bit of a stretch, but you know, it's Tom and Jerry shit. But in this game, you get vinyl records and hula hoops. You're an adult. Get a gun, you goofy fuck. These guys make Jeff and Lloyd look like alpha gigamen in comparison. Even they use bombs and shot people. Halfway through the dungeon, the game decides it's time to establish Claudio as a character. He likes reading about missing people. It turns out his little brother went missing, so reading about it gives him a bit of hope. I think that works perfectly fine with his character. Good motivation, you know. Okay, let's get going.
Hey, Claudio.
Fuck off, dipshit. There's a reason I shoved you at the back of the party. So shut your goddamn mouth.
So you're into shoujo anime? That's cool.
Why now? You could have brought this up earlier when we were in the record shop. But no, instead you wanted to listen to OK Computer for the 20th time. What makes me upset is that they spend more time discussing the stupid character quirk than they do discussing the first part, which is actually good info about the character. It doesn't even make sense. The only people deep into obscure anime shows at this time were huge animation nerds who imported that shit themselves and showed it at conventions.
Yeah. I always appreciate it when a YouTuber tells me about the history of anime in the US. Because really shitty. Really it's funny. It's also really funny because this guy's friends with Kenny Lauderdale.
It's just funny to me that a lot of the times they pick up on these like subtleties, like back in those days, things didn't really work out this way. This is more of a modern thing, and they don't really make the connection of what the game is trying to say with that. It's like, how is this game set in 1999 if Secret of Mana 2 or the other games it references haven't come out yet or just came out? How did you grow up with those games? It's like maybe that's intentional, you know?
Yep. Let me volume mix through this real quick. I know one of my last streams, somebody commented that the people on Discord were a bit too loud, so I'm trying to make sure that we don't run into that issue again.
Claudio was a general animation guy who just really liked the Maho Shoujo subgenre. He'd fit more the time period, and this hobby could be treated as more than just a cheap gag. Every character in this game makes references
Cheap
to anime
gag.
and talks about anime.
Oh, so there's like this whole thing with Claudio's character where, his little brother went missing, and there's a lot of dialogue that points to the fact that he might have been watching this anime with his brother and that it came out around the time that his brother disappeared. And, the one instance where you see something that looks like his brother but isn't his brother, they're wearing a shirt for the same show. So,
It makes no sense. The only real source of anime for low power level individuals was Toonami, and most people watching
Also,
that
doesn't
didn't
Alex's username imply he was born in 1999? A little bit, doesn't it? Because that's what usually a lot of people do. I think it's just a matter of nostalgia for him, I don't think that it's that he was born in 1999. I think it's just like that's a year that he's really nostalgic for. I think I don't know if I put this in the video yet, but I feel as though there is this thing where Alex is really oh, I got a question. $5 dues. Okay. Fucking there we go. He is I want to say that his dad probably left around 1999, and like that's kind of the honest for a lot of this, and like that's why he picks 1999 specifically, because it's before his dad left or something like that. This review sucks because of the weird remarks in the video that feel a bit bigoted. Not saying RunningShine is, but it feels like it. There's some of them that I'm like, okay, that's kind of funny, but other ones I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. Racism funny. It's not even like the kind of racist humor I think is actually funny. I find a lot of Asian comedians are really funny at racist humor, because mostly it's like, the joke is that, or oftentimes that you would expect something racist, and then it's like, oh, but it's not. Or, okay, the joke is that I'm Asian. And I'm like, oh, yeah. But maybe that's because I can relate to it.
This is a bit off topic, but have you also been getting like spam recommended YIIK videos again? Like just out of nowhere, my recommended feed is just full of YIIK video essays again, and like I haven't been using YouTube at all lately. I don't know why the algorithm is pushing YIIK video essays again, but I just found it interesting how it never seems to die down.
Yeah. It is always fun. Hopefully some of my videos get in there. I plan on trying to have my next video out next week. No fucking promises. Do not quote me on this. Even though I know you will. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try to have it out next week. So hopefully I get into that wave of YIIK stuff. I think part of it is the tweets recently and that whole controversy there. The stupidest fucking thing. I made a video about it. I'm not going to talk about it here, but stupid ass fucking shit. Anyways, I feel like that probably made people start searching it more again. Probably like the people that are being pushed back against, and they're like, oh, well, let me go watch my RunningShine video again and see like how I was totally right, you know? So, you know, there you go.
shit was Japanese. After some light puzzle solving in the cave, we get to meet this ghost who sings to us.
That's funny. You say that, Machine Pixie. Yes. I do not like the Gamer Dogs videos. Gamer Dogs videos are pretty bad too. He literally says, "I have a headcanon that Alex's dad left him." That's buddy. That's quite a wild headcanon you have there. It's not like there's any scenes in the game that directly say this, like, word for word. No. Great headcanon, buddy. Yes, Machine Pixie's being coy. Somebody actually just DM'd me about this. The other thing I have coming out next week is on Tuesday. I have a video game I made, which is insane. It's called My Mundane Life is Threatened by the Tropes of an RPG. It's coming out on August 8th. And it'll be on Steam and Itch. It'll be like $5. Pretty cheap. It's like how much a fucking coffee costs. It's pretty short, you know, anywhere from like 30 minutes to an hour to complete it. But it's got, you know, a whole original soundtrack by Neat Neat, which is on Spotify, streaming services, all that shit right now. I did like all of the artwork for the game. I have some guest artwork. Void, who's in the call right now, I used one of his pictures and edited some artwork with it, which is awesome. It turned out so well.
There will be an updated version later on. It's just I've been getting my driver's license.
Yeah. When he has the time to make a more custom one, I'll update the game and import that in there. So that's a thing that I plan on doing later on.
And also, Hellcry, you have to get with the times. People don't order coffee anymore. $5 is the same as one of those monthly battle passes for your gacha games.
Is that how much they cost? Because I know the Fortnite battle pass is $10.
No. Those are like the AAA battle passes. I mean, for gacha games, they're usually like $5.
So what's great about my game, though, is you can search it up. You can search up Mundane RPG on Google, and it'll actually show up pretty soon in the results. It's not immediate, for sure, unfortunately. But you scroll down a little bit, and the first Steam link you get is, My Mundane Life is Threatened by the Tropes of an RPG. I got it up on Steam. Basically, I was friends with Dallin Larson, and I asked him if he'd publish it for me, but there's a whole process that you can go. It's called Steam Direct, and you go through that, and you can get your game up on Steam. I was just friends with somebody who publishes games and reached out to him. But yeah, there's like, it's in a custom independent made engine called RPG Paper Maker. It has some quirks, and it's not fully featured yet. So as they update the engine, I'll update the game, obviously. And if there's any bugs found really early on, I'll try to, like, I think with like the first 2 weeks or so, I'll just compile any bug notes people find, and then I'll update the game, and all that junk. So you know, I'm gonna try to make sure it works. It's a bit clunky on Steam Deck. That might be something with the engine. It might be something with Steam Deck. I'm trying to figure it out, but a lot of the bugs that exist, I can't help too much, because otherwise I would have to like rewrite parts of the engine, and I don't have time for that or the skill to do it. So I'll just let the person who does have that, you know, take their time with it and update it as I can. But yeah, $5. I buy coffee, so it's like as much as a coffee for me for the future. Or like a really bad sandwich, you know, maybe a McDonald's hamburger. Not a whole meal though. That's like $10. So buy 2 copies and you basically give me a hamburger. You feed me for a day. That'd be great. But yeah. That's coming to Steam. Please buy it. If you're not going to buy it, at least put it on your wish list so I can game these algorithms. Hell yeah. We'll look at some comments real quick. Steam is pretty good at popping up in search results. Yeah. Not as good as fandom, though, unfortunately. Fuck fandom. That's why the wiki is self-hosted. Fuck fandom. I made a fandom wiki for Y2K, and they deleted it in favor of a wiki that had nothing on it. And on top of that, they're just assholes, and fuck that company. Terrible. More wikis should be independently published.
God, fandoms. Have you tried using fandom on a mobile phone?
I know it was nice on mobile for a little bit.
It is, if you're not using like Firefox with ad block like extensions or
I was
Brave
about
browser.
to say, yeah, every time I've tried to use it recently, the ads are egregious.
It is terrible. It like pops up through your entire screen,
like-
and you have to like close 5 ads or something. It is absolutely terrible.
I remember it on mobile one time I was looking at it where it just made the whole, like, it made my phone chug. You know, I was like, and it's just loading these video, like 2 video ads at the same time and a pop-up ad on the bottom. And I'm like, it's fucked up because it's like what adware would do. But it's not adware, that's just the website. What's the opinion on Undertale in this tiny corner of the net? I'm just curious, is this chance empathetic towards YIIK? I made a video about Undertale. Actually, I think Undertale's neat. It's fine. I have the posters. I have the figures. I could go in my closet and grab the figures. I don't have them displayed, but I have the figures. Like I think Undertale's fine. I think it's a dating sim. It's not an RPG. But I think it's a great Honey Pop like. I think I like Honey Pop a lot more than Undertale, to be honest. It's way funnier. I don't like the way people dick ride Toby Fox. That's kind of my only problem with Undertale. Toby Fox is seen as this saintly godlike figure, and I don't think that's okay. And it disgusts me, honestly. Deltarune seems like a great game. I loved what I played at Chapter 1 up until I tried to play it again. And, God, the opening to that game is as bad as Persona 4. That said, it's not like, oh, this game is terrible because of its opening. Like, I still play Persona 4 sometimes and, like, go through that entire opening again. But, like, whew, you know, some people complain about YIIK's opening, and I'm like, that's nothing compared to Persona 4 or Deltarune Chapter 1. You know. I'm not a big fan of wikis in general. They never have the information I care about or stuff that's usually useful to me, but I know some people like it, and Linguistic is doing a great job on the Y2K wiki. You can sign up on there. I don't know how well it works because Linguistic manages most of it, but I think it works like a normal wiki. So if you know something about Y2K or you see something on there that you want to edit it, please do it. It might get changed because it might not be right, but just please, we need more people contributing to the thing. It can't be literally made by like 5 people. Undertale, it's narrow scope to indie games that shoot higher. I also think people compare games to Undertale that are like nothing like Undertale, or are doing completely different things, and it's weird. Is my game edgy or more so a comedy or both? My game is an insane thought I had. Like I said, it's made in RPG Maker. I had this idea. There's a whole video I plan on going over this, like the entire creation process of the game. I still plan to make that, even, you know, that it's going to be extremely late, but I figure it'll still be good for press that I do it anyway, and might get some more sales later on. But I looked at a lot of RPG Maker games, and I was thinking about making a game in RPG Maker. But a lot of them are like overly edgy. They're like really edgy and really cynical and drenched in satire. You know, they make fun of RPG things, but they do it in a satirical way. And I think it's so overdone and lame. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, I want to do something like this. Like, I want to do something quick that's not going to take me long. The goal was to do it in 30 days. And I was looking up RPG Maker, and I saw RPG Paper Maker, which is like a cool engine that has like a 3D style to it. So yeah, it has this like pop-up 3D style to it, and I researched some of it and ended up messing around with it a little bit here and there, right? Um, and I was like, oh, this is easy. This is something I can work with. And then I immediately had the character design in mind, who is Natsuna, who let me just pull it up. Immediately had the character design in mind and just drew it that night, and everything kind of came together from there. I was like, oh, this is what I wanted to look like. I think this would be really fun. And I wanted to do the thing where a lot of RPG Maker games, they don't, like, a lot of them won't have combat. A lot of them are just kind of like simple little puzzle things, because I'm like, this would be easy to make. I can make this in like, 30 days. And it was all based on this idea of just making something that I could put together quick. And so it is a parody. It's earnest. It's really, I feel like it's really different. It's something I haven't seen a lot, and I'm hoping that other people appreciate it. Kind of related. I'll put my link tree in here, but kind of related. If you want merchandise for it, there's merchandise I made as well. Because I'm that kind of guy. But because I had a few funny ideas about stuff I could do for merchandise for the game. I'll show this as well. One of them was the kaiju crab tee. I thought that the kaiju crab thing was really funny, and I thought that the artwork I put together here looked really cool, and I was like, that would look good on a shirt. So now here it is on a shirt. Another one is this, which I thought these were, I thought that, like, that's a shirt I would wear. And I plan on buying these when I have the money. But yeah, I was like, oh, I like this artwork I made. I would wear that if that was a shirt. Bam, put that on a shirt. And we've gotten a couple sales. This cushion, I can't do a body pillow right now, but you can get a pillow with their face on it. It's pretty funny, right? And then there's some others that are, not as great. But I thought it was fun. If you're interested, that's there. It's in that link tree somewhere. But yeah, that's more or less the game. There's more I could say about it, but I'm really excited to see people's reactions to it. I know a couple of people are planning on doing Let's Plays with it and all that junk, but yeah, I'm really excited to see people's reactions. I think it's something different and new. The whole aesthetic I had going on with it, I thought was something fresh as well.
I gotta go. Good luck with the stream, Hellcry.
Okay, thanks for coming by, Void.
Yeah, I really want to work on the art for your game, because I have a specific idea in mind, with some like variable frames and shit. It's gonna be really cool. Do check out his game. From what I've seen, what I've read in the scripts, and everything, it's very earnest, and I think that's something that's like sort of missing, especially in RPGs nowadays. People sort of make RPGs that are like, they don't like the fact that they're RPGs, and it just sort of puzzles me. You're like making a game that doesn't like the fact that it's a game. Like, you're just as you should be like praising the medium you're in, and trying to make as good a use of it as possible, which I think your game really does, like, in my opinion.
I appreciate that. Yeah, like, there's so much irony around everything nowadays, and what I'm really passionate about is delivering a sense of earnesty towards things, and I think that that makes things a lot more fresh.
Well, see ya. Good luck with the stream.
Yeah,
Enjoy,
thanks for
everyone.
coming on again.
Bye.
And our new guest came back. It's Linguistic Spaceship.
Yeah, a new challenger has appeared. You know, I have a question, actually.
Okay.
You know, I've seen you watch this RunningShine video, and it's ridiculous to me because this guy is just trying to be funny. Like, he's not saying, like, anything seriously. Like, he's just making a joke, dude. Why are you taking it so seriously? What the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm trying to be funny, too. Because
people... Well, not working.
Damn. Well, I think that there's so much fun in having, you know, there's so many different angles about this. Like, this person's being very critical about something and then complaining about something they just don't understand, and complaining that they don't understand it and it's lame. And it's funny to criticize the critic, you know, that's a great angle about it. And pointing out the just insanity of how they just, you know, whatever. But it's also funny because, like, man, some of these jokes really suck. There's a few great ones in there, but some of these jokes suck. And I can't
like,
help...
I'm cool with some of the, like, race jokes at first, but it's weird to the extent that they do it. And then, like, it's also present in their other videos as well. That's like, I'm not sure about that one.
Oh, yeah. Let me catch up on the comments real quick.
I was also listening to it on
work. More
work.
Credit than Honey Pop? Jesus. Dude, Honey Pop is amazing. I love Honey Pop. I will die on this cross. Honey Pop is an awesome game. A linear telling experience. Kind of. Like, that's... My issue with Undertale isn't that. My issue with Undertale is that, like, it's the story it's telling you is very basic. It's a tale about forgiveness, and it's telling you to forgive Hitler, essentially, to say it the most extreme way possible. And the only way it becomes at least compelling is what I talk about in my video on Undertale, which I recommend you go watch. Obviously, self-show. But, like, it only becomes compelling when you consider that Chara is yourself, and not a separate character. And then you realize that the game is trying to tell you to be able to forgive yourself for things that you have done. That's the only part where it starts to become compelling at all. And that's written away and never talked about by the fandom because they're obsessed with, like, trying to find some deep game theory lore thing. So it just becomes annoying. A lot of RPG Maker's games don't focus on gameplay. Yep. I watched those Chris Portal videos with him, so I know this. His videos cite a bunch of stuff that basically... Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, how are Chris Portal's videos harassment? Hey, we're going to get to that. Sneeze kind of goes over it, but that's what the stream is about. Yeah, I do not like that guy. That guy is so lame. My favorites are Homestar Running or Detective Conan. Detective Conan's so cool. I love Detective Conan. I haven't checked their wikis, but Detective Conan is such a good series. The critic, like the nostalgia critic. Hot take, I like the nostalgia critic. I always have. I never had a problem with him.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's funny.
Like, to be fair, I did stop watching his stuff after a while. And I do think, like, the quality dipped a bit. But I
don't think it's any less funny than most of the YouTube shit on, like, nowadays anyway. Like, I don't understand. It's the same shit. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. I agree.
But, like, way less pretentious.
Way less pretentious. It's clearly a character, and he has fun with the character. So, you know, I appreciate the nostalgia critic. He's great. Oh, Linguistic, do you have any thoughts on the video so far?
I'm very unimpressed by it from what I've seen, because I was listening to it at work, and my phone died actually, so I lost a couple, like 20 minutes of what happened. But I feel like I didn't miss much. But it's weird because he seems to be split in multiple different narratives, because it's so obvious that Alex is a hipster, and then he points out stuff where he's clearly like, aware of this, but then other times he's not. And this is something you'll see people like Snakerer do, where, you know, they'll see like I don't even know how to explain it, but I guess it's like they'll bring up this, like Snakerer brings up the self-insert thing, and then later says like, oh, actually it's dumb. And then RunningShine kind of does a similar thing where he's like, yeah, look at this, and he's like, well, actually I don't feel this way, and he constantly contradicts himself all the time. And that was the bit I was doing, because it's very similar to Donkey, where he will say something, and you can't tell if it's a joke or if it's a bit, because I don't think you talked about it, the Soul Survivor thing, where he says that Rory should have fought his Soul Survivor, because that is like obviously like stupid.
Oh yeah,
like that is so dumb in the whole context of the scene. You have to be illiterate if that's what you think is going to happen,
Well,
and it is insane to me. So how many people think that's what's going to happen?
So here we go. I'll defend him in this situation. He is assuming that it's going to be like Persona, where the character fights themselves, and that's how they grow and change. But why is it not like that linguistic?
Well, before I actually answer, what I find interesting is he seems to compare it more to Earthbound, and all of a sudden he's doing it to Persona. So, but like the answer, I mean, there's multiple ways you can go about it, but just the fact that maybe Rory isn't ready to face that is kind of obvious. I mean, that's like one way you can look at it.
I mean, given the quote-unquote lore of what's happening, like what we know about the plot, I'm gonna go with this idea. With what we know of the plot, that Rory is a different Rory than the Rory that we're there with.
Oh, duh! I forgot about that aspect. Yes, that is literally a different character. Really,
it is literally a Rory from a different reality. What good would it be to kill him?
Yeah.
What would that accomplish? If he fought himself there, he doesn't. There's no character growth there. Like there's nothing that happens there. There's nothing deep or meaningful. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just
and he's just standing there the whole time. Like the guy isn't doing anything. Just leave him alone.
He's sad about his fucking sister there. Just leave him. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense when you like think for 2 seconds and you go, there's so many other ways you could approach this, and none of them make sense. The only part of it that makes sense is he goes, oh, well, it's like Persona. It's like Persona, so they should do the Persona thing where they fight themselves. Okay.
Yeah, he's so obsessed with inserting it with every other game ever. It's insane.
Yeah,
but why isn't this like my RPG? What the hell?
In those other games, like when Chie has to confront herself, it's about something she doesn't want to talk about. It's about something that is true to her character. When Rory is seeing his Soul Survivor, he sees it as if it was his sister, you know? And then he finds out that it's not, and it's just him from a different reality. That's just some other Rory. That's just some other dude. Why am I fighting him? This isn't the embodiment of my flaws or anything like that. That's just some other me.
Yeah, and like it was pissed me off too, because he was also talking about the lying thing, and Rory doesn't lie because he's genuinely convinced that it was his sister. You know, like I don't. Like it's pretty easy. Like it's beyond like symbolism or anything. It's the literal words of the text that you take literally. And like you pointed this out to me once before, but what's infuriating about this is that this is not like some like podcast where he's talking about his feelings about the game. This is an edited review that he has a fucking script for, and he looked over video footage for. Like, is he just dumb?
So
do you not read the front of the record to bring it all in?
I want to point even something more beautiful out about Rory Soul Survivor. And this is something I planned for one of my 1.25 videos. But everybody gets this as a fun little treat. So, like, you know, I mentioned in my video about how Alex feels responsible for Rory's death and that he's kind of doing a wish fulfillment thing by giving you the option to not have Rory commit suicide. So the golden alpaca that shows up in 1.25, what does he do?
It's interesting, like the things that he says are like all things that Alex says, right?
Yes, he is Alex. And what does he do when he shows up? Well, he kills Rory Soul Survivor. I'm just saying. It's
so based.
So many elements of this story are borderline blatant. You write down the events that happen and you're like, oh, wait. Huh. That's kind of odd, isn't it? Would you like to continue with the videos?
Oh man, I'm ready. I do have. There's something that one of your people said that was awesome. One of your people, the live people, the commenters. One of them said that it's basically like a let's play, scripted or something like that.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, that's interesting. I was listening to it. I'm like, oh my god, it is, because he's just showing clips of the game. He's making some dumb joke.
Yep.
Like, how is this scripted? Like, all this shit you would see in like fucking Game Grumps or something, but that would make off the cuff. Like, how? Well, I was about to be mean there. I was about to say something along the lines of, you know, how much of a hack do you have to be to make Game Grumps tier commentary on an edited video with a script?
You want me to get really spicy?
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
I'm down for it.
Let's get a little spicy here. So, like, RunningShine, Zingus, Snakerer, and there's a few others, but these are big guys. Like, these are guys that are guilty of this to a borderline offensive degree. That's what they're doing. You know, they're doing these scripted Let's Plays. There's this one YouTuber called Seth. I don't know how to spell his fucking or pronounce his fucking.
Oh yeah, I know him. I don't know what you're talking about.
Seth YIIK or whatever. Let me fucking find a video of his so I can like pull it up on screen. This motherfucker. What this motherfucker does. This guy's cool. I like this guy's videos. And this is kind of wild, you know, for me, the guy that hates video essays, for the guys that hates this format of video that RunningShine is doing, who hates the overly explained, because what Seth does in his videos is he explains the adventure he goes on with the video game. Specifically, the one that he has, and explains it from his perspective really well. He doesn't pretend that this is like, oh, some grander statement about the game or something. It is literally, hey, yo, like, this is what happened. This is what I did. And this is like what happened because of the things I did. And it does a really good job of like really kind of telling you like it creates a whole story. It's like role playing and creating his own sort of adventure with the game. And it's interesting. It's good. It's fun. And I feel like this is what to Snakerer and RunningShine and even Zingus. Though I'll leave Zingus out of this one because I think Zingus is a pretentious fuck. And he thinks that he's doing something even better, more than this. But I think this is what RunningShine and to Snakerer think they're doing, but it is not what they're doing at all.
Yeah, the second you say the term "the player," you've already lost. Like once you start speaking in the third person,
right? Yeah,
because that's the moment you make it not yourself and more of a grand statement.
I think Zingus thinks he's. I think Zingus thinks he's a really smart guy. And
oh yeah, that one's a different case. That one's interesting.
I did say
this is
linguistic. I don't know if you caught that, but I do plan on doing the Zingus stream in the future.
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing that, I have to be there.
Yep.
Like it's a requirement.
All right, let's get back to
Hey,
this.
why is there no voice acting here? I mean, I don't mind. The music is nice, but it's strange. Almost every other part in the game is voice acted, but this one just isn't. Probably because their singing wouldn't line up with the song. Anyways, we made it to the top, so let's get our record from Mark.
We've been looking for it for a while. We've been to literally like 10 record shops.
We've been to literally 4 record shops. Over-exaggerating cock.
Perhaps you noticed my collection of guitars?
That's not relevant to the conversation, Mark.
Heavy metal is the oral manifestation of all
Man.
things.
He really is just antisocial.
Mark's so cool.
It contains the perfect positive energies to dispel hate, racism, sexism, poverty.
Man, why did Twitter hate this game? Look at Mark. Look at all these black people. Female representation. I guess they didn't get to the B-side.
Like I said, I'm not really all that into metal. With all the bad fashions and teased hair, it's also 80s. This is the 90s. We're moving forward. Our music is about things.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend that you don't mean to imply that heavy metal can't be about things.
Fuck, I don't even want to hear this. Just tell me if you have the fucking record we've been spending 3 hours looking for. If I wanted this argument, I'd go into the comments of any Black Sabbath video.
Yeah, okay. Enough about this topic. Can you tell me about this tea we're drinking?
Can you tell us about the fucking album we're looking for? You don't care, Alex. Your arms are crossed. You're not even drinking it.
In my youth, I was something of a traveler. I lived for journeying and discovery. I had a partner, a very good man, who became ill
Gay?
in his mid-30s. Alas, my partner came down
Gay?
with severe stomach cancer.
A
and
partner?
to claim his life. He was a spiritual man, one might say, and he believed in miracles. His faith and his failing body led to the ending of our friendship.
So again, I find it so funny how he's trying to like characterize Alex, and then you go watch one of his other reviews, and it's still just a lot of these dick cum whatever jokes.
Well, I assume that's what he was thinking while playing as part of the game. He wasn't paying attention to what Mark was saying. He was thinking about dick cum jacking off.
Yep.
I mean, like, after hearing about his partner, I feel the same way. I mean,
where I'd built a life for myself in between trips. He was gone for many weeks when I received a letter from him. The letter was scribbled in the handwriting of a dying man. It featured coordinates that, upon further inspection in an atlas, proved to be in the mountains of India. After many days of travel, I arrived at the summit of Mount
Mark, I'm looking for Mystical Ultima LP Legend. Do you have it? I can't find it, and I need it.
At the top, I found my friend.
Do you have it?
My friend who only...
at the top, I found my friend. Damn, dude.
Death
Give it to me. Just give me the record, Mark.
had been cured through the power of water.
Just give it to me.
Together, we explored the mountains.
Give me the record! This is why Vela didn't want us to come here. She didn't want us having to deal with fucking Ramen Head telling stories about his dumbass friend sticking around the mountains with cancer.
Ah, yes. The Mystical Ultima LP Legend by Vela Wild.
Did you say Vela Wild?
Yeah. But didn't you know this already? It's on the cover. Did you even read it?
Alex went to college for 5 years and fucking studied liberal arts, which involves a lot of reading and writing. He has glasses and everything, but he couldn't read the front cover of the fucking jacket.
Ha! A lot of people like to point out that he couldn't read the jacket. That's fucking wrong. Because in that scene, he literally reads the jacket. He literally says, this Mystical Ultima LP Legend or whatever. He did read it. He's feigning ignorance. Or he might just actually be ignorant like you, RunningShine.
How could a guy that studied for college be dumb? That doesn't make sense.
Jacket. All of those times on the train, you never thought to look at the jacket for the album you're going all over for?
I wonder if RunningShine went to college.
Conclusion to this whole thing. These 2 sections are just such a drag in terms of actual progression to the story. It only exists to meet some party members, but I'm sure you could have found a better way to put him in there. The only real important thing that's happened is the soul survivor needing the record, and you didn't even need to have the whole second chapter for that section to make sense anyways. Maybe they wanted to take some time to establish the character relationships, but I don't know. I'm still not feeling these characters, even after all their banter.
Yeah, a lot of this is gonna sound out there, and I know that. So listen to the sincerity in my voice, and not so much the absurdity of the words I'm gonna say.
That sounded pretty deep.
Michael, go away. Go back into the party and leave. You only show up to be mean to me now.
When I arrived home from college
Me?
earlier this
Hey,
year,
hey, do you mind if I be rude for a second?
Sure.
Why does RunningShine always sound like they have like they're like a bunch of food in their mouth when they're talking?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It sound like Freddy Fazbear.
I'd followed a cat into an old factory and found her there. She was alive and well. A bit odd, but pretty great, to be honest. I tried to help her get out of the building. Some beings known as souls. I later met a woman named Vela, who told us that the soul survivors are beings from another...
Man, this makes me happy that Ness doesn't talk in Earthbound. I'd hate that. Like, if every time a new character joined, he had to, like, give him his life
Damn, it's like you don't even know this character, how he's written.
story
Damn.
of how he met Buzz and shit. I mean, I understand this is a more realistic game. Like, in Earthbound, it's a bit more whimsical, right? Because, like, everyone kind of just knows what's going on for simplicity. They don't have to, like, explain things to each other. So I get, like, Alex needs to...
No. Your entire conjecture here is pretty bad. But,
Probably
it's literally a
let these
character
guys know,
trait.
like, why
It's
he's
what
doing
the
he's
characters
doing.
like.
But he doesn't have to, like, actually in real time explain all this to me. I mean, I've been playing the game. I know what's happening. I mean, I don't know. I feel like
I've always thought the narrative purpose of that was to get you to question it more, because he tells you everything that's happened, and then it shows you how absurd it is, and then the stuff that Claudio and Chandra focus on are not at all what Alex thinks is interesting.
Yeah.
It's specifically about Rory losing his sister, and that's what Claudio and Chandra attach to.
Yeah. And, like, even on top of that, some of the things that he says aren't right. Like, about the soul survivors. Oh, she got taken away by 2 soul survivors. It was 3. That's not a writing mistake. Fuck, they could just the yellow one there, they could just delete that to make it consistent. It's really easy. No, it's purposeful. There's a reason that this is being said to you. It's reason why this is happening. There's a funny thing Star Blue said, and then I want to read it in my really bad Go
for it.
Gregory, the soul survivors stole Vanny.
Fuck yes.
Up on screen, like, for when you get items and stuff like that. It could have just said, like, Alex explained to them why he's on the sex offender registry. Couldn't they just do that? Because this, like, really bothers me.
I had a kid brother, you know. He went missing in 1985. Got on his bike one day to go to our neighbors. 7 houses up the street. Never came back. We looked for him.
Yeah,
for a
there you
month.
go. Cyber says, everyone here actually lost someone except Alex, who lost the idea of a girlfriend that didn't exist. Yep.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Dad never stopped. Still hands out flyers at the grocery store every
That's not Aaron. In this scene that you edited the video for, fucking says Aaron. Chandra says Aaron. That doesn't say. It's a nice touch that it's also in the record store in their hometown. That says Alexander. That's not the same kid.
Sunday.
Don't you know Aaron is short for Alexander? Come on.
Sure, they looked around for him. And for a week they had a task force. They had one guy they suspected. But every lead fell through.
You act like they even tried. A 4-year-old black kid goes missing in a shit neighborhood, and you think they really tried?
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. I mean, like, oh, boy. I mean, do we have to do this? I mean, I'm really, I mean, we don't want to, like, make it
Makes
all
sense to get
racial
triggered by
here.
that.
I mean, I'm totally unprepared. I don't even, like, know how this happened. I mean, this kind of came out of nowhere. I don't want to lose my job at Chase. I mean, can't we just go back to, like, I mean, talking about, I mean, the records and going to get the records back? And we just kind of go back and get the records and hang out and talk about anime? Come on. I don't want to talk about this.
I don't remember this being on the news or anything, and you're from Windtown, right? It's like an hour outside of Frankton. How the hell did this get national coverage?
Isn't it obvious, man? Same reason no one gives a shit about Sammy Park.
I'm sure if Aaron had been a
Aaron?
beautiful white woman.
There, you edited the video. There it is. I didn't edit this video.
Everyone would have cared that he vanished. Everyone would have had a candlelight vigil and a moment of silence. But that's just not how these things work. And you know what's funny? my dad is a lawyer and my mom was an assistant to the
Alex isn't really saying anything. He's just kind of standing there. Maybe he's saving it for the end chapter monologue. After I got home, I thought about my experience with Claudio and Chandra. I imagined what it would be like to be black, and it made me realize they really do struggle. Black skin, police shooting you, high blood pressure, no one talking about you on the news. The list could go on.
Those people you see on TV are people who can make a great story for the press. That's just the way it works.
I don't think I ever gave it any thought.
Yeah, man. That's just how they get away with it. People like you don't think about it.
There's so much random racial tension all of a sudden. Roy and Michael are smart for just staying out of it. And I know I love having heated conversations about racial issues in front of Mario Brothers flags.
No BBC equals anger. You're upset. You're mad at these African cocks, these rhino dicks.
By the way, you ever wonder what Mario's whole deal is? Imagine wanting to fuck this.
People like us, it's all we ever get to think about. We're our kid brothers.
God, man, the game wants to do this whole thing, but the only black male protagonist in the game is designed to be a visual gag. His major passion is only ever brought up as a joke, and no one else in the game is treated like this. It's not even interesting. He's like
What?
What do they mean by that?
I don't know. He might be a bit racist. The joke racism might be coming through, and he might be actually racist.
Yeah, rewind that. What the fuck did he say? I'm appalled at what you just said.
Male protagonist in the game is designed to be a visual gag. His major passion
Designed to be a visual gag? What does that mean?
Is treated like this. It's not even interesting. He's like
What does he mean by visual gag? The fact that he wears an anime shirt? What does that mean?
Things that'll never be explained. Number one.
Yeah, because there's it does feel a little racist. I don't know.
It's a little odd.
Written by nervous whiteys who are stressed out over not being looked at as racist. You know what I mean? Like the friendly but also quirky black male character played by Donald Glover, who has the highest credit score and talks with just a little bit of ebonics, but not too much to the point where you want to cross the street. What the fuck do I have to do to get some black guys in the next big indie game who listen to trap hip-hop through their iPhone speakers while playing dice in front?
Is he just mad that Claudio didn't say the N-word? What is this?
In front of the 7-Eleven.
Maybe they should eat some watermelon too. That would be awesome.
Fucking music, man. Whee! I'm jumping around in the mountains. Whee! I don't understand the struggles of blacks. Action, platforming, adventure, video game. This shit sounds like it was made by somebody who's never grooved in their life.
Okay.
Everybody, I just met a black person. In fact, I met two. By the way, it's been bugging me the whole game. What does Alex's shirt say? It's dangerous to go alone, take this. Who would wear that bullshit? After Alex half-heartedly...
Who'd wear that bullshit? Do you have any feelings about this?
I have specific feelings about this. Yeah, who would wear this shit? Who would wear this shit? Who would wear this shit? I feel like I know exactly who would wear this shit, and it's Alex fucking Eagleston. A fucking hipster nerd geek who thinks he's being cool by wearing his favorite graphic t-shirt of haha funny video game.
He apologizes to Vela for being illiterate. She tells us that we have to go into her mind dungeon to get the record, which means we have to start the third dungeon. And it's fantastic. A lot better than the previous two. This is mostly due to the way that it's laid out. You have a central area that trails off into branches with their own objectives and visuals, and I like that a lot. Every door leads to somewhere interesting at the very least. It makes it laid out more like a Zelda dungeon, and I think that fits pretty well for this game. Especially with the abilities you get, they function a lot like Zelda's items, so designing the dungeons in a similar way is a good move. Although the only way way these branches connect is through this central area, and I think the design could benefit from some loops and the branches mingling with each other in smart ways. So as of right now, it's kind of like Down syndrome Zelda, especially after finishing the goal, because it's kind of awkward to finish.
A hub world?
What
do they mean?
But it helps that the aesthetics on the way back are really cool. There's a lot ripped from Moonside, but I don't give a shit. That's the best part in Earthbound, so steal from it.
What? What was ripped from Moonside?
Oh my god.
What?
Enemies are that sucks.
Yeah.
I wonder if at some point I go into Rory's head and all the enemies are just...
That's a joke, though.
He's
Never
the
mind.
worst enemy. The enemies in our head are so
Yeah.
lame. It's like just random shit like fucking stop signs, traffic cones on trash cans, fucking big bottles of lotion that throw Fritos at you. I gotta say that at this point in the game, Michael was
No
really losing
mention
his
of the
staying power
fetus?
as a party
Okay.
member. He was great in the early game with the special move that damaged all the enemies, but now he just isn't as impressive.
Well, do you really want to hear the talk about abortion?
Maybe that's why he's been
This
being such an
guy?
asshole
I
in
don't know.
this chapter.
I think he'd really love talking about abortion.
You think so? I mean, I think so too.
Poses after a fight. Like that shit just took 8 minutes, but he's crossing his arms like it was no big deal. The dungeon involves getting a lot of different Velas together to play music on stage from the different branches. They all represent different parts of her personality and experience, and I like that a lot. And as you get more of the Velas on stage, the background music gets more layered as well, which is a really nice touch. On the way to getting them, you end up finding some really out there kind of stuff, with the best example being this weird projection of Semi Park and her mom. It made me wonder what the hell she was doing there. And god damn, the game actually let me have that intrigue. It didn't spoon feed me why she was here or how I was supposed to feel about it. There was no build up to it either. It just kind of gets shut.
They probably don't have an answer
Great.
to it either.
They suddenly figured shit out halfway through development. There's one puzzle in particular I really enjoyed. You end up getting a skateboard in this dungeon, which first of all immediately makes this game like twice as good. That's the way
All the
to
good
go,
parts are
Franco,
from-
on American. Fuck school. I hate
From
authority.
other
The
games,
fastest
but all the
way to
bad
get around
parts
in
are
this game, but Alex
asphalt.
rides that shit like a scrub. Once you get on, you can't get off at will. Something needs to stop you like a wall or a slope. And you're committed to the angle you shoot yourself at with no ability to drift or turn. These limitations make getting into this door impossible, so you have to create a wall with Panda. The puzzles done with mixing the abilities like this are really clever. If they ever do another game similar to YIIK, I hope they lean into this a lot more. God damn, finally. It's taken us fucking forever. Let's go get that record. Wait, I've seen these hooded guys before. Are these all Alex's? Come in your face? Jerk off? In front of you? Come. Suck my cock. Come in your face? In front of you? In front of you? Face? Jerk off? Come in front of you? Suck my cock. Jerk off? Zip my dick down and come. Jerk off in your face. Let's get the fuck out of here.
It is cool that there's a bunch of Alexes there.
Yeah, really nice.
Oh god, I feel bad for Vela. There's nothing worse than listening to music with other people. What are they singing about? Shut your goddamn mouth. Wait, that was the album? It just kind of sounded like music.
I could tell that she wasn't happy with her eyes.
What?
None of us knew what to say.
If Fantano was here, he would
What?
know it too. Vela is upset over the lukewarm response we gave, so let's go make it worse.
I want to tell you the rest of my story. How I
The
came to
music
be
sounds
in
like
this
music.
reality with you, but I want you to promise not to judge me.
I won't judge you.
You look like you're judging her with your fucking stupid crossed arms almost a car length away. You don't even give her your full undivided attention. You just kind of tilt your head a little bit.
I need you to understand the basics of how I have come to understand the universe. The link between our bodies and physical space is strong, but it is nothing compared to the link between our minds and physical space.
What about the link between your mouth and my cock? Alex, you said you weren't going to judge her. You're out of control.
Every mind has the capability of transcending physical form. Many do, even if they don't
Fucking
realize it.
Debussy's Claire de Lame playing in the back.
When I entered your reality, I was a much different person than I am now. From a young age, people thrust their expectations on me. They believed I was destined for artistic greatness. I considered quitting piano, considered removing myself from art altogether, but something pulled me back. It was May 22nd, 1996, when I met the man who would fix this for me. It wasn't before long that we became both romantically and artistically involved. Something terrible happened on May 22nd of 1997 at 3:02 p.m.
Man, it feels like I'm just playing the game.
He followed
Damn.
her out and
Yeah,
into
a lot of
coffee
great
shop.
commentary
He never
here.
came back into his own apartment. Just like that, he slipped through the cracks of my reality.
Do you think
You
that
never saw him again?
Do you think that there's going to be a meaningful payoff to listening to all this dialogue? Like he's going to say something meaningful about what's going on here?
I was going to talk about his penis for the 30th time.
I did. It was May 22nd, 1990. A minute into the first concert I had put on since his disappearance. I watched in terror from behind my piano as he wrapped his arm around a girl even younger than I. I left the stage and receded into myself. It was in that moment that I longed to leave my reality behind, to sever my ties to my physical form and exist in a different space.
Bella got NTR'd so hard she left reality. Man, I want a game about this guy. Alex is starting to look like he's getting impatient. We should probably hurry this up.
Well, what should we do now?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I do not like seeing his face in profile. In fact, I don't like any of these portraits. Any of them. They all look weird. And that's no offense to the illustrator, Bridget Allison. They're not poorly made and they're constructed fine, but it's like the style is mashing too many things together. Like it wants to do this manga anime look, but also have all the construction of like Western comic books and like realistic details that look out of place. Like people are almost chibi in how big the heads are, but the difference is that chibis look appealing because everything is so simplified. But here, everybody has like these reptilian snake eyes and like constructed.
Why did he just not talk about it at all?
Lips and you can see their eyelids. It makes it
He just goes on to this. What the fuck? What happened?
What was the point of watching all that dialogue? Like, you said nothing about it.
Like, you even talk about his penis. What the fuck? That was ripped off.
Like, hey, if I'm going to have dialogue on screen for a thing, like, I'm going to talk about it, or I'm like, hey, and then this is said in here, you know? Or I'm like, oh, the dialogue speaks for itself. It actually is going to tell you something here. It was just a moment of the game. Like fucking uncut, well, barely uncut because, you know, it skipped a couple times. But uncut 5 minutes of the game worth of padding that went nowhere. 2 jokes in it.
Yeah, it was just to talk about the portrait, the kid's portrait looking weird. I mean, the fact that the kid's Velo scene is funny.
Or like, you didn't even say, oh yeah, this is overly drawn out and long and it sucks. Like, okay, I would have understood it at that point, you know? Sure, okay, whatever. But what?
Much better. Like this sketch they made of Vela. This is way better than the final product. Could have just put the sketch in the game and I would have liked her more. She's more proportioned, the construction is simple and appealing. Do they worry it looks too Japanese? Because I think it's fine. This is an even older one, which is more realistic, but everything is proportional and I think it looks really good. And it fits more with her alternative look. They should have stuck with one of these styles, not this weird, uncanny in-between like Ben 10 ate a piece of wasabi once. Oh man, chapter 4, we're getting there. We take the record back to the tower, but on the way there, the music has changed to this really overly dramatic stuff.
I mean, that's a Kakuta track, isn't it?
Fields, calm down.
Yeah, it is.
Alex feels like he has to make a big speech.
For everyone.
I like that song, but I don't think it fits the game very much.
It was.
I feel like there's other moments it would fit better, but
yeah. I mean, I'm down with it being the battle theme for the tutorial dungeon, for one.
This guy is criticizing other people's writing. Well, you know. My friend got me the Alex shirt because we both love portraits. I like them. I think they're pretty good. Mr. Incredible. Ben 10 ate a piece of love. So, like, these portraits are better than the first ones because the first ones were just in Bridget's art style in general. Kind of sloppy, but whatever. And then, like, she probably would have rendered them a lot better and, like, cleaned them up a lot more if it were going to be the final ones. But, like, what they were trying to do is aim closer to, so this portrait looks kind of like the character model in the game. And I feel like they did pretty fucking good at that. On top of coming up with something that looks unique and iconic on its own.
Yeah, I feel like with the original designs, like, it was going more for a comic book aesthetic. Mm-hmm. And, like, even with some early Y2K stuff, it seems like an angle they were going for more was the comic book stuff. So it was like, somebody would hit a switch and it would be like a bang, and then like the bang like comic book effect with the lines and stuff. And I feel like there was some reference to Alex being a comic book guy in the prototype. I played the prototype kind of recently, but you know that style doesn't fit the game at all because it's not it doesn't have those elements at all anymore, and it just looks like it belongs in the game more.
Yeah, I mean, like even this, like the way Alex's beard works here is not really the way it works in the game. You can't see these. I'm unfortunately, because I'm pulling them up. This one, I feel like he looks a little dopey. And I feel like this character is a lot more likable than the final portraits that we get in the game. So I feel like the newer portraits just work better because of that aspect of it, you know?
Yeah, Alex looks too much like, in the prototype, he looks too much like, I mean, yeah, it is just like a comic book guy. I actually feel like the one they have where it's 0.25, you're showing the screen at least right now for me.
It definitely looks better than
like
the original prototype, but I feel like
I actually disagree. He looks too much like a caveman. He looks like too much of an asshole to me in that, actually, to be honest.
I don't know. I feel like he's there's like this like softness to the character where it's when it has it.
He looks more
angular,
soy. Like he's like less threatening.
Less
He's like,
threatening, yeah. Where I'm like, I feel like the final portraits, he looks like an asshole, but like I don't know. He just looks right. He looks like a proper asshole who's self-absorbed with and all that junk. There we go. Here we go. These ones. Yeah, I don't know. He just looks right like that. They're a bit goofy. There's also these ones that he didn't show in between where it's definitely more proportional, but it doesn't look right compared to like the models in the game. There's a lot of weird uncanny stuff when you get deep into the trenches of early Y2K stuff. Fucking Vella's giant ears in this. And it's like a lot of this is because Brian did the models first, and then Bridget was tasked with like making the portraits afterward instead of the other way around. And that's kind of why that she had to like develop an art style that fit the game. And I don't know. Feel like the final outcome is pretty solid.
It was in days since Sammy had been missing. For Michael, it was days until school began and he lost his freedom.
Okay, they're different starting points, but you're measuring it the same in days.
For Vella, time was measured in music.
Like beats per minute?
But for all of us, time moved at the same rate.
Oh, I see. So they're all different. But they're also all the same. You fucking retard. This is like your worst speech yet. Just rambling about fucking crap. Boo! Just put the record on, Alex. Come on. Playing the record somehow woke up this android that's been in our dreams throughout the game. And Alex and Vella were able to see her full-on kill entities, which is crazy since that's normally not possible. We know she's in a van, but we're not sure which one it is, meaning we gotta go look for it and find her.
Hey, Alex, do you have a minute?
Not now, Rory. I'm about to go fuck a robot.
Well, I've just been really depressed lately, thinking about my sister, my parents, just how much life is going to change from now on. My sister was a lot younger than me, but she really was my best friend. Now she's gone. I feel aimless.
Could Rory not find anybody better than Alex to talk about this stuff?
Bad things happen, but you don't have your sister anymore, but you have all of us.
Oh, great. Now he's really gonna kill himself. I think we're doing more harm here than good, so let's go harass Vella again. See if Alex has improved his game a bit.
I'm not a genius, but I'm great at writing, philosophy, psych.
When I first read this, I thought Alex meant psych as in like psych? Just kidding. I wasn't good at either of those things. Watch me jerk off?
What's that thing they say about dreams and poets?
We're sad sacks.
This video is fucking boring.
No, this is one of the best. I think that he has some of the best critique of the.
What was your world?
I feel disillusioned because I'm like, man, I remember this being funny, and I'm watching it again. I'm like, what's going on?
We had more cows though.
And it's funny because I think what made it interesting in the first place because I wasn't familiar with the game, so I was like, seeing scenes from it. I'm like, oh, this is cool. But now I'm so familiar with the game. It's just watching the same shit with like.
Suck my cock. Alex, you're awful at this. Let's just skip ahead.
Yeah, dick jokes.
Here, which is finding the android. Vela posted about the van on Onism and got some places for us to visit, but we need somebody with a vehicle to drive us to them. Oh look,
Should I put
Claudio's
the
here
Red
with this van.
Gyarados
How
on your team?
convenient. Yo, man, I was just checking out the basketballs here
That's
at
a
the
good
sports
question.
store. Just
I think the
kidding,
Red
watch
Gyarados
anime.
is pretty cool.
Son, awesome center burgers in the area.
Go back on that. What the fuck was with that?
Not
You see how he characterized Claudio there? He really wants to stick that basketball thing into him and not the anime thing. He's very upset about that.
Yo,
Look
man,
at
I
this
was
shit.
Just checking out the basketballs here at the sports store. Just kidding, I watch anime.
Like, what does that mean?
Son, awesome center burgers in the
Racism?
area.
Good chicken burgers. I mean burgers, not chicken. I hate chicken.
Oh, well, I don't really
Racism?
work at the record store. I own it. Didn't you know? You own it? What?
And we already know this?
I had no idea. No wonder you have such a tubular ride, man.
Yeah, you do know it. Just Alex is ignorant. That's kind of the point. He doesn't fucking care about Claudio.
He's being really clumsy with trying to work his way into asking for a ride. Great car, Claudio. Really cool car. I like the blue. Reminds me of Sonic the Hedgehog. I bet it goes fast like it too. Now that we have our ride, we round everybody up so we can check on the vans. One just lets you get Rory back into the party, one leads to an optional boss, and the rest are just scenes of our characters getting into some shenanigans or talking to each other about deep subjects. The mall is where the real van is and where we progress the story.
I don't want to sound like a wuss, but why are we doing this again?
If someone's talking about, they say, he clarifies the earlier gag line with the anime bit. He thinks because he likes anime makes him a gag. My issue with that line, the thing he said earlier, is he was making this weird joke about. Actually,
He said
was
it was
a
a
joke? Do
visual
you remember? Yeah, he said it was a visual gag, and then he was talking about like, why can't there be like black characters that
Are
do all
gangster
this
rappers
stuff?
and run
Yeah.
the trap house and shit. Yeah.
So okay, I guess that was a joke, but then he does it again, so it's like an ongoing gag, but it almost feels like a point at the same time. Whereas, like, I
This
could be
character is
this.
so poorly written. Why aren't they written better? Why aren't they written like a gangster
Yeah.
rapper?
'Cause,
Oh,
like,
let me
'cause to
be
me that-
racist here. Let me bring up watermelon. I mean, chicken and sports. Oh, wait, never mind. Let's go back to what the writing is for this game. I like anime.
Yeah, that's what the I like anime thing like means to me. Like, that's really weird, isn't it? Like, is it just entirely a joke? Are they not trying to make a point with it at all? Is this entire review just a bit?
I mean, I agree with him. It would be really funny to play an indie RPG where you have gangster rappers and people running the trap.
Yeah,
house and
I'd
all
be
that.
down.
It'd be awesome. I don't disagree. That's just not this game. Sorry.
The text or his posture. This says more like, we have to save the android, douche.
Wait, can anyone pick a lock here?
Well, at least not a car lock.
Oh shit, never mind.
I went through a Sherlock Holmes phase.
Let's
and
go.
Learned to pick basic locks. Antique locks, Egyptian wooden pin locks, a warded lock, RFID locks if I had the right equipment.
This isn't even Claudio saying this shit anymore. It's just Andrew. Like, he just wanted to flex about how many different kinds of locks he knew about. And other characters have moments like this too, but this one is the...
How is that a flex?
Like, what?
What the fuck are you talking about? To name a bunch of different locks?
You know what he did? What Andrew did? He probably just looked up on Wikipedia. It's that simple.
No, Andrews told this story. Literally, it was a joke that one of his friends had.
Yeah.
And he just was like, oh, yeah, can I put that joke in here? It's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you could do that. That'd be funny.
Yeah, it's that simple. Like, it's not even him. But I feel like if it was him, it's like, I don't understand what he's trying to make himself cool about, because, like, knowing different locks is like the nerdiest shit ever, and no one cares. And like, I highly doubt he does. Like, that's a weird thing to assume with
There
people.
are plenty
'cause,
of
like,
other door locks that only fall within the 7 category of knob locks, deadbolt locks, cam locks, pad locks, Mortise locks, smart locks, and keypad locks. Damn, me saying this, am I telling you how smart I am for knowing all these different types of locks?
Yeah, you're very smart.
What the fuck do you mean? It's just a list. The joke is that, yeah, he probably, like, given the list, he probably actually could pick the lock. But, like, that's the kind of absurdity of it. I know how to pick every type of lock, but not the one you're looking for. That's the joke. The joke isn't, I'm so smart, I know a whole bunch of different locks. I know how many different kind of basketballs there are. I know how many different type of, you know, anything. That's not a gauge of fucking intelligence. What kind of jab is this? This is the stupidest fucking comment.
We get the actual racist joke in this game, and he doesn't even understand it. It's so funny.
The worst, and everybody is just all quiet. You'd expect one of the other characters to interrupt to be like, hey, shut up, man.
Okay!
Oh my god, everybody's got problems. Stop it. We can't just barge into the van yet, though, because these goth kids have the keys to it, so we have to chase them around the mall a bit to get it, which should be amazing, because, you know, it's a mall. And you can have some, like, really cool commercial-sounding music, or, like, emulate some classic Muzak or something, but instead you have this fucking Tom and Jerry shit. Such a letdown. After cornering the kids, they say they're being controlled by the entity, but Vela doesn't buy it.
Give us the keys to the van, and we can all walk away unscathed. You can go home, wash off your eyeliner, apologize to your parents, and go back to being normal kids.
Well, they're not gonna...
I do hate this song.
Being an asshole.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, Vela. Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
What's wrong with Michael? He's even worse.
Michael's... No, I have to defend Michael here. Michael is so funny. I love Michael throughout the game. He is great.
Yeah, when is he not funny?
You decide to shimmy your way on screen. Whose team are you on anyways? What, are you the final boss? Since our team is awful at negotiating, we have to fight them. The design is cool, and it's definitely one of the more challenging fights with the ability to put your health down to 1, but it still takes forever, and I'm really not under-leveled at all. I fought every enemy up until this point. I don't know why it takes so long.
Did you fight him in the monster games as well?
Let's
But also,
oh, no, don't say that. All right, got the keys back.
You're not using all the mechanics that you have?
Masterful creation. Smooth plastic skin. Slick curves.
Don't come in her eyes, Alex. She'll short circuit.
Hello, Alex. My favorite soul. I must thank you for coming to retrieve me.
What's happening?
I imagine you are wondering...
Why is this just a shitty Let's Play? Like, I'm not getting over it yet. What the fuck is this?
Puts a bib on you?
No. This is one of the best video essays. It's a peak comedy. Don't you know that?
Dude, comments are supposed to make me fall asleep, dude. Like, what the fuck? 30 more minutes? God, what the fuck it left you to talk about?
Just shovels the plot into your mouth. Here comes the airplane.
I'm an android.
Shovels the plot into your mouth. Okay, so like earlier in the video, he's like, why would you add plot to this game? That just gets in the way of the plot. Which made no fucking sense. And now there's you know, the Essentia conversation. And he's like, oh, just more plot. Have you ever played a fucking RPG before?
Or any game with a story ever? Because that's how
a Metal
stories
Gear
tend to
game?
work.
A fucking Death Stranding? Fucking man. No, you see, this isn't a real Let's Play. Because the thing that they can do is whenever they couldn't think of a funny joke, they could make the new funny joke later. And because these jokes aren't that funny, it's a failure.
Yeah, I mean, it's all... Dude, like, it really is embarrassing, to be honest.
Where's the face cam that blocks 1/4 of the stream? Yeah. The Essential arc is basically the me video, but if it was explained by a narcissist who reads way too much. A little bit, yeah. I love me. That's great, and man. Oh my god. I want to talk about me a little bit. There is this short film. I'm just gonna be really autistic, I guess. There's a short film by the what are they called? They did the I think it was one of the My Hero Academia openings. Adam to Eve. Yeah, it was Eve. It was mostly just a compilation of music videos. Adam by Eve. There we go. That was what it was. So in this, they're just a bunch of music videos of their songs, and it's super cool. But in one of them, sorry, huge tangent here, but in one of them, they're all animated by different studios, and they're all awesome and great. And it interweaves this plot that's really good and really solid, and there's a lot of interesting stuff about it. Here you go. Whichever one this is. This character shows up at one point. Here you go, right here. And it's animated by Studio Gynax. I think it was Gynax, who had made the Me, Me, Me thing. And she specifically does the dance. And, what blew me away about this is that there's narrative significance for the character to be doing this dance, and how they're, all... They're essentially equating it to, the TikTok thing. And I don't know. It's a huge thing. And I was like, man, it's crazy how nobody talks about this, because this is an extremely esoteric limb for this music video compilation short film to have this animation thing, and what that says about the plot. But anime YouTubers don't really talk about anime very well either.
Making the acquaintance of a Miss Sunny Park. She had already made up her mind to leave her body. You witnessed 2 soul survivors taking her away. Those 2 entities were that 2/3 of her soul. This physical form was destroyed, captured, and held prisoner by the 2 entities that you just defeated in combat. I lived with you for weeks, was able to appear to you and guide you to the radio tower. I am the Essentia 2000. I am Sammy Park. I am Bella Wild, and many more. I am the Essentia 2000. A pan-dimensional android made of
She's
plastic.
pan?
The point is that we're going into the android's mind dungeon, where we get to meet the parallel versions of herself and understand the nature of reality.
Why do you feel that I need to understand the nature of reality?
Because
we gotta go down her throat?
you jerk off too much.
Oh.
Also, the android has a name now, the Essentia 2000. But there are other Essentias out there, so for clarity, I'm gonna call her 2K. Her mind dungeon might be my favorite, and that's mainly due to the eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Or at least it would be mysterious if she didn't read me her autobiography before going in. I don't mean to sound like a Let's Player, but we just found a double bacon cheese burger inside of her brain. And
No comment.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just fucking over it at this point. Woo, you got a double bacon cheeseburger. You eat cheese to replenish your health. I get it. Can you believe we're not using potions? You use everyday food. You can relate to it. I've had enough. The battles here also aren't a problem, because at this point Alex's move that hits every enemy on the screen is ludicrously strong and kills most things in a single hit. And since
So this is the LP toss thing. He's self-aware this is getting scary. The LP toss thing. So LP toss ends up being a plague. Yes, in 1.0 and early versions of the game, LP toss was very powerful. So I've expressed a few times throughout this stream, but a lot of people have massive skill issues. Oh boy, skill issues. I don't know, Linguistic, you haven't seen me play a lot of games.
No.
We've played some games together, and you've seen me play some, but you've heard Frail complain about me playing games probably a lot.
Yeah. I think it's more so you play things a little slowly. It's probably why.
But I'm not great, but there are people worse than me. And so what happens is people go, "Oh yeah, I heard LP toss is broken." And they go, "Okay, what do I have to do to make LP toss broken? Oh, I got to level up my luck skill. Okay. I mean, they still do this now, even though that's kind of outdated. Like, if you grind a bit, you can make it broken again. But it takes a lot more effort to do it than what it did.
Yeah, I know. I just used Beatdown. Beatdown was just as broken. It's easy.
It's about luck. The luck stat, the way it worked before and how it scaled with LP toss specifically, was it started doing like 100% criticals. And criticals, I think, were handled differently in 1.0 or something like that. So what people don't understand is there's still a bit of skill that you have to have with LP toss. Because you do have each of the little enemies that scroll across the screen, each of those represent one of the enemies in the battle. And you have to hit all of them in order to kill them. And you have to hit them multiple times in order to deal damage to them. And for some reason, some people will only hit like 1 or 2 of them and then wonder why the skill isn't as powerful as they were told it was. And it's like, skill issue. Even when you go and try to do the broken strategy, you fuck it up.
MP recovery is such a non-issue in this game. You can just kind of spam it. The dungeon starts off with a more centralized area that branches like the last one, with the objectives this time being to give this wall some limbs to cheer it up. The puzzles are a bit more complex. Like, this room is really interesting. You have to get these doors to the right location, but you can't travel between these areas without using the skateboard. And you can't carry things while using that, so you have to play a game with hitting the right switches to make paths to get the door closer. And sometimes you have to drop the doors off at a certain area and then travel to a different switch to
I actually like these puzzle rooms on my first playthrough.
On our way through these puzzles, we meet 2K's parallel.
I liked it because I just like using the skateboard to clip to the ground.
Sometimes they have voices, and sometimes they don't. I guess
so fun that way.
Also, if you're wondering what relevance these people have to the story or to the characters, well, don't worry, because there is none.
Wow, media literacy. You know. Oh, wow. There is no relevance with any of these characters. Wow, cool.
In this dungeon, you get a new item. Don't try this at home. Am I watching the fucking Disney Channel? I don't need you to tell me this. I'm not Richard Pryor. We get a blowtorch, which is cool as shit. It's just disappointing that I can't shoot this at Rory and watch his hair burst into flames. It's not quite as versatile as Panda or the skateboard, but the puzzles it's used for aren't as brain dead as things like the hair flip or the amp. It's used the most in this room, where having the matches what keeps you from teleporting to different areas, but allows some secrets and hints to become visible. This room doesn't have a leg, but it has a key to access this room, which does have it. And unfortunately, this one's a bit lame because you spend a lot of time waiting around for the carpets to move, which makes it a more tedious experience. It probably would have been better if the lighter room just had the arm and they could cut this one. Damn, 2K's got people in fucking Afghanistan hanging out in her. She built 2K? It must have been hard to build a robot with sand and pebbles.
I thought they had no relation to the story.
Fucking use
Nothing relevant. Nope.
This last arm is a bit weird. When you get in the inside, there's a dead version of Alex with the Essential holding a cleaver. I was expecting Alex to go, "Oh my god! That's me!" And she cut my guts open with a cleaver in her hand! But he fucking kept his mouth shut. I don't know why this game is showing some restraint all of a sudden. After giving the wall some limbs, this stupid message pops up. Wendy is reborn anew. Probably. I hate the word probably after playing this game, along with I guess, and maybe, and whatever, and every other limp dick extension to the end of it.
Gotta play the clip. Gotta play the sound.
What clip?
No! No! What do you mean?
What's going on?
Do I have to boost my own server real quick? What the fuck?
Oh no.
No! Why my fucking sound effect not
work? You gotta recreate it. The moment has been ruined.
No. Maybe it was Killer 7 joke. Let me see if I have it in my Is it this one?
I feel my
No, that's
blood
not the
rushing
one.
through- Maybe.
There we go. That
Maybe.
was. Oh, now it's just
Maybe.
playing it a bunch of times. Where the fuck is
Maybe.
VLC?
Maybe. Maybe.
Fucking
Maybe.
go away, VLC.
Maybe.
No, this joke is
Maybe.
ruined. Damn. It's just really funny if you haven't played Killer 7. There is not a Hellcry Discord right now. There's just kind of a private Discord that I have. Eventually, I might put up a real Hellcry Discord, but I don't know when.
It's called YIIK.
YIIK, damn near.
Yeah, discord.gg/YIIK.
I do hang out in the YIIK a lot. And I will get into arguments with you about really pedantic things. And you might get upset at me, and that's fine. I like having conversations with people. That's what it is at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't know. I think the maybe line from Killer 7 is so funny.
A sentence. Can you fucking write a single line with some confidence?
Oh, here, I can just
Wendy
post
is
it.
reborn anew. She is. She's happy as fuck. She's banging on her keyboard. She couldn't be happier. This could not be a better day for her. But you just gotta insert your own indifference, like you're so above it all. A new area is uncovered from this. An execution.
Yeah, the writer. What the fuck?
For Alex. And not surprisingly, almost nobody wants to do that shit. And with the airier atmosphere, Alex is really looking more and more out of place. With his dumb glasses and hair and shirt. You know, keep calm and catch Pokemon. Meanwhile, we're getting people's heads cut off.
Custom
After
tag
sacrificing
expired?
2 people.
Did it?
Shouldn't be.
No,
No, it's not.
Seems to be still there.
Alex has to do it himself. And I think I'm supposed to feel like a mix of like creeped out and kind of proud of Alex for being a big man. But I'm just surprised they made a new model. This is another area where I was expecting him to be screaming about how crazy it is. But no, he's completely silent during the beheading. Fucking takes that shit like a Mexican.
No talking about what might have been going on there or anything. It's just okay, let's move on. Cool. Got
Man,
it.
first the alpaca, and now we're fighting like a Japanese World War II soldier or something who like hates Alex. What, did he like help make nukes in his previous life? I can't really be upset about the lack of boss fights. If these 2 are the best they can do, then maybe they just shouldn't have any for their next game. In fact, for the next game, just like put me in a little box where I can't do anything.
That wasn't even my final form!
The game is trying to be serious in this moment, but then there's just this fucking meme thrown in to ruin it. Just don't put that stuff in your game. Maybe you can get away with it if it's like in the context of the internet within the world, but don't have like fucking signs, and especially don't have anybody
No
say
jokes.
that shit in a conversation. Anyways, this guy gets into his Metal Gear
No
and you have to
books.
fight him. It's a normal fight, just fucking spam him with moves and eat double bacon cheeseburgers from Carl's Jr. to recover your health until he's dead.
Where am I?
What I'm about to show you is something that lies at the heart of all of yourselves.
Song stinks. Fucking dumbass sappy.
Oh,
music
fuck
with
you.
shit
This sounds
tunes and
awesome.
Shit. What did Alex just be Mega Man 2? He's swimming underwater in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Trying to fucking play my game. You got your punk ass music coming on. Fuck that song.
What have you taught me?
To recognize your flaws and work to correct them.
How? We just met some random people and solved some puzzles. Carried my head to something. Gave a wall some legs.
I am about to show you your greatest flaw of all. Destruction.
Makes sense to me. Alex has broken a lot of records by hitting people with them. You know, 2K is just such a letdown, which sucks so much because I love robots, and there's a lot of build up to her. She's got all these people in her, but she's somehow the most boring person to ever exist. And like, she smiles and gives the peace sign at the end of fights, and that's really cute, but that never really shows up in the dialogue. It's clear they just wanted to do Aegis from Persona 3, but Aegis is great because she actually feels pre-programmed in her robotic.
What? Oh man, I guess I shouldn't be surprised by the critical failure to understand anything the story is telling you throughout the entire fucking 142 minutes that we've had. But this woman made of plastic, she almost like she represents the fact that she's soulless. It's like the entire point of the character is that she is this, that song that I like, Soulmate 2.1, an artificial woman, literally an artificial woman that Alex has created. Not Aegis, who is like, Oh, I want to, fucking Pinocchio.
Antics kind of cause a lot of problems for the people she interacts with, and gives her some cute quirks that make her likable.
He was
Oops,
asleep,
all Earthbound
so
persona.
I unlocked the door. That's unlawful entry.
But in YIIK, 2K interacts with everybody like everyone else interacts with everybody, meaning they don't. In fact, I don't even get why she's a robot in the first place, because all that it's used for is...
What do they mean by that? Everyone like seeks Essentia's guidance in Chapter 5. Like, that's the whole thing happening.
Why she's a robot? Oh, I don't understand the story. Cool, thanks. Thanks for letting me know.
I guess it's just that they should have...
Well, it's insane because you don't even need to do any interpretation. You can just read the shit literally, and there's so much there, and they're just not fucking reading it.
You
It's
write the
insane.
summary. What is the character? Oh, she's a woman made of plastic. Oh, she's an artificial. Well, oh wow, there you go. That's that's the story. What? How do you get more blatant? You know, with some of this shit, it's like they tell you, and then you're like, oh, they're always hitting me over the head with all this shit, but I still fail to understand it. Cool, man. Thanks.
Like Igus, instead of a boring, flat piece of plastic that just vomits exposition at you about the universe.
The only thing you get to decide is if you aid in the destruction or fight against it.
This cutscene lasts way too long, but there's three major things revealed. First of all, Alex is an asshole to all of 2K's alternate selves, including Vela. You know that guy that cucked her out of existence? That was us. Secondly, 2K apparently loves...
Oh, no. Lamau. Yeah, did I mention that in this video, in my last video?
I think you do talk about it a little bit, don't you?
It might come up in this video. I think it comes up in the next video, actually. So, like, people say this. They say, oh, well, Alex is the guy that Vela dated. Okay. So, like, I need you to think with me for a second. We fucking Jimmy Neutron moment. We're going to have a fucking brain blast, right? So, like, did Essentia say that? No. Okay. What the literal scene is, are you telling me that I'm the guy in Vela that fucked up Vela or whatever? Alex said it. Right? Okay. So Alex says it. Essentia doesn't confirm it or anything. She just kind of moves on. She's like, and anyways, right? Okay. So let's dissect this a little bit. In Vela's story, she dated this guy, and then this guy, was a fucking weirdo and left her and all that shit, right? So that's cool. And what do we know about Alex? Let's think about Semi-Pac. Like, she's also Semi-Pac, right? Like, did Alex date Semi-Pac?
Oh, yeah, he did.
I don't even... he didn't meet her. The story literally tells you that several times, but... what do I know? But... and they're parallels. Do you understand what the word parallel means? Because they don't intersect. They're parallel. They're supposed to be similar, and that there's a consistency to them. They don't intersect. So, like, if Alex never dated Semi-Pac, and he's obviously not going to date Vela now, why the fuck in a past life would he have fucking dated Vela? It doesn't make sense from the characters, the character traits of them. Bella, in her mind dungeon, if you read it as her literal mind dungeon, everything she despises or has an issue with is Alex. Something you critically missed at the beginning of this fucking video. Hey, look, there's a callback. Why would she have dated him in a different parallel life? Oh, and maybe in this one, he isn't everything. Well, how would it be parallel then? That's a whole new fucking character now. It's a whole completely different motherfucker. That's not a parallel life. Parallel, he would not have dated Vela. This is Alex forcing meaning onto Vela. The Essentia doesn't confirm it. It's just something Alex says. And then you go, yeah, well, Alex is completely, yeah, of course. Yeah. Remember Rory? Rory lied to us? What? Pay attention, dumbass.
Well, what could jerk off? Penis? Penis? Cum? Penis? Black people? Penis? That's my RunningShine impression. Was that funny?
Antics.
It was
Why
pretty
is it
good.
that like every chick in this game that's relevant, at least, like implied wants Alex's dick? Like with Vela and Sammy,
Implied to want Alex's dick? No, they're literally implied to not want Alex's dick. They literally.
Yeah, Sammy like treats Alex like an asshole through it. For the weird imaginary situation, like Sammy.
Did this
Sammy just, like,
motherfucker play
"Fuck
some
you, Alex."
bootleg ass Y2K that doesn't exist?
Maybe one from another reality.
Because, like, none of this is true. None of this is true with the literal events of the game. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
He must have, like, written all of it without checking the dialogue and then just video edited it and then didn't realize it contradicted it or something. Like, I can't reason with it. Can you? Like, can you reason with this?
No. When the fuck does any character have any kind of attraction towards Alex fucking YIIK?
Well, what about the Kiss Vela scene? There you go.
Where she literally is like, no, I don't want you to kiss me? Weird. Huh. Even the scene where you think that, oh, if she wanted his dick, she'd have the opportunity. She says, fuck you, no. Every element of her fucking mind dungeon where she's like, no, I don't want to be fat. I don't like guys with beards. And I hate out-of-tune pianos.
I'm actually referring to chapter 5, but we are not even like to those scenes yet. So they haven't used them as examples. So like thus far, no.
Oh, the Essentia scene.
Yeah, the Essentia Kiss Vela or Essentia scene is what I'm referring to.
Yeah. But no, there's a Kiss Vela scene earlier where she just told him no.
Yeah, I mean, I like it only makes sense if you do that, if you're focusing on that. But I don't think he is.
Yeah,
which is insane to me because like there's things you can make your arguments with, but then they don't even choose those.
they really don't express any love for him because they're not retarded. But the game still treats Alex's relationship with them like there's some like underlying. Now this robot just wants to fucking suck his dick. I really don't like that this weirdo is getting a harem. Finally, Alex is apparently such a cunt that he's going to be responsible for this reality ending.
Together, we can attempt to fight this ender of realities. Just know, we will fail, but we will fail together.
I think I want to go home now.
Chapter 5, let's go home.
What the hell are the Frank and Popo doing here?
Alex, you sound a little too scared. Is there something you don't want them to see?
Ma'am, is this the boy you reported missing?
I haven't seen you for days, and none of your friends knew where you were.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Eagleston. Alex was with me.
Why is your hair green?
Fuck you. You don't want fucking Christmas colors in your house, you stupid bitch.
You're quite unusual, honey. Alex, can I talk to you for a minute?
Not right now. Yeah, we need to work on something. Okay, so, what's the next step? What do we do?
Why does Alex always sit like this? He's got his legs all spread out and his arms are crossed like he's just too cool for his own room.
I think it would be wise for me to speak with Bella alone.
Yeah, I think it'd be wise if Alex wasn't around any women. Let's immediately ignore this request.
Hey, Vela, listen, I need you to come over.
And watch me jack off.
Alex, where have you been?
Jacking off. So we have a little over a month to train for this thing, which they predict is going to come on Y2K. So it's time to get the gang back together one more time so we can help prevent the end of the world. Hi, Claudio. Yo, man, I was just checking out the new Nas out. And just kidding. I only listen to 8-bit remixes of Linkin Park songs and doo-wop quartets.
Well,
why is he doing it again?
Just let me know when you're ready to start training. Oh yeah.
That's not even written down in the script. That's just the voice actor getting carried away. You know, it's winter, but nobody is cold. When you go up to people, they should be saying like, "Brr, I'm cold." I wonder where Michael is, by the way. Oh, that's convenient.
Come to the forest meadow just south of Frankton. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh my God, Michael. Dude, I've been listening to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Alex, something has happened to me. I saw the soul space. I met a parallel self. I lived so many lives. I am everything.
That sucks. Can you imagine that shit? Like, imagine you were Michael and your dog was Michael.
Alex,
I have something else weird to say that's actually kind of insane. I'm actually starting to form appreciation for the Zingas video now.
Damn.
Because he recaps the game in a way that isn't just showing the fucking clips. I've played the game, fuck ass. I don't need to see 5 minutes of the fucking scene so you can make a dick joke, asshole.
No, well, see, the thing is even though, you know, I like to talk about how much I like games, and I'm going to tell you the entire story. I'm going to show you, like, every clip of the thing so that you never have to actually play it, and you feel like you saw the whole thing. And really, I only showed you the parts that, like, align with my thing, even though I contradict myself a few times. But basically, I'm just going to recap the game so that you can understand what I'm saying and not really give you anything. Like, not really introduce the scenes, like, in a meaningful way or say anything about them.
Yeah, I keep saying the same thing over and over again, to be honest, but, like, I just don't understand what the fuck there is to talk about at this point, because that's just all this fucking thing is. He's not saying anything. He's just showing fucking clips from the game and making dick jokes. What the fuck am I supposed to get from this, fucking dumbass?
We're gonna, well, you know what the point is. I gotta reiterate the things I've already said 100 times.
And I wandered and wandered.
Jesus Christ, and they complain about YIIK's writing? Fuck off, dude.
Each of these names was etched into a door. Yep. Inside each of these doors was a life. My life.
Like Alex,
For 9 days straight, I experienced.
Well, you see, that's actually the thing. This whole video is, like, ironic. Like, I'm trying to role play as Alex so I can, like, accurately get. This was fucking Snakerer. Snakerer said this shit. I'm trying to, like, give you the experience of playing this game and how I felt during it. So, I purposefully wrote it badly. Okay, dude. Fucking cool. Thanks.
I don't. Why do people want their reviews to be substitutes for the experience? That's such a pretentious thing.
More like a smoke circle. Rory had way too much. He's just staring at the floor.
Feels good. I was so excited to get to the mine dungeon, I barely slept last night.
Excited to go to the mine dungeon? Oh man, I can't wait to walk through hallways and trigger stupid slow dialogue so I can get a hit point. We now have a Persona-like calendar system in place. Every day you can choose to watch a cutscene with Alex and his friends, go into the mine dungeon to level up characters, or you can just explore around and do any side quests you want to do. And just to exemplify how I'm YIIK's #1 fan, I did almost everything. I beat all these little dungeons scattered in the overworld, and
yo, you found the third ending?
And random encounters that they just stopped showing up.
Let's go! Finally.
With the exception of the stupid pod collecting one, because I think I missed one in the cave and would have had to, like, go explore it all over again. I'm not gonna do that shit. Some of these are alright, but a lot of them are just normal RPG side quest shit. Like people in Frankton just kind of on the forums. Where's my cat? Here's your cat, I guess. I came in it like 5 times. The cutscenes mainly involve the characters talking to 2K and asking about several things. As it goes on, though, everyone just sounds crazy with this constant talk of the world ending and alternate realities. Like 2K is gonna put some white Yeezys on Alex and give him like 50 sleepy pills. But there's no need to worry. It's already Christmas, so let's all just sit around, open presents, you know, relax a bit before the big event. I got us all leveled up, and now Alex's special move does absurd amounts of damage to literally everything.
Would any of you like to hear a Christmas story?
Go for
I
it,
love
Michael.
Proto.
For Christmas
I love
1996,
this scene so much.
my mother got my dad a computer. It's a really good one, too. He used to do all of his writing on a word processor. The ones with the really tiny screens where you could see 7 or 8 lines max. So anyway, my dad unboxes it and freaks out. He was so excited. And you know, I fell in love with it right away. Whenever my dad left the house, I'd get on the computer and play games, browse the internet. In '98, for Christmas, they got me my own computer. No one else has their own computer. It was amazing. I made a friend online. Together, we founded Onism 1999. You want to hear the really funny part? When I went and lived all of my parallel lives, I was him. I was on a computer, talking to me. Now tell me, how the hell can a computer connect to a chat room that is in another reality? Something is screwed up here, guys. Do you honestly feel like things are the same as they were 2 months ago? 2 years ago? You're all intentionally not seeing it!
Started with crowdfunding music. I thought this was just gonna be a funny joke, but now he's freaking the fuck out.
It's like strange things are happening all around us, and only I'm actually noticing it!
Maybe Michael.
That's one of the best lines of the game. He cut it, but I
He's
mean,
just having like a bad trip and killing everybody's buzz. Like Alex is actually tilting his head in the direction of the conversation for once. That never happens. Opening presents after this must have been so awkward.
Cyber, I'm going to be an asshole here and say you're going to have to wait for the videos for that, the answer to that question. Sucks that there aren't any more games like only Persona and Earthbound. Like 100 minutes in, it's the first time we've had like 5 minutes of going through the game in chronological order of events. Cool. Chrono Cross is, yep. 1999 founder Michael and Michael, based. I have an answer for that, Cyber, but you're gonna have to wait till next week, unfortunately.
Car that does wheelies. Thought it was gonna be a fun Christmas with that gift. Here's a candy cane. Tastes like mint. Peppermint. I'm so bummed. Let's just go to the new year already.
The way he said peppermint, I do like that a lot, though. Tastes like mint.
Peppermint.
Peppermint. That's kind of endearing. I'm not gonna lie.
I do like that.
It was cute.
I smiled. Finally, let's go.
Dad?
Peak scene. Oh,
We were worried sick about you. You said you were just going to bike to Justin's house. Claudio and your mom are freaking out.
Did you figure out the question?
Hey Alex, it's Sammy. Did you remember to pick up my cat from the dry cleaners?
Hey, it's Chandra. Have you seen my camera? I've had the weirdest dreams. I've been dreaming that I'm a boy. Dreaming that I'm a boy. That dreaming boy, I am that boy dreaming. Isn't that funny? What is that?
Dreaming that I'm a panda?
I like this part. I think the game does a good job when it wants to be more out there with the tone. I wish the whole game revolved around this instead of just being silly all the time.
Hey! Alex! Help me! I'm stuck in the mine dungeon!
It's just hallways and doors that give you stats. How did you get lost?
Michael!
Alex starts to realize that things don't seem.
It's also
quite right.
weird because he hasn't brought up like the narrative in the mine dungeon at all. Like that there's cutscenes in there.
Does anyone do that?
Poorly.
Why is Michael back in Frankton? Didn't they move to Canada when his dad got that publishing deal? Come to think of it.
Funny enough, I'm hyper aware of this situation because that's what a lot of the next video is.
Did Michael have a falling out?
That was the last I heard of him.
So because Michael moved away, Alex ended up in a fucking alternate reality? Okay, Donnie Dorco, whatever the fuck you say.
What time is it? It's dark outside.
The clock says it's 8 a.m. Weren't you going to meet your friends to head to the city at 8:30?
Shit. Okay, let's get going.
Alex, dear, the little girl next door who moved into Michael's house was looking for you.
Wait a second. The presents are still unopened. Maybe everybody did just know that day was ruined and didn't even bother.
Where's Mom?
That never gets old.
Oh shit, this is awesome. I'm into this.
Hey, man! What took you so long to get here? We've been waiting here forever!
What's going on?
We're going to see the ball drop in the city. Duh.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Man, tonight we are gonna party like it's 1999!
I knew something was wrong. Looking around at my friends.
Everybody else has a happy face, even the son. Michael's fucking halfway out the car. He's having a blast. But Alex is still all fucking down in the dumps. Fucking reality sense. Fucking bullshit.
Why was it that when I looked at Vela, I felt as if I was looking at someone else altogether? When I looked at Proto-Michael.
I thought the game just called him that in the text box. I didn't know that was like his nickname. He says that shit way too casually.
When I looked at Proto-Michael.
It really caught me off guard. I was eating a powdered donut when this happened, and I choked a little and dusted all over my PlayStation.
That's funny.
Would you like me to clear some things up?
All right, here it comes. Get to throw my imagination in the garbage.
Allow me to start at the beginning. You belong to this reality. So does Sammy. When Sammy left, Vela took her place. I took advantage of Sammy leaving this reality and forced my spirit into this physical space.
Oh, hey, colored people. It's like a fucking iPod commercial. I do like the effort put into the segment, though. It's really cool visual.
We got the clip of him saying colored people.
Whoa, I'm the final boss. There's no challenge to this guy. In fact, the whole thing is entirely scripted. You just attack him and
there's also a thing he said earlier that I thought was interesting. Remember this game is about finding Sammy? And I feel like that's something some reviewers bring up. I always find it weird because it's like a weird Like, do they expect the game to be about just a single thing the whole time? Because, like,
oh yeah, remember when Persona 5 was about Kamoshida the whole game? Remember where it was just about the one guy who like preyed upon teenagers? That was what the whole game was about, right? That's what everything in the entire game, like, you know, when we get the fucking 100 hours we play a Persona 5, because Persona's the only thing this guy can compare things to. Remember when the whole game was about Kamoshida and how he was a piece of shit? We definitely didn't escalate and get into other things at all, right?
Like, what RPGs have, like, I mean, there's some RPGs that are very consistent with what the story is, but, like, things develop and stuff changes. Like, it's, in a very literal reading, Alex stumbles into this whole thing because of his search for Sammy.
Yep.
Like, which is also literally what Essentia describes. Like, remember when this happened? Yeah, there's the beginning of the game. It's 20 hours later, asshole. Like, what do you expect? To just be with the same fucking thing? You're not playing Mario, dude.
Remember in Metal Gear where, like, it was initially an infiltration mission, and then now you got to take down a nuclear thing? Like, remember when this was just about finding what was going on? Saving this guy? What? What do you mean? Starblue says, remember when FF4 was about taking a ring to Mist Village? Remember when Earthbound was, like, just about, like, Buzz and the fucking meteorite, and you have to, like, find the footsteps and all that? What the fuck is up with this I have to go back into the past bullshit? Remember when Mother 3 was about being really sad that your wife died?
Okay, well, it's still by that at the end of the game. See, I think there's a point with Mother 3. I like Mother 3. But yeah, it's
you know,
it's
in between
stupid.
there's a whole bunch of other shit about, like, overthrowing capitalism.
Like, it's such a bizarre comment because it's not exclusive to this review. Like, I remember some other review said something like that. It's just, I don't understand it.
It's both 100% only about this, like, weird love story that Alex has with Sammy, and also not enough of that when we get totally lost on the plot in the middle of it. How do you have it both ways? The real story was the friends we isolated ourselves from along the way. It's pretty true, and especially with an antisocial ass like RunningShine.
This is the end of these characters. There's a lot of stuff just kind of left unfinished, like the disappearing siblings and Michael having an identity crisis. It just feels wrong to just suddenly pop them out of existence, and I'm sure that's the whole point, but it's just a big downer, especially when I spent several hours grinding with everybody, and now all of that is just undone in an instant.
Trick shot!
Not now, Claudio. This isn't the time for your anecdotes and ad-libs.
I hate the plot. Why isn't there more of it? Great comment, Salty Mint.
Why did he just say that transition was lame? Why did you just show it? Why I don't.
This looks pretty comfy. He's got a knee up, hands behind his head. If he gets sick of it, he can just drown himself too.
I finally understood absolute loss.
I had infinite time and space to jerk off all I wanted, but for some reason, it didn't make me happy. No matter how hard I jerked my cock, I got nothing out of it. Why? I don't know. Then it dawned on me. Sammy, Bella, mixed race women. That's what did it for me. And if they're not here to watch me do it, then what's even the point? All I have now is a computer to upload my videos on atheism and a kitchen full of bananas to shove up my ass. Alex is upset because he's got all these things like his couch and his books, but it doesn't matter now that all his friends are gone. But Alex didn't seem like he was really all that close to them, and they certainly didn't like him. It turns out we can enter into the soul space now just by picking up the phone. Why was Michael gloating so hard about this? Soul space is pretty lame. It's just literal space. They were probably tapping out at this point. Is Alex like an internet reviewer for a particular website? They should have brought this shit up. Alex is supposed to be having like an existential crisis, but I just can't take it seriously with him doing all these 360s.
I miss my friends, my family. What the hell am I gonna do out here all alone?
Alex, how am I supposed to know what to do?
I'm only a stuffed panda. Hey, you come back! I don't care if you're a toy! I need you!
Tom Hanks already did this shit in Castaway. It's kind of hard to tell if I'm actually moving forward or not on this area, since the only real visual feedback I get are other objects on the screen, but they're few and far between. It might have been a good idea.
That's what I had to say about it?
And then animate when I move forward.
This was done before. Okay.
Can hang out with the
What was that?
That Claudio's brother was actually yet another parallel version.
Oh, this is the most racist part.
Every little black kid that you see with an anime shirt is the same black kid, apparently.
Of Alex that disappeared.
Yeah, admission of racism. That's the camel broke Saw's back.
The evil versions of himself from destroying more realities, but before that, he has to summarize everything that's.
Oh, you're black and you like anime? You must be related to my friend Claudio. Literally.
That's what you could have said.
Happened in the game again.
I met a mysterious.
That's like exactly his impression.
She was. Oh, and then she disappeared, and I never saw her again. I made friends with my neighbor, and together we met a girl from another reality. Yeah, I started having dreams about a beautiful android stuck in a van. Me, my neighbor, and the girl from another dimension met a kid on the internet whose sister died. We became good friends, chased a mysterious being from another reality to a radio tower, where it asked me to find a record. I made 2 new friends when looking for the record.
I don't like that Alex is treating this like he's experienced the most cool and out there thing. Like there's something really deep and meaningful about failing to find a guy's sister and getting into racial arguments with minorities.
Floating away. Floating away.
The RunningShine shooters are trying to silence you, Cyber.
This wormhole thing is just kind of lazy at this point. They just kind of use it when they can't figure out how to get Alex to a map.
Did they actually show the wormhole before?
On the couch. Is that Sammy? Is that blood?
Yeah,
it
like shows up in Essentials.
Okay.
There's that panda you
Well, no, I mean like in the video.
Oh, I don't know.
There's your panda.
So like I don't know what he means by that. I don't remember him showing it or pointing it out at all.
Yep.
It's me, Panda.
Why is there a panda? Does he know how to play?
That bullshit. That shit was retarded. It's such a tedious segment. You just kind of open some chests to get some money to buy some keys, to unlock obstacles, to get more money to buy some keys. This is just done because they really want you listening to the game's main theme.
No, there's definitely no narrative significance in this at all. Definitely none of this is relevant to the story. It's just to play the song. Okay, thanks, man.
Why not play this in a part of the game that's actually good?
Michael, is that you? Oh my god. Michael, come back!
I agree with Michael.
Hey, don't go!
This shit is killing me. It's such a fuck this, I'm out of here sound effect. It's so cartoony. This one is even better because the music is like overpowering him.
Did you see Michael? Where did Michael go? Wait, no, don't run! I'm coming!
Alex ends up making his way to Earth from all this.
As I approached the planet, I wondered about the
name. I'm done with your wondering and your thinking, Alex. You had to stop flying just to tell me this bullshit?
Was there another me in this reality?
Probably. Just go.
Present day. Present time.
Before you answer, I want to thank you.
I should have posted that clip yesterday, or 2 days ago at this point, was it?
Once again, you'll be destroyed, along with Vela, Chandra, Rory, Claudio, and Michael. With each passing moment, I lost a tiny portion of myself. Coming to you, asking for help. I think about how the Essentia 2000 must have felt first coming to me. When I'm looking at you, I get this feeling like you've made up
coming at you.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. I know a video that's better than RunningShine's video and has the same exact kind of humor.
What's that?
Let me pull up a banger video real quick. Is it another YIIK day?
Coming.
Yep. Here we go. Alex YIIK in the real
Oh,
world.
yeah.
Shout out. This video is like 100% funnier than RunningShine. 46 seconds of pure gold.
Coming. Come. You knew this would come. Come on. Everything came.
Why don't you come inside? You sure you don't want to come in?
I don't know what came over me. You want to come with us?
Come. Came with. Do you come? I'll come with you. Come with us.
I came to alas. My partner came. Soon a storm came. Come.
Never came.
You guys are coming. I came the.
I want to tell you the rest of my story. How I came to. I have come to. Came through. Come home. He never came. Have to come back.
Yeah, we've come. You came.
I come.
Coming.
I come from.
Come on.
You want to come?
Police came in.
When to come comes up.
I must thank you for coming. I came.
I knew you'd come.
Come with me. Comes.
I knew you'd come.
Yeah, Use is my favorite.
I like what makes that video so good is the different times in between each clip. Like sometimes it is just come, and then like sometimes it's like, oh, here's the funny like, alas, my partner came. Like, it's so good. It's such a good video. That 40-second, I can watch that 46-second video for 2 hours of this video and be more entertained.
So what are you saying? Will you help me defeat parallel versions of
First of all,
ourselves?
this music, like it's such a big thing. Do they really think this is original? They did this shit in a Teen
No.
Titans game. Why do I have a poster of like some guy showing me his nuts? And why do I need that in view all the time while I'm on my PlayStation? And Earthbound, they asked for your name in a pretty clever way because it's kind of just shoved into 2 seemingly random times in the game. One before you fight the Kraken and another at the Tenda village. And they're there so you just do it real quick and then go on with your adventure and then forget about it. But with this game, the very first thing that happens was that it asked for a bunch of names. And when I saw that Alex wasn't named after what I inputted, I knew it was going to be used for some shit like this right away. Also, this is supposed to be
Okay.
me? They didn't really do a good job of getting
So
me
like,
this,
I have a
but
problem
whatever.
with this because it's like there's a lot of people that act like, oh, I need to be surprised by everything. Okay,
Yeah,
you
like,
knew that
why?
you knew they were going to use the names. Okay, and
Let's just stop the meteor, Alex. You find what are supposed to be all the bad parts of Alex's psyche, but again, none of this stuff ever feels like it's part of Alex. Like him being a mindless consumer, he talks about records like twice. The only one that seems to fit him well is a pretentious one.
skill issue.
I seriously think something must have went wrong with the programming this move Alex does. It takes so little magic, but literally every one of these bosses dies in one hit. I mean, granted, I was over-leveled from doing all the content, but it should have at least taken like 5 or something. The final boss of this game is the Essentia and Sid Vicious. But the Essentia isn't 2K, it says 995, but at the same time it seems to act like it has 2K's memory, so I have no clue. And I have no idea why it's hanging out in Alex's head. Well, it turns out that she's been lying to us about her intentions.
Really? No idea?
Winner and whatnot, and 2 of those were Sammy and Vela.
Sammy? Fella? Was that a whole lie?
I'm sorry I used the poor girl's disappearance as a catalyst. But would anything else really have motivated you?
But I don't get it. Didn't this all get started because of the cat? I guess the cat could just be another projection, but 2K never mentioned having animals in her. I guess maybe Alex just finds the cat in every reality. But basically, 2K has been manipulating Alex to get into his head and kill this version of Alex so that she can get control or something like that.
I can't. How the fuck is this possible? How could you lie to me?
Yeah, exactly. You tell him, man. Although I feel a little out of place here. Maybe I should leave? I will say I really like the visuals in this room. The intense bloom and the colors are just great. And I like the music. It's nice and droning. It actually fits the tone of what's going on. The boss would be great if it wasn't so scripted. You're supposed to lose to this one again, which feels so anticlimactic considering this is the final boss. I do appreciate all the members of the team having original models though. It's a nice touch. Although whenever they have to do a special animation like Vela's Banish, bash, it goes back to the old model, which is a little weird. After dying to the boss, you go to this weird ActRaiser place all chibi where you talk to this guy called Roy. Oh, does he do more damage when he's up close? If you don't know anything about ACK and their previous game, Two Brothers, which you probably don't, this whole thing makes no sense. Roy's the protector.
Does it? Does it make no sense?
I don't know. As there's like some stuff like you'd probably be lost on, but I think the overall point makes sense.
Protagonist of the previous game, but really it's not about him. It's about the developers talking about how Two Brothers wasn't successful.
No, it's not.
Oh boy, let me pull up a video real quick. Let's talk about how Two Brothers is not successful.
Hello, YouTubes! Welcome back to James Recommends. Last week, it looks like we did actually solve the sound issue. So this week, I'm going to be focusing on making this a little bit shorter and trying to pad in some of the soundtrack from the game we're talking about, rather than just
Pretty
the visuals.
darn interesting
because this game
narrative
has
design.
a phenomenal soundtrack. In fact, it's got great retro art. It's got a fantastic Lynchian world. It's got this really compelling narrative to it. And terrible gameplay and a ton of bugs. But we'll get to that in a minute. The game we're going to be talking about today is Two Brothers, not Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. Next week, I will talk about Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, just to make things confusing. But this week, we're talking about Two Brothers. Alright, so, Two Brothers is this action-adventure game in the style of Zelda, made to be an 8-bit retro Game Boy D-make.
But yeah, the point. James recommends Two Brothers and talks pretty well about the game there. And then even it's like, hey, this, and then, oh, that's pretty interesting. Whoa, oh, okay, cool, yeah. Great. Yeah, definitely. Is that a failure? Is that what they're talking about? No.
No, I mean, it's just talking about how Alex didn't play Two Brothers is the lines they're referring to.
Right.
Who will be Alex? They're really obsessed with this previous game. It has several references in this game, and if you go to the cast website, they accidentally wrote Roy when they were trying to write about Rory. Even they don't give a shit.
They actually went to the website, so they should have known Hipster Scum. They saw Hipster Scum.
Hipster Scum?
It's like a really
Hipster Scum?
But Two Brothers
Hipster Scum? Oh, how come?
wasn't even finished. They should remake it or something instead of throwing it into this.
Wait, what did you just say? It was unfinished? What the fuck does they mean by that? Oh, that was good. Way too far.
Oh yeah. Speaking of which, Fat Alex says finished Chroma 4. Okay. Let's
Yeah.
The cat. I guess the differences in this game kind of goes up to animation like Fella's Banish. It goes
Damn.
to Chibi where you talk to this guy called Roy. Oh, does he do more damage when he's up close? If you don't know anything about ACK and their previous game, Two Brothers, which you probably don't, this whole thing makes no sense. Roy's the protagonist of the previous game, but really it's not about him. It's about the developers talking about how Two Brothers wasn't successful, but you will be, Alex. They're really obsessed with this previous game.
But they didn't even play the dialogue this time.
Game.
What the
And if
fuck?
you go to the cast website, they accidentally wrote Roy when they were trying to write about Rory. Even they don't
Oh
give
look,
a shit
there was information that it says Yuri of Wind.
about
Damn.
him. Now, some developers do this, but usually when they make references to a past game, it's like a really good one. But Two
What?
Hey, I've got something for you. Have you ever heard of the company called Ludosity? Anyways, I'm gonna just leave it there.
Brothers wasn't all that great. In fact, it wasn't even finished.
What does that mean? It was finished.
Yeah.
Are we just lying here?
What?
They should remake it or something instead of throwing it into this unrelated game so they can jerk themselves off. You think
What?
after this pep talk, Alex would go, "All right, guys, let's do it for real this time." But no, he just kind of goes.
Something
up
I was
and
thinking
says,
about is
"Oh,
how I feel like so much of this stuff doesn't need any commentary. Like, I feel like if you watch this thing, it just speaks for itself as why it's stupid, but that's not the case. That's why it blows my mind. That we actually have to pause it for a minute for some of these things and actually have to talk and dissect these things because it's so obviously stupid.
Yeah. It like Oh, they're trying to jerk themselves off by referencing a different thing they did. What? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck does that... Is Miyamoto fucking jerking himself off when he references a different game in his thing? No. What the fuck does that mean? Are you not allowed to make references to your shit if they didn't do well? Even if it was something you liked and were passionate about? Maybe there's a narrative reason for this thing? No,
Well,
you're
it's
just
fucked
jerking
up.
yourself up.
Everyone's all about like, oh, well, the new narrative is YIIK is this passionate project. But like, passion project, but then when it comes to fucking two brothers, it's all narcissistic. Like, why they reference this game they were passionate about? You can't have it both fucking ways. Insane. I don't understand it.
It's the infinite double standard. I don't like the thing, so the thing is doing everything it's doing is bad. You know. Oh, what? Well, you like that in this other game? Well, but that other game is good. What? What does that matter? Why does it matter if the game's good? So then it can jerk itself off? Guys, Rob, who's in Majora's Mask, this has to be an ego stroke. Why the fuck is Rob in Brawl? Robotic Operating Buddy? Why do they make references to the Virtual Boy in anything? Wasn't the Virtual Boy a failure? Oh my god. What are you allowed to do? You're supposed to be hyperbolic. You're supposed to be apologizing for. Oh, very sorry. Very sorry. We made video game and it was not perfect. Even though people liked game and it was well praised and you know, it had bugs and that's what mostly people had problems with. It wasn't like anything like about the story or anything really to do with a lot of the gameplay. It was more so that like it was a little buggy. Yeah, you know, yes, sorry. Yes, beat me more, master. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I made a bad video. I'm sorry I made a bad video game. Sorry you didn't like it. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'll never mention it again. I'll never mention the game again. It was bad. It was a mistake. I shouldn't have done it. Next time I'll...
So dramatic.
Fucking gay.
I mean, like, fucking RunningShine played two brothers. Like, you just look at the Steam page, like, oh, it's unfinished. Like, you're saying
like
random
Alex.
bullshit, just making fan fiction. Well, yeah, just like... No, not even just like Alex. Alex played in the fucking prototype. Yeah, these guys are the first screen of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what to do. Can you just beat the game for me? Oh, come on, I don't walk like that. Let's just pull the plug already. Oh man, I'm having an orgasm.
I'm with you. It's all up to you now. Look out for us. Look out for me. Take it easy.
That's a horrible ending. There couldn't be a worse ending imaginable. Alex is in me. Get the fuck out of me. I didn't consent to this shit. I don't know how this game performed so poorly when it had so much support. I mean, what went wrong? They had everything. They had a lot of press behind them, a publisher. They went to conventions to promote the game constantly, and many game developers collaborating with them, one of them having an incredibly high status in the industry. Well, they missed a group that's pretty important. Actual consumers that buy and play games. The people who go to conventions aren't exactly the average consumers. It's a very niche group of people, and really the benefit of those is making connections with other developers and press. What a lot of this has shown me is that game devs and press are also incredibly flaky. They made a big mistake in assuming that these people were friends and not mutual beneficiaries. When it started warming up a bit with some of the online controversies, everybody immediately turned on them or distanced themselves because there's no benefit in getting yourself involved in someone else's shit. Now I'm sure to anybody watching this, online controversies and big internet fights are nothing new. At this point, every dev has to deal with some doofus getting upset on Twitter and causing some shit show, but usually they walk away from it fine. And that's usually because they have fans, customers who bought and love the game, people who are willing to defend it from dumb hit pieces written to fulfill a quota. When you don't have that...
Oh, RunningShine is telling us that we should be doing this. RunningShine's saying that we should go harass people on Twitter and tell them to fuck off when they say lies. And these are the people that watch this fucking video and complain about this shit?
It all makes sense.
What, are we not supposed to say, hey, this game's actually pretty good and you guys are all fucking liars and idiots? It's not my... You're self-admitting to being a fucking idiot. I'm not trying to paint you as an idiot. I'm not saying, oh, it's bad that you're stupid and you didn't get this. You just didn't get it, dude. And you're being an asshole about it. Cool. Thanks. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? What the fuck is anybody supposed to do with this? Is this supposed to be quote-unquote criticism? What the fuck is Andrew and Brian supposed to do with this? What is it? How does this tell them to improve the game? How does this tell them to improve what they do? It fucking doesn't. Because you didn't even begin to understand how to do a fucking thing in the game. You spent half the game not even hitting multiple times on the fucking record, and you complained about the combat. You didn't even fucking use time energy, like, at all? Like, how is this criticism? How is it? What is actionable of this?
Because it's a comedy bit. It's a joke.
Maybe the menus thing? Cool. Thanks, yeah, we can fix the menus. That, great. Maybe we can change up a little bit of the dungeons, too. Sure.
You remember when he said at the beginning of the video was talking about how the devs might see this or something like that?
Yeah.
What a dickhead.
It's because he thinks very highly of himself. Oh, yeah. My criticisms are so good, and people are going to share it, and so the devs will probably see this. Who in their right fucking mind would show anybody this? Given the response that this video does and the success it has, nobody in their right fucking mind. A whole bunch of insane people, actually.
What are you left with? You're left with this really sympathetic scene of Andrew Allen saying...
finished version of Two Brothers still. There's a funny link I could send you. There's talks about making a little bit of a fixed version of Two Brothers and putting it out. That's the main reason why Two Brothers is not available right now, is because they're not happy with it and they want to fix it up. To be completely fucking annoying, the problems with Two Brothers is most, like, there's a lot of typos and whatever, and it makes sense. It's their first fucking video game. That's a huge problem I have with a lot of this criticism. Is Y2K is their second video game. Okay, Two Brothers is their first video game, and a lot of the criticism that gets levied at these is like it's their fifth video game or something, or whatever. But
and they compare it to some of the best games ever made in the RPG genre, or at least what most people say are the best.
Right. And like, the thing that gets frustrating about this is like, okay, the Two Brothers was made in Multimedia Fusion 2, a version of Multimedia Fusion 2 that's older than the one that's used in Five Nights at Freddy's. So into Snake Arrear's video, when he's talking about Spark the Electric Jester, he did that recently. He's talking about how the early games that, the Sonic fan games beforehand were made in this engine, and, whatever. And then Spark 1, the fourth game that developer made, was also made in this engine, around the same version as Two Brothers. And he comments on it being really buggy, but also, this game is just fucking fantastic, and it's like, totally worth playing. But Two Brothers, it's really buggy, and I'm not going to bother getting past the first chapter. And it's like, cool, like, I don't expect you to, like, give everything a shot, but, like, the kind of way that you treat one over the other one is ridiculous. Like, the issue is the engine, and you don't know that, and you're just complaining about it. Because how is that criticism, first off? But also, you don't know shit about game development, and that's kind of the problem there. It's just insane to me. And he like defends Spark. He's like, well, it's made for Windows XP. Yeah, basically that's the same problem that Two Brothers has. Is it was made in an engine for an older version of Windows, and now it just kind of sort of works. Not great, but like better than it worked on Windows 8 or 7 or Vista. But again, that's the guy's 5th fucking game, and we're going to compare it to these guys' first game. And one of these, it's okay that it's buggy and a problem. And the other one, it's some huge problem that it's buggy and doesn't work well. Is it just this? Do I just type that? Okay. You don't need to. If you copy and paste that, if you have Steam installed and you copy and paste that, that'll give you Two Brothers. I'm going to leave it up for a little bit and then I'm going to delete it. Keep in mind, they don't want this version of Two Brothers to really be available because they don't think it represents the quality of product that they're able to produce. And that was the whole reason they pulled it off. But, you know, it's a great game. We're coming up on its 10-year anniversary. We're going to have an event in the YIIK. And remember, that's discord.gg/Y2K.
Yeah, Two Brothers released on November 11th.
Yep, November 11th. We're gonna do a 10-year party. Should I stream that? I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll make plans. We haven't.
Yeah, we'll figure out something.
Anyways, we can go back to this.
A niche podcast desperately trying to defend his own game because nobody
desperately
else
trying to defend. He leaves out the part where he says that his game is not great.
Oh yeah. I also remembered he was describing the Dick Show as his friend's podcast. Is what he said?
That Dick was his friend or something.
Yeah, it's a Colin show, dude. No, they don't. I don't think they know each other, do they? Like nothing about the interview really implied it.
Like he's talked with him before because he got the NPC in the game, but they don't know each other intimately.
They have basic interactions is like all I've got down.
But there's nothing. Characters on the Dick Show, you know? Like there's people that have entire like character arcs on the Dick Show, like fucking what is his name? There's this guy that in Australia that constantly talks about how he hates women and all this shit, but then he just buys a bunch of hookers and then like he like keeps falling in love with these women, these prostitutes, and it becomes a huge problem. And there's like a whole like group chat like forum of these prostitutes. You can put the link if you have Steam installed. You can just put the link into like your web browser, and it'll like, whoop, it'll open it up. But yeah, like this whole story that we've seen of this guy where he like, and they have like this whole forum where they talk about people that they don't want to be around, right? And like that's like a whole character that shows up, and it's like no, he doesn't. I can't remember the guy's name, but it's like no, even that guy he's not like friends with. It's a character on the podcast. It's a person that calls in and like complains about shit. That's the whole point of the show.
They should have focused on consumers more by spreading their demo everywhere. This is a huge thing. Your trailers and demos are the main.
So this is really funny though. So like he's like about how they should have done this, but then like Y2K ends up being a success in the end. So who the fuck are you telling what to do?
Ways of getting consumers invested in your game. Yet only Destructoid and Killscreen made articles about the demo. Send a press release of that shit to every one of these cunts.
There's many demos.
Until they write an article. Secondly, copies should have been sent to like some YouTubers and Twitch people. Not to say
they
were.
Oh, they were. You fucking idiot. A fucking Ha!
Like Red Bard.
This is a lore. This is a deep lore about Y2K. There was this YouTuber named Red Bard. Let's pull up her channel. I don't know if you're familiar. Some people don't like her because of some other controversy later on. I don't care. I don't know. There's this YouTuber who got to play the game early and everything. Let's see, 244 subscribers. Is that more than RunningShine? Yeah, more than RunningShine. She got a review, she got a review copy of the game. She got to play it, and she released a video the day of game release, right? And then what she's met with is harassment on Twitter and everywhere about how the game is actually transphobic and terrible and awful, where her review was actually positive of the game. Maybe one day I'll play that video and really try to piss her off, I guess, Nothing like a video you've deleted and wanted to distance yourself from and bringing it back up, but lost media found, I guess. Anyways, they literally harassed her to delete this video that was positive about the game. They did this, you asshole. You pretentious fuck. What are you talking about? There was a lot of positive feelings about this game beforehand. But then Twitter people saw it and said, it's transphobic. And then suddenly 180, everything about this game is awful. We need to fucking bury this shit. Fuck this game. This game is the worst thing. And now we're at you.
Have their finger on the pulse of the average consumer, but they're better for spreading the word than gaming websites who are becoming increasingly irrelevant to consumers. But really, I'm talking so much about like the advertising and where it went wrong publicly, but that's assuming YIIK is a good game worth your time, because it really isn't. The dumb controversies around this game actually do it a disservice, because it has nothing to do with what actually hurts the game. There's way too many characters and it barely fleshes out any of them. The story is so unfocused and goes all over the place from Sammy to alternate reality.
So this is funny. This is like this is all people take away from this video because it's at the very end, and this is the thing they repeat. None of it makes sense because the motherfucker didn't understand any of the story to begin with.
Yeah, and I feel like they barely support this because they talk about it once and they act like it's like this huge thing that they proved. There's a thing they talk like once or twice in between all the cock jokes.
Mm-hmm.
2K scare, if you're looking for a dumb record, they should have chosen one thing to focus on. Have it be about finding Sammy the whole game, or have it be about the Y2K scare. But when you have all this stuff just clashing together with all these one-dimensional characters who interact in such an unnatural way, it becomes a convoluted, hollow mess. And this is before we get into all the issues with the battle system and the UI and the lack of animation and the writing. And it's really sad because I see a lot of potential in this game and this concept and these developers. They have some cool ideas, but they get lost through overthinking and a lack of planning. This is best exemplified by the alternate ending of YIIK. By checking the computer after meeting the dad and doing a big side quest beforehand, you can exit out the other side of
What side quest do you have to do?
None.
The house and visit this mysterious place called the K&N building. And something changes in this secret ending from the rest of the game.
That refers to you instead of Alex?
It's quiet. There's no wacky character screaming at me, and the over-the-top music is replaced with this quiet, simple ambient track. Ironically, the fact this ending was rushed actually resulted in a better experience.
Rushed? How the fuck do you know that? Sorry.
There's no voice acting in this, which just allows me to fall into the atmosphere of the visuals and the music with no noise. It has no exhausting enemy encounters, and is engaging with its couple puzzles. This is actually a greatest segment in the whole game. It's a fluid, good atmosphere with nice gameplay. I don't know why, but all the cynicism that was previously flooding this game is...
Cynicism? The fuck are you talking about? Your cynicism? It's gone? Great.
That's funny, because I feel like this part is one of the more cynical parts of the game. Because it's so tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how tongue-in-cheek it is, even though they're like, isn't this a happy ending, Alex? Look how happy this is. And it's bashing your head over... You're bashing your head with it, and he doesn't fucking get it.
It's completely gone here. I don't know what state of mind they were in when making this segment, but I think whatever it was, they should really utilize it for their next game. I think with a bit of reflection, being honest with themselves, and not being afraid of being more genuine.
I want you to have a bit of reflection, be a bit honest with yourself, and be more genuine. You're a fucking asshole. You're a pretentious fuck who's only self-gratifying. This is all a huge fucking ego flex for you. You have been jerking off this whole time, and then you characterize it as Alex. And then you continue to bring this into all of your other videos where you keep making these same dick jokes. So, you are Alex. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Axe Studios could make something wonderful that'll be loved by many people. And when that happens, YIIK won't be looked at anymore as a joke or a failure, but just a stepping stone on their way to finding their niche.
The exhausting length. Melotropics.
Yeah, RunningShine was attempting to do this whole thing where they're like, they're trying to do this whole thing where they're like a group of people working on stuff together, and they have some other people help write videos as well. But
why?
I don't know.
It's funny that they credit their gameplay footage. I'm not pointing it out for any reason, by the way. We're done.
Oh, look, it's me. So what do you guys think? RunningShine? Is it pass or fail? What are the other ones? Smash or pass?
This was way worse than I remembered it being.
Damn, that's rough.
Do you feel the same way? Like, do you think it was better last time you saw it, or do you think your thoughts are the same?
My thoughts are about the same. Thoughts are about the same. Creepy sex offender Alex is unironically better character writing than the actual Alex. At least he's consistent. Ha 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 ha. Hey, fun fact, that's not even true. Great, thanks.
If you really like taking that Oni Plays comment and then making insane fan fiction with it.
Yeah. What did everybody else think about not only the RunningShine video, but this experience overall? RunningShine has some good humor, but I realized treating him as an actual analytic is a mistake in every single way. Yeah. Yeah, he has some good jokes here and there. My favorite is the Nardwar joke. I think that one's solid.
Like, this video would be better if it was just a YIIK abridged, and that was all it was, you know?
Definitely a different vibe now that it's not background noise, but actually it focused when watching it. Yeah, I get a lot of people do that. I struggle to do that. Like, even when I'm listening to it, like I said, I listened to his Klonoa video while I was, like, working at UPS, checking boxes into the fucking trailers. And, like, the whole time I'm focused on what he's saying. I'm like, damn, it's so self-masturbatory. It's so all about how cool he is. God, this sucks. This is terrible. And then, you know, I'm just getting annoyed at the way he talks about certain aspects of the narrative and how, like, certain characters don't have agency, but then later they do have agency. It's like, why do they have agency now? What is the complaint? What are you talking about, dude? Seeing you get angry was fun. I'm glad. I know some people are really entertained by that. So
I'm very entertained. I love it.
I like, some people think that it's like I'm actually angry or something. It's a little bit of kayfabe, you know? I got to break the illusion. I'm playing it up a little bit because people find it funny, and I think it's funny. He actually was hired by Axe Studios to write a scathing review of YIIK as if it was made by Alex. Damn fucking near. The greatest marketing stunt ever done. Made them
worked pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know when. I know next week I plan on going over Chris Portal's video on Bendy and the Ink Machine. That guy, what a fucking asshole. You think Running Shine's bad? No. I detest this guy. Future videos are future streams, got to do Zyngus at some point. There's another.
Absolutely. Even you mentioning him just makes one of a rant already, but I need to save all that for the Zyngus stream.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about Zyngus at some point because that's a hugely popular one. He calls himself the Y2K guy, and other people do as well, and it's cringe. We might even talk about that podcast appearance where that's all they talk about.
I was thinking about this, Hellcry. You actually already had an experience where you tried to get Zyngus. Did he block you on Twitter?
Back when my Twitter was Hellcry, yeah.
Snap. So, what if we tried again? I mean, he was already on a podcast, so what if we asked him about this again? Like, what if we actually got to talk to him?
Nah, he probably hates me.
Okay, well, what if we tried, though? You never know.
No.
Imagine if RunningShine saw this stream, he'd be like, man, I really missed out on not talking to this Hellcry guy. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't want to talk to you.
I don't know. I don't know why anybody doesn't want to talk to me. I'm a pretty cool guy. I'm pretty chill. I'm pretty relaxed. I was trying to find a video to just show in the background. That would be, funny and relevant. I guess we could just do this. I'll mute it. Damn. Because these are pretty visuals. It was a fun chat. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I don't know. Other than the Zyngus video, or the Zyngus stream, that'll be a different thing. I also want to do a video or a stream about a guy that makes a lot of video game videos that I find to be utterly pretentious and really annoying. I'm more so focused on one of his specific videos. I'm not going to say who it is until I put up the thumbnail and announce the stream. There's probably some more I could talk about. I'll have to watch more video essays. There's one of my friends, Sam. He loves watching really bad video essays, and so we'll always just watch them together, and it's a fun little pastime. So I'm always finding new ones that are crazy. Super Eye Patch Wolf. Oh
man.
I get annoyed at Super Eye Patch Wolf, but I don't find man. Other than his Nathan For You video and his Nathan For You video, the Shonen Jump videos, and a few others, I find him to be okay. He's over dramatic for sure, and I know some people hate that, but I don't find him that offensive. And eventually, I don't find a huge reason to hate on him. I think his Nathan For You video is disgusting, but that's really about it. And it's not the way that video is stretched out. It would not be entertaining to lead up to what the point is. And the point is, it's disgusting how he tries to assign a certain value to him, how he tries to, beginner's guide it. He tries to understand who Nathan is through his work in a way that's fucking insane and doesn't ever work. It's not a real thing you can do. What else is there? Y2K video hopefully next week. No promises, but hopefully it's going to come out next week. I guess I'll update you when we do the Chris Portal video. There is also the next FNAF video. That's a thing. That'll be coming together eventually. I got some good cooking going on. Some people are already very interested in what I'm cooking with those. And again, My Mundane Life is threatened by the tropes of an RPG. That comes out next Tuesday. So please, 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 please pick it up. It'll be $5. $5 dues. Nice
and
cheap
rank it on
for-
backlogged.
Rank it on backlog. I saw a lot of people had a wish list on backlogged. Like a lot of people I don't recognize. That was really cool. Here's the trailer. Oh, look. A 20-second trailer. So cool. I'll drop my link tree again so you guys can follow me on the anything wherever you want to see what's going on. And I think that's about it. Now, Linguistic, do you have anything that you would like to shill?
No, I'm not a chill kind of person.
Hell yeah. Well, I think that's about it for today. I'm really tired of talking for how long was the stream? 7 hours straight about Goofy Guy. So
Well,
one of the many goofy guys on the internet. So yep. See you guys later. I'm gonna wave and then try to find my music while I'm waving. Where's this stuff?
I'll say bye. Bye. Bye.
We can go with this song. Now let me actually make sure I do this right this time. Because a couple times before I did not do this right.